Easy, clean,
First of all, that episode equipment goes all the way back to my origins, right? Like,
Right.
so when I got to California, Owen was my first mentor in strength. I had found him because I was calling around for competitions to compete in, and I had called him for the LA's strongest. Um, and I told him I want to compete, and I was like 20 years old. And he asked me about my strengths. I told him how strong I am. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're not quite strong enough." I'm like, look, man, I just want to network and find people to train with. And he said, "Oh yeah, why don't you just say so? Just come over to my house and train with me. I'll show up at Owen's house." I didn't know it was Owen Haugen, by the way. Just like he got
Amazing.
an address and went. And then I saw the guy, and I was starstruck because I had been watching him on TV. Like this
Right.
guy
The
in his
Super
mid,
Series.
yeah, in his mid 50s had placed in the top 10 in the world's strongest man. So he's a legend, especially of longevity. And all of it was his garage. It was a four-car garage, and you know what it was filled with? That IFSA equipment.
That's amazing.
And the first thing I did when I was there was do a 260-pound farmer's run because there was nothing lighter to warm up with.
Yeah, there are 120 kilos empty, so 260.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I had. We had nothing lighter. And
Yeah.
the yoke, when we put that thing together for the yoke, it's also like 600 something pounds.
Yeah.
That was the starting way. Like all of this stuff is so extreme. You have to have already a certain base level of brute strength just to warm up with it.
So your
So the,
first go of real proper strongman training, the first day one, you're on the IFSA globes, which is
yeah,
like the hardest farmers to run of all time.
it's brutal. Yeah, and
Yeah.
all I did was pick it
Yeah.
for like 3 sets, and then I finally ran with it. But that was, for my first day, I was so proud. I
Yeah.
didn't think I would be able to do that.
That's awesome.
So that equipment is very special to me. I mean, that is what I used to train to get to California's Strongest Man, and I placed third there, which got me my invite to nationals, which then got me second place, and then finally, it eventually allowed me to compete in this pro show because I was doing so good, and then I won his pro show also with the IFSA equipment, which got me to Giants Live and then eventually Worlds.
Yeah.
So all of that equipment got me to where I am today.
That's amazing. And isn't it brilliant that that equipment, it went from being the highest point of the show. If you were using that equipment, it was because you were at IFSA, the World Championships. You were a bad man. You were
Yeah.
competing for the true world title at the time. And then it goes through another wave of like it's up and comers like yourself when you were like just a young amateur. And then it's at a pro show, another local pro show, where it got you access to now Giants. And now it's here at another local pro show where from
Yeah.
podium at this pro show, you get to go to North America Strongest, an incredible, incredible next step. So it seems like this equipment has allowed like a nonstop. It's been like a conduit of a passage of right, like a rites of passage for like the next wave,
So,
guys.
geez, I have never really put this much thought into it, but like a Strength Unknown episode needs to be done on just the history of
It
the
should.
IFS equipment and the craftsmen that made it and
Yeah.
all the legendary hands that have ran with these weights.
Yeah. It's incredible. That's why Lucas, when me and Lucas realized it was for sale, Lucas made the purchase. He owns them now. But I was like, dude, you have to. This is like this equipment is the reason why a whole generation became strongmen. You wouldn't have been where you are without it. Lucas certainly wouldn't have been. Like it's really birthed an idea that, strength is possible. It's
Yeah.
it's really been this constant little conduit. That's wonderful. And so if I understand correctly, one of the items we're featuring in the show on the women's side only are the blocks, the pressing
So
blocks.
awesome. Yeah.
And they're using it so we call it the IFSA medley, right? You're doing the IFSA
Sick.
yoke into IFSA farmers, into IFSA shield carry with the IFSA shield.
Oh,
40
awesome.
feet, 40 feet, 40 feet. And then for the
Yeah.
it's a regular yoke. farmers, and then the IFSA block that they have to run and carry. But they're using the
Awesome.
5 and the 115 kilo block.
Yeah, those blocks are amazing. They're like my favorite part of all of
Yeah.
that equipment.
And if I understand correctly, there's only been, I believe, 5 gentlemen to ever press the 145 kilo block, and you're one of them.
Yeah, I have
So,
indeed pressed it, and I pressed it in competition.
and it wasn't, so what competition had it where you pressed it? Was it Ode's show?
That was old show, and I won that one 4 times, 4 years in a row.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. So if I remember correctly, the only people to press that block are yourself, Jacob Finnerty, Derek Poundstone, Zadrunas, and Lucas Hatton are the only people to press it.
There was one more.
Is there one more? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. What was his name? Gosh, I'm blanking right now. Um, I'll come back to you. There
That's
was
okay.
one more guy that pressed it.
You text me about it later if you don't
Yeah.
remember. That's amazing. Okay, good.
I love what you guys are up to, and I'm rooting for the Rainier Classic to be an epic show.
Dude, it's gonna be a good time. And I appreciate you taking the time to do this. Man, and coaching it.
That's what we do, man.
Kind of what we
That's
do.
what
Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody, for again the 5th year of the Rainier. So this year, at least in the next hour or so, hour or so, 5 minutes, we're starting. We have the log event first. First classes to come on up. We have the novice divisions, and then we have amateurs thereafter. The novices will be doing log for reps, and then the amateurs will be doing max log 3 attempts. How do you feel about that, sir?
It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to see a lot of people doing their first competition ever here today, especially in the novice class. And I think that we're going to see a lot of PRs. I know for a fact a couple of the athletes have hit this for maybe 1 repetition. A couple of the athletes have never actually even lifted this. So it'll be exciting to see who's able to put it all together on the day of competition.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to be seeing that pretty much all day.
Yeah,
So
it's going to be super fun. I'm really looking forward to it again. Oh, we're having a slight change. Let's see what we have to say here. Okay, so we have adaptive athletes as well competing at the competition at the Rainier Classic, and we're going to have the adaptive athletes go at the end, which I'm assuming the end being the amateurs today. So that's fine. So coming up first, we'll have a novice divisions, lightweight women. We have 3 women in the novice lightweight divisions. Oh, pardon me, we have another announcement. Okay. Cool. So nothing pertinent for us really, but if I'm understanding this correctly, it seems as though we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 novice lightweight women.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
That's a really good show. Like that's a really good showing for the novice lightweight women class.
Yeah, not even the amateur, just novice. So 7 people who have never competed in strength sports before, presumably competing. That's gonna be really exciting. We have 1 woman at the 125 weight class. Represent, buddy. We have 2 women in our masters lightweight division, and we have 3 women in our 160-pound weight class division, 64 kilo international. For our 160-pound weight class, we have 3 women competing. And then in the 180-pound weight class, we have 2 women, and then 2 women in the open division. So we're about to get started just now. As you can see, the floor is getting situated with our judges and our judges' handlers. And we're about to get ready to go. Natalie in lane number 1 over there. Natalie Dix in lane number 1.
Should be Genesis. Oh, lane 1 sounds like it's going to be Genesis.
Well, it's definitely Natalie who's out in the field. I think our wonderful MC Grant Higgin might be a little mistaken because that's definitely Natalie Dixon, lane number 1. I know that because I coach her.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Shout out to Grant Higa. He is the absolute OG of the Pacific Northwest. Been doing this for well over 20 years, and really the godfather of the Pacific Northwest scene.
Oh yeah. I mean, without Grant Higa, we wouldn't have figures like Jesse Marinde, wouldn't have Patrick Castelli, we wouldn't have you, Aaron Murray, Angelica Jardine, Lucas Hatton, Josh Hadfield. I mean, he truly is he's a conduit of power in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah. And still kicking.
Yeah.
Like still competing
Trains
at the national
way
level.
Harder than I do. At 1,000 years old, no less. It's actually incredible what he's doing at that ripe old age of 1,000. Grant Higa, we're super proud of you.
He will still whoop both of our butts.
He will. So it seems as though now in lane number 1 we should have Genesis cans. Oh, let's see what Grant says.
She's gonna go.
So we should have Genesis cans, and then we should have this gentleman. Let's see here. Lane number 3 and 4 should be Vincent Liu, and lane number 3, and lane number 4.
It looks like there's a little bit of a change up because it's definitely not Genesis in the first lane.
Let's get behind it, folks.
But that's okay. We got 3
That's right. We have
athletes up.
log for reps. Let's check it out, guys. Let's go here. We're get situated. We'll get those names clear in just a few moments. Yeah. All right, here we go.
All right, so lane 4 getting set for that clean, nice and smooth.
Everyone with successful cleans so
Solid.
far. And great reps in lanes 4 and 3, and lane number 1. Great stuff.
Everyone's good for reps, and now it's a game of how many can you get? How many can you get in a minute?
Yeah, and ultimately, Zach, would you agree that at this point, these athletes are mostly thinking about pacing? You know, it's not one of those things that you probably could go all 60 seconds unless you're uniquely powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where you have to balance your power output with your conditioning.
Right.
You know, you have what could be a very heavy log for some of these athletes, and for a few of the other athletes, we might have something that's kind of light. So you can be incredibly powerful with one repetition, but conditioning is a whole nother animal. So it's fun. It's going to be fun to see how the athletes pace themselves throughout the day.
Absolutely. And we have just a few moments left here in this log for reps. Oh, we just out of time. That's fantastic work out of our 3 athletes. Great work, guys. Everyone really, I would say, paced it out nearly perfectly. Every single one of these athletes. And for novice divisions, I would say the composure was really high.
Absolutely, yeah. And so when we're talking about an event like this, you know, we have a 60-second time window, and how are these athletes getting ranked in their division? Like, what is a good performance here?
Well, ultimately, what is good, I would say, is winning. But what it would indicate that is essentially getting more reps than their competitors, right? So what's really interesting about strongman, let's say you're in a competition of 10 individuals and you're going out to compete. If you were to take first place in that first event, you get 10 points. If you're in second place, you get 9, and so on and so forth from there. So that's how the organization of points and then placings ultimately go.
Yep. So now we have Genesis coming out.
No, excuse me. Lane 3.
Looking like lane 1.
And then lane 4 will be Petro.
Lane
Okay.
2, I don't recognize the athlete, but that's okay.
So lane 1, we have Genesis Cans coming out to compete. In lane number 2, we have RCL Colorado in lane number 2. And in lane number 4, we should have a Vincent Liu. Oh, pardon me, no, not a Nolan Sloan. Nolan Sloan and Vincent 4, which is not who that is. It's Petro. It's Petro.
Yep.
Pardon me, Petro. Sorry, buddy. In lane number 4, we have Petro.
Yeah, it looks like our sheet is just organized a little interesting. So heat 1, heat 2, heat 3.
And here we go. Again, our novice divisions coming out here to compete. This is logged for reps for the novice divisions. Lane number 4, first successful rep.
Very quick
Lanes number 1 and
repetition.
2 still working on their first reps. So you're seeing out of lane number 1 and 2 a little bit of a misgroove, that initial dip and drive. What would you say for those athletes, Zach, that may have those logs just slightly out in front?
I would definitely say you got to get that chin up all the way to the ceiling. You got to dip smooth and drive explosively while keeping it nice and stable on the chest. That was a really tough log for lanes 1 and 2. I think they put a great effort out. The lane 4 is currently killing it, just racking up repetitions.
Yeah, lane number 4, our boy Petro is out here getting him some reps.
Mr. Ivan Usa.
Fantastic work, Petro. Doing a great job. He's got 10 seconds to get one more.
He's looking very smooth, utilizing a little bit of a split, something we're both familiar with.
A bit of a splat jerk almost.
Splat,
It wasn't
yeah, I
quite
like
a
that. I
commitment
like
to the
that.
jerk, right? All right. Great work, Petro. And now in our next heat, so far, we have in lane number 1, we have Gabby Dix. And in lane number 2, we should have, taking a look at our list here, Elise Ramirez in lane number 2. So Natalie Dix and Elise Ramirez, lane 1 and 2.
Lane 3, we have a Donnell Davis.
Yes, we
and
do.
And lane 4.
Potentially a Steven. Nope. We
Is
have
it Noah
no. Now we have Noah Anderson.
That would
in
be
lane number
interesting
4.
to watch Steven, Mr. Stephen Bradley out there helping.
One of the
but
best in the world, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see him just cranking this out.
Maybe a one-arm viper.
Very
Again,
strong
so
guy.
lane number 1, Natalie Dix. Lane number 2, Elisa Ramirez. Lane number 3, we have our boy Donnell Davis. And lane number 4, we have Noah Anderson. Again, our novice division, so they're going for repetitions. This is very exciting because ultimately speaking, if you're in this division, you're doing your first steps into strength sport. And I love that beginning stage.
Oh yeah,
It's really cool.
Absolutely, it's exciting to see. It's exciting to be a part of. Like as not just as a spectator, but as a coach or as anybody around them. I know that a couple of these athletes have family members here supporting them, checking it out, seeing it for the first time. And I got a chance to speak to a couple of those individuals, and they're just excited to be here and check it out.
Absolutely. And, all right, so here we go. Let's see how Natalie goes in lane number 1.
Very smooth, excellent discipline
And
out
that-
of lane 3, waiting for that down call.
That is a PR for lane number 1 already. I know that because I
There we
coach
go.
her.
Yeah.
Going for a second log. Elisa and Natalie going head to head. Brilliant work.
Very nice. Very nice. This whole heat is kind of cranking.
Yeah,
these
everyone
out.
here is doing a very, very good job with their dip and drives. Their clean technique is proficient.
Good discipline as well. A lot of
Yeah.
these athletes are having to hold that rep for a good half second, full second, stabilize. And that's just good. That's good judging.
Yeah, it's
That's
great
good judging.
judging. And you know what? You can tell all these athletes practiced well. Not a single one of them, I'm sure, nervous or skipping out on positions. Like everyone's kind of hitting what they have to do.
Absolutely.
10 seconds left.
And we still got athletes cranking repetitions out. Holy cow. Oh, that was a tough one in lane 1. Do we have a clarification if the athletes get a repetition counted if the whistle goes and then they get a down call?
I believe if this is initiated, they're going to
Okay.
give them the rep.
Okay.
So in that case, I think it would have counted. I believe we're going standard rogue rule.
Lane 2, Diana Estrada. Lane 3, KSI.
And this is a really good time. While we have a few moments to shout out one of our sponsors, at least, who's sponsoring one of the main events in the show today, the deadlift in particular, Mountain Heating and Cooling. So one really cool thing about Mountain Heating and Cooling today, if you're an individual who's watching the stream and you're close by, you're an individual who's even here watching, if you happen to go by Mountain Heating and Cooling's booth today, make a purchase of one of their heating and cooling systems and register today, you get a free flat screen TV.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool.
That's
pretty
pretty
cool.
dope.
So thank you so much, Mountain Heating and Cooling. Yeah.
You can watch it in your AC.
Yeah.
Like
You'd be
in
very
your
chilled with
delicious
your new
AC.
television. It's quite comfortable. It's nice. All right, so in this next heat here, in lane number 3, we should have a Cassius Osborne. And in lane number 4, we should have a William Bittner.
I know in lane 2 we got a Diana Estrada. And I'm not sure who is in lane 1.
Lane 1, we should have Brittany Reed.
Excellent. All right.
All right, so everyone's moving quite smoothly. These novices, not even amateurs, novices. Again, I'm really impressed with their composure. If I'm being
Absolutely.
honest, there's really not many mistakes going on outside of the little things like maybe walking around a little bit after the press is off the chest, things like that. But everyone looks really confident, and I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. A lot of the athletes are getting a really smooth dip, a really strong drive. A couple of the repetitions have been lost out front, and that's a lot of times what we see with the log. If someone's struggling with the press, they typically lose the log out front. Very rare to lose it out back.
Right. And, one good thing for maybe some of those novices that are potentially listening back on this video later, one thing that at least I harp on, and maybe you would agree, Zach, is generally speaking, wherever your hips go, the log's going to go. So if you keep your hips straight down and back over your heels and you drive straight up from there, generally speaking, the log goes straight up over your spine.
Absolutely.
If your hips tend to go forward at the bottom of your dip, the log tends to go forward as you start to drive up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, on lane 1.
Yeah, that log loves to creep forward any which way it can. The athletes really have to work to keep the log directly over their center and push it up and back and keep it over the center of the foot. If it's on the toes, it's going to come forward. If it's on the heels, odds are their hips are going to kick back and they're going to dump it out front.
Exactly.
All right, we got a little weight change from the spotters and loaders. Shout out to the spotters and loaders.
Yeah, everyone watching this, no one's really getting paid here. We're all volunteering. We're all doing our best to make sure this show happens. And it's all a labor of love. So massive shout out to the spotters and loaders, especially all of you guys who are out on the field right now.
Love of
you
the
dudes.
game.
We have the easiest job in the world. We get to just talk shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
And while
So
we have
lane 1, we have a Yaki. Also goes by... I cannot pronounce that. Sorry.
Where do you see
I know her as Yaki.
Okay.
Lane 2 looks like a Laura Lund.
Yep, we have Miss London, lane number 2. And lane number 3, we should have a
Steven Schneider.
Steven Schneider. And in lane number 4, it looks like we're looking at a gentleman named
like-
Curlin.
Yeah, Jesse Curie.
Jesse Curley. All right. Cool. So again, lane number 3, Steven Schneider. Lane number 4, Jesse Curley. Lane number 2, we have Laura Lund. And lane number 1, we should have which one of these names here, John?
Yaki.
Oh,
So,
ourselves?
goes by Yaki.
Okay, Yaki, what's up?
Yeah.
Zach,
This should
what
be
was
good.
your first strongman competition, and did you do the novice division? Was there even a novice division when you started?
Oh boy, the sport.
I don't
has
think there was,
changed so
actually. I don't think there
much,
was a
right?
novice division.
No, there wasn't. It was way back in the day. I was looking for strongman competitions. I saw it on ESPN. I was like, oh, I want to check this out. Went to the library, accessed the dial-up internet.
The dial-up,
you
that's right.
remember
As
those
one,
days.
I do remember those
That
days.
beep, beep, beep,
Kind of sound like a song, you know?
dancing.
Yeah.
Get it. No, but there were only 2 competitions within the rest of that year on the whole West Coast, and one of them was in Corvallis, Oregon. I happened to be in the Seattle area at the time. I ran into a guy some of our viewers might know or recognize, Grant Higa.
That guy.
Yeah,
1,000
he was
years
a
old.
promoter,
Yeah.
and he put on that contest, one of the heaviest contests in the whole nation, and I got my butt kicked. I was the
Perfect.
heavyweights.
That's a perfect setup. All right, Steven Schneider in lane number 3, and Jesse Curley in lane number 4. Let's go, boys.
Wow, that was a fantastic technical repetition from Steven.
Steven's been working really hard at the gym. I've really noticed him, especially the last couple weeks here. He's really dialed it in. And, just watching the way he moves, you wouldn't really guess he's a novice, to be honest.
That is gorgeous.
And Curley getting a really good second rep as well, keeping pace with a really good time here.
Excellent work. Steven is moving so well.
Yep.
Holy cow. Look at that. Look at the lockout position on him. His head is through. His arms are locked. He's looking straight at the judge. That is fantastic.
Absolutely.
He's like Mr. Curley.
Curley
is,
just missed out on that rep there.
Yeah.
Steven about to finish strong on that last rep. 15 seconds, okay.
And this looks like it's a little bit tiring. What does it feel like to have a log on your chest like
I wouldn't know,
this?
Zach. I don't work out. But, however, I'd imagine, though, it's incredibly compressive on the chest. A lot of the energy systems come into play with the log in general. Because it is a strength speed exercise, there's a lot of power and force. Like, obviously, you can deplenish, things, ATP, all that nerd stuff really fast. But ultimately, what it kind of really comes down to is the nitty-gritty of, can I bear the load on my chest? Take that one little breath and drive through. Like, it's kind of ultimately what the log is kind of all about. At least I find on the reps towards the end. But
Yeah.
you speak from way more experience than me.
No, it's. I find it to be very uncomfortable. Honestly,
Yeah.
you got to get that chin up. The log is crowded, basically on your throat. You're trying not to get your blood cut off to the brain, and you're really trying to just dip and drive as hard as you can to get that sucker off of your neck, off your, upper chest, and get it overhead. Get that down, and you got to continue to do it again and again and again.
It's almost like it's hard or something.
Yeah.
In
Almost
lane
like it's
number 3,
challenging.
by the way, we have the owner of Mountain Heating and Cooling, Jake Higgins, in lane number 3, and Landon James in lane number 4. Let's go, gentlemen, in our novice divisions here. Jake with a brilliant first rep, and a Landon with a brilliant first rep. Both
Awesome.
guys looking proficient.
Landon's dreads are looking sick, bro.
Yeah, those dreads, that's a choice, brother. It looks cool.
Dude, it's fucking sweet.
Yeah. Jake is really hitting perfect positions here in lane number 3, especially in his clean. He needs to keep his hips back on the dip a little bit more, just like that, and it just flew.
Holy cow.
And
He's
great
starting to
correction.
crank out reps.
Yeah, that was a great correction out of Jake. His positions are perfect. Landon is also just consistent here. Just keep on going. Keep on going.
These guys are cranking out reps. Yeah, taking a breath. That's very wise out of lane 4. A smooth, clean. Lane 3 is good for
Beautiful
another
rep there out of
Lane
Jake.
4.
Another great rep out of Landon.
Good discipline as well. He
Yeah.
locked it out. He was waiting, got it down, put it down. There we go.
Nice.
Ooh, that
And
is a tough
just
one.
got the rep as well.
Yeah,
Great
the-
job out of Jake Higgins and Landon James. Great job, gentlemen.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was a really fun heat, those two. That was really cool.
No, they were flying. Holy cow.
Yeah,
a good example of what it is to just keep working
Mm-hmm.
through the event and be able to just keep cranking out repetitions. But you can see the fatigue accumulating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is one of those events that it looks very simple, but it is so exhausting, and it's just as hard as you want to make it because you can fit as many repetitions as you want within that minute.
Absolutely. All right. So let's see here.
Okay.
Taking a look here, trying
Got
to find
lane
these.
3 and 4 filling in. Judging lane 3.
So we should have a
Dustin
Bennett
Tubbs.
Conrad in lane number 3 and a Patrick Carpenter in lane number 4.
Nice.
So a Bennett and Patrick. Let's see, boys. See what you got. All right, that was a beautiful clean out of Bennett there.
Very nice. Lane 4, he's got to hold it. He's
Carpenter's
gotta
too
hold it.
powerful.
Very
Too
nice.
powerful.
That was fast. Yeah, that was just like boom.
Yeah,
He's got pistons in those triceps.
yeah. I will say the clean out of Bennett in lane number 3 is really beautiful. He's getting nice and vertical in that dip. Nice and upright chest as he stands to log up. It's really nice.
Great correction out of
Yeah,
Patrick.
these novices aren't very novicey. They're good. They're good.
Yeah, the novices ain't novicing.
Yeah, yeah. Either the sport is growing as a whole, or you guys are just liars. Fantastic work out of these. Genuinely good technique.
Yeah, very good technique. A little bit of a struggle for stability in lane 4 out of Patrick, but that was his recovery has been fantastic.
Yeah, his recovery is really good. I would say his hips come forward a little too much at the bottom of his dip, and maybe that's why he's getting flown back.
I completely agree. Knees are kind of shooting forward a little bit, but
Hold on.
that's very solid. Hold on. All right, looks like we have a couple athletes coming out, getting ready. Judges are confirming the weights that are coming up. We got a little bit of a weight change, it looks like. And it looks like we're going to be transitioning into the lightweight amateur women and some of the masters men and lightweight men. So if I'm correct here, we got a Yaki in lane 1, Laura in lane 2, a Hunter in lane 3, and a Juan in lane 4. The judges are just confirming a little bit of their judging standards. It's important that we keep the standard the same across all of the lanes. We want these athletes to be judged by the same standard, and it keeps the integrity of the sport. This is just talking about keeping the same standard for all the athletes.
And I was just checking in with the judges there, make sure that me and you know what exactly is going on there. And they're discussing some little things in terms of rules. But I believe that is the end of our novices.
I believe so
now
too.
we're going into our amateur divisions, which is really exciting. Because for these people, they, presumably so, a little more experience with competing in strength sports. Maybe they've done 1 or 2 strongman shows or up to, 10, who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, depending on, at this point, it's not shocking anymore for people to be in the amateur divisions for years, considering how competitive the classes are.
Absolutely.
Even if they happen to have a goal that's for pro division, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that could take a long time. How long was it for you to go from amateur to pro? Let's say in the 105 division.
Yeah, amateur to pro so my first competition was 2006, and I went pro in 2011. Very near miss in 2010.
Oh,
no, sorry, I went pro in 2010.
Okay.
Very near miss in 2009 though. So it was a good 4 years. I was at that level at the 3-year mark, but I got beat out very narrowly.
Okay, and this is in the 105 division?
Yes, 105. So for the people at home, when we say 105, we are talking about kind of the international division of the end of the lightweights, what are called middleweights now. That's 105 kilo, 231 pounds, 231.4 pounds technically. But yeah, we have many different divisions in the sport of strongman. So we have everything ranging through the novices, through the amateur, through the pros, through the masters. We also have weight divisions within that. So for pros, we have, you're going to have to remind me, we have 90 kilo pros now in the men?
Yeah, we have 80 kilo pros,
80 kilo
90 kilo pros,
90.
105,
Yes,
and open.
Okay, so we got 4.
It's expanded.
Yeah, holy cow. And then in the women, we used to just have 2 pro divisions.
Now we have
the
4.
140 and below, and it was the 140 and
Yep.
above.
So now we have 64 kilos, 73 kilos, 82 open.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. And if you don't know kilos, then that's
140,
what Google's
140, 160, 180, and heavy.
for. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
And while we have a little bit of time here, let's shout out Puget Sound Pizza. One of the best, actually, you know what? The best pizza you could get in the Pacific Northwest.
Bomb.com
Bomb.com.
/yum.
/Zach McCarley discount code. There isn't one. Don't try that. But Puget
you can
Sound
try.
Pizza is fantastic. They are sponsoring the show. They have some pizza and booths here. It's going to be a great time. Eat some of it. It's good. All right, so we have our next athletes lining up here in our amateur divisions. And if I'm understanding correctly, and hopefully I am, in our lane number 1, I believe our first athlete coming on out here should be Arceli Colorado. It should be our first athlete, lane number 1, coming out soon enough.
Yep. Also goes by Yaki.
Oh, that's Yaki.
Yep,
That's
yep, yep.
Yaki. Okay, so
Yeah,
we were
yeah,
correcting
so-
an announcer earlier. My bad.
No worries.
Okay, so we have her. We have Yaki in lane number 1 in the 125-pound weight class, which is not a super popular class locally, but internationally speaking, it's actually growing quite a bit. And I love that class. It's usually like 53 kilo, just about. I love that weight class. I think it's really cool, and I'm excited for that one to grow. So I'm excited that Yaki, as you put it, has signed up here to compete. Are you coach Yaki?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, she's out of Seattle, and she's gotten a lot better. Really getting good with her movement.
Okay. And in lane number 2, we should have, taking a look here,
I believe we'll have.
we should have Amanda Gates Allen in the 160 division.
Good call. Yeah, because
And-
the Masters be going after.
Or before, they just finished. We already did our Masters.
Oh shoot. Okay. Thank you.
So that should be. Actually, no, I'm wrong. We have Laura Lund. There she is. We have Laura Lund. So we have Yaki in lane number 1. We have Laura Lund in lane number 2. In lane number 3, we should have.
I believe a Hunter.
We should have a Hunter Hegris. Yeah. Yep, Hunter Hargris. And then in lane number 4, we should have Juan Velasquez. I can do that. I can do the Latin names pretty good. It's like the Western European one. I'm like,
I'm gonna leave them to you.
Yeah. I'll do those ones. You do the European ones. And this is exciting. So now we're switching from a log for reps, which is what we just watched in the novice divisions, to a max log 3 attempts. How would you go about that strategy-wise? A little different than maybe a log for reps. Like, what does that mean for someone watching or even a competitor?
Yeah, so what we're going to be looking for is the heaviest weight lifted within their class. And for some of these athletes, they are just going to take the basic jumps. But what we want to aim for, typically, strategically, you want to have a log that you can hit any day of the week for about 3 repetitions for your first attempt. Your second attempt, you're probably going to hit something a little bit below your previous PR, unless you've been doing unless you've been growing tremendously, in which case you probably want to hit close to your 1 rep max or your previous 1 rep max. And then from there, we swing for the fence.
Right.
You know what I mean? But within reason. Within reason.
You want to get that PR, but you also don't want to be a goofy goober
Yep.
and bomb out.
Yeah, so the pace of this will be slowing down just a little bit. So we are changing the judging criteria. So with a max log, again, these athletes get 3 attempts, and what they're going to be looking for is the heaviest weight lifted for a single repetition. So they're going to be strategically selecting those weights so they can get the heaviest weight lifted. Heaviest weight lifted per class will get maximum points. And again, maximum points is the number of competitors within your class. You get -1 for every placing below. And that's how the scoring for this event works.
Right. And what you're going to notice here, guys, because this is a rising bar, or I should say a 3 attempt max, some of the weights that these loaders are automatically loading, these athletes don't want to take. So they're going to wait until their first attempt is actually loaded on the bar, or in this case a log, to go out and do so. So if you see an athlete come on up, wave at the judge and go back, they're passing that weight until they get to the actual number that they want to start with. So just a heads up. So tracking the names is basically going to be impossible for us. So what we will do is observe and comment on really good technique and form and attempt selection.
225 is about to attempt.
All right, so we got 225 on log in lane number 3. And I know that gentleman's competing in the 80 kilo weight class. That's a pretty decent weight for 80 kilos on a local side. And I know for a fact this is his first show ever.
Yeah, I was going to say he has a weightlifting background.
He does have a weightlifting background. He's totally okay. If anything, it's just his pride is hurting. If anything, but he's a very good competitor. It's 102 kilos. It's well under his max. He just had a bit of a goof, and that happens.
Yep, a little bit of a slip up, and that is what crash pads are for, you know. That's a tough one to take, but he's going to go back and get checked out. He's chatting with Dr. John back there, making sure he's all good.
Yeah,
he's
good.
laughing right now.
He's fine.
Just saying like, oh, man.
He's probably just a
can't believe
little embarrassed, which is fine. You know, sometimes you drop 102 kilos on your sternum. It happens.
Yeah.
It's sports.
Yeah, that's strong, man.
I know we have Laura Lund out here in lane number 2, and I know that only because she's my friend. And I know it's her. Well, so let's see it, Laura. Hopefully
we
you get
got
this.
we got a Yaki in lane 1.
Okay.
and
If you've never been to the strongman competition, ladies and
Excellent. Here we go. Yaki in lane number 1. Hopefully she crushes this, what I believe is her first attempt. Great elbow positioning. Great dip and drive. She must have a good coach. Let's go, Yaki. Great attempt there.
Fantastic work.
Smoked it.
Very smooth, very smooth.
All right. Lane number 4. Great start for that clean position there. And lane number 3. Elbows are high.
Yeah, and in lane number 4, I think this is the first time. Oh, that was a really nice push jerk.
That was a really good push jerk. That was crispy.
Yeah, that was. That's the perfect. That's the perfect adjective for that. Crispy.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, so I'm noticing some of the athletes are wearing the competition shirts. Other athletes are wearing a little bit of a different shirt.
Yeah.
You know, what's the difference between those two
Are you
things?
handing me that softball there? All right, so what you're seeing, guys, those shinier looking shirts, those are grip shirts. It's typically made out of different forms of plastic and oils and all good stuff. But essentially, it's a rubber shirt that allows the log, a metal apparatus in this case, to stick to you. And the reason why that would be beneficial, it makes it easier to row into your body as you're starting to stand up from that clean. And when you go to transition, elbows through, it makes it a lot more consistent, essentially, sticking to your body, making the clean a lot easier. You have to essentially use less total muscle to get the weight where you want it. Depending on the type of shirt that you may wear, if you weren't wearing a grip shirt, the log could slip during the clean, and that just makes it a lot more difficult. Personally, I love grip shirts. I think they're really cool.
Yeah, lane 4,
I-
that was a fantastic clean and press. Looked
it was, and I have no idea who that gentleman is, but he did a really good job. His name is Big Sam on the back of his shirt. So Big Sam, sick rep.
He is. That is a big Sam. I'll tell you what. He's a big boy.
He's a straight, big, strong man.
You raise your hand. Exit that way. You're going to leave the floor, go through the exit.
All right. Lane 4 starting his repetition. Pretty smooth clean. Log was a little bit forward. He readjusts.
Had a good challenging rep on the clean, but he gets
Gotta
the
hold
prep.
it. He's gotta hold it. He's gotta hold
and
it. He's
the
fighting for
re-rep.
it. He got it
Wow,
down.
good judging. Phenomenal judging. Great rep. That was a great job. Don't
he's
worry, you don't
pointing-
need triceps. That's all good, buddy.
Pointing to his tricep, saying, "Ooh, it
Yeah.
seems like his shoulders or tricep might be a little tight."
That was a spicy meatball.
That was.
He had to work hard for that
He
rep.
fought for that one. That was good.
And I will say that was excellent judging from our ref here, because a lot of judges would have given that a little sooner.
Yeah, so we have a Mr. Irwin waving his repetition off. He wants to go up. And we got Brian coming back out.
Mr. Morcade, attempt number 3, by the way. Hopefully this is a PR for him. That power jerk was sweet.
That last one looks so easy.
It was too. Honestly, maybe should have been attempt number 1. That one that we just watched. Let's go, bro.
like
Can't yell into the mic. I almost yelled into the mic. So we got Brian Morcade in lane number 4. He's our boy, and more bias. And Miss Lund in lane number 2 with a great rep. She's pressing.
holding it,
She's pressing.
holding
She's
it.
holding. She
Good
gets it.
repetition in lane 2 from Mrs. Lund.
All right, Brian. Let's see it, brother. Oh, that should have been your opener. That should have been
that
your
was
opener, bud.
Crispy.
That was very good. Very good by Mr. Morcade in lane number 4. If it seems like we're biased, it's because we are, and we know who these people are.
We know them
And
personally,
if we
yeah.
don't say your name, it's because I don't know your name. It's not because I don't like you.
Yes, it's true.
Only due to the nature of the format of this event, with different athletes coming up and waving certain attempts off, it's actually quite difficult to track the names. But all of you are doing a great job. And so far, the attempt selection has been really smart. And I love seeing that. You know, people can or they tend to go swing a little too far sometimes with events like this, and it's really cool to see that everyone is doing a great job with their attempt selection.
That looks like the weight went up in lane 4. 155, I believe, in lane 2. Strong press. Gets
Great
the down.
press.
controls it down.
I love that.
And got the good repetition. You know, one of the interesting things about some of these events is you have to display control not only on the way up, but also on the way down.
Why is that, though? Why do athletes, there's a crash pad there, why can't they just drop?
Well, there's a couple safety concerns, but another one of the concerns is also for the equipment. So firstly, we want to keep the athletes safe. We're making sure that everyone stays safe. If you drop it, it could take a weird bounce, and you could get hit with a potentially very heavy log that is made of steel.
Yeah. And that log will not break. You will. Oh, this gentleman, Big Sam, with crazy good shoulders.
Ooh, that was a tough one.
So Sam didn't get that rep because he needs to get his head through. That's why the ref didn't give it to him.
He's got a really strong press. He has a little bit of time left, if I'm not mistaken.
He just ran out. Now, so that's a shame because Sam obviously had the shoulders to crush that rep. But because ultimately he was looking at the log and not head through, he didn't get that repetition.
Yeah, and again, you got to display control. That leads back to what we were talking about. I just want to wrap up the other half of that.
Yeah,
sorry. It's for control. It's for the safety of the athlete to control it down, but it is also for the safety of the equipment. If we break the equipment, then the other athletes can't go, and that would give that last person that lifted a really big advantage in the fact that they, you know, the next athletes couldn't lift. So.
Lane number 2 and a wonderful third attempt there.
Oh, cow, he's got a lot of fight
attempt out of our boy here in lane 4. He's going again for it.
Push.
Oh, it would be quite challenging for him at this point to get this rep. His front rack's starting to collapse. He only has 3 seconds left, and he makes the wise decision to put it down.
He's got a lot of grit. And one of the interesting things about this event is you have 30 seconds to initiate the lift. Mm-hmm. But then within the max, like with the max log, you have 30 seconds to initiate the lift. If the log is not touching either of the crash pads, you can keep going.
Sure, absolutely.
So you can keep fighting. So he could have been there for quite a while, but I think it was wise for him to just cut it right there. That was a lot of effort. And this is just the first of many events this weekend.
Quite literally the first event.
Yeah. That was a
Mr. Nielsen here in lane 4.
Repetition.
Phenomenal. That was an attempt 1, very clean. Our gentleman here is passing this weight. Mr. Shaw, he's going to go up to a heavier weight. Or Irwin, rather. Mr. Irwin, he's going up to a heavier weight.
We got a lot of names.
There's a lot of names. There's a lot of names.
Okay, looks like we're going to have another weight change on lane 4.
Yeah, we're going on up here. We still have the gentlemen all lined up in the back here, in the back row, just waiting for the attempts that they want. And while we have a little bit of time, I want to shout out Maverick Sports and Rehab. Dr. John is here on the field today, making sure that all the athletes are healthy and safe.
Yep, right in the back of the screen. Back right of the screen right there, just watching over everyone.
And we really appreciate Dr. John being here. So if you're in the Washington State area, you want to have an incredible chiropractic experience and sports rehab, hit up Maverick Sports and Rehab.
Right,
sorry, distracted by Grant Higa on the mic.
Lane 4 starting his lift, solid, clean. Smooth dip, gotta force it out, lock it out, and hold it. He gets
and what I love about that,
good rep.
As soon as he found the balance point, as he was pressing through his triceps, he didn't lose it. He didn't rock to his toes. He didn't rock to his heels. He just stuck with it. And a lot of people get nervous in that grinding feeling, and that usually will lend them towards moving body positioning so the center of mass gets moved and they miss. He stuck right through it, stayed in that position, perfect finish to that rep. That was really cool.
Absolutely.
And it takes confidence and patience for that. You know?
Yeah, I was going to say, he knew that he had it. He knew he just had to keep fighting. Got the lockout, head through, look at the judge. They gave him the down.
Yeah, and for you amateurs or novices that might be watching right now, or just fans of the sport, who happen to maybe participate a little bit, when you're in that grind, it's so imperative to just stay in it. Like, I know it feels scary. I know it's a little intimidating. Just stay in that position. You oftentimes will get the rep that you thought you couldn't if you just do that. All right, Mr. Nielsen here in lane number 4. Nels, rather, pardon me. Very clean.
Smooth drive. Ooh, tried to push the head through. Just need a little more height on that big push. Oh,
wow. So I would say in that first, really good finish there. So what I would say by Mr. Nielsen there, great rep. But on that first attempt, I would say he was trying to get his head through a little too soon. There is a little bit of a benefit to looking at it just a little bit longer before you get your head through on the log. What do you think?
It is tricky. I think it depends on the athlete. It depends on the athlete. It also depends very much on the technique. If you're
Right.
using a push jerk, a lot of times you just want to get that head through and push yourself down under the log. If you're doing more of a push press, which is what I feel like we saw there, then yeah, laying the head back and really utilizing the triceps and maybe even a little bit of the upper pecs, definitely the shoulders is going to be your best bet.
I would agree. Completely agree with you. All right, that was attempt number 1 for our boy
Very
Erwin
smooth
here.
repetition.
Great
Very smooth.
repetition.
I believe that was his opener.
Yeah, it was opener. It was attempt number 1.
Very nice. 265 opener. That's
Yeah. And he
nothing to scoff at.
also has an Olympic lifting background, coached by Kevin Simmons, one of the best American weightlifting coaches of all time, who is also a coach out of Dungeon Strength. So
There we go.
And what's nice about the weightlifting team, about half of the team signed up for the strongman show. None of them having any experience with it. So it's really exciting to see some of the weightlifters here getting after it.
I think we're going to see some really good numbers.
Yeah, I think so too. There's an amateur in the open men in particular who's threatening a 200 kilo log as an amateur.
Ooh, what?
Yeah.
What's he doing
440.
at the amateur?
I told him he wasn't allowed to do the pro show. I coach him.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But that'd be really exciting. For those little trivia, little fun facts, the current world record for juniors in the sport is 205 kilos. That's 251 pounds.
That is so much.
Right.
That's heavy.
And the young man going for the potential 440 in the amateur today is 21. So he's right within the 2-year range, potentially crack at that world record. We'll see. We'll see.
That's awesome.
Things might get a little weird today.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So what's the cutoff for the junior division?
In strongman, it's 23.
Okay.
In
there we
other
go.
strength sports, it's 21.
Yeah, so that's another subdivision for the people that are watching that are unfamiliar with the term junior. That's 23 and below.
Right. All right, Nielsen's back out here for his, I believe, his 3rd attempt. Great clean. Beautiful.
His position is excellent. His chin is straight up to the ceiling. Big push.
Oh,
He's got to push it.
What a great attempt.
Very nice. Very
What
nice.
a great attempt by Nielsen.
Excellent repetition.
work.
And so that was excellent. Just barely grazed his head, kept it really close. And I think that gives us a really good opportunity to talk about like legal techniques and illegal techniques.
Sure.
You're allowed to keep grinding, keep pushing, but are we allowed to rest this log on our head?
No, not once. Unless it's 1988, you are not allowed to do that.
And your name is John Paul Sigmarsson.
That's right. So here we go. Lane
Sorry,
number
Jan Paul.
Jan Paul. All right, so Erwin, slightly more challenging clean, but I feel like the press will be the easiest part for him. And it definitely seems to be that
Using that push press. Holy cow.
way. Great work by Erwin.
Very well done. Very impressive.
305 going to be loaded
I
now.
believe
All right,
that's
we're going to-
285 that he just
It was, and they're going to 305 now.
hit. There we
And
go.
This is quite exciting. And if I understand correctly, this might be our Masters division.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
you
this
are
is.
correct.
This is
Yeah.
our Masters division. We have Masters smoking 130 kilo logs, 285. Let's go.
That's awesome.
All right, so Erwin's going for 305 for our fellow communists. That's 139 kilos, and for Americans, it's 305, obviously. But this is challenging weight. So Erwin right now is pacing the back. They're giving him ample amount of time to get ready for this attempt. I believe he's the only athlete left in the Masters division attempting this heavy of a weight. So he's going for an event win.
Absolutely.
He wants to
And
win this.
Potentially a huge PR. I'm not sure what he's
For
hit so far,
strongman,
but
I can almost guarantee it's a PR for
yeah,
log.
he's push pressing the 285.
Yeah.
Like, holy cow.
And he's a weightlifter, so I'd imagine, he probably has a clean and jerk somewhere in the 150 kilo range for him to be doing this,
Yeah.
which is, if 150 be 330 or above, guys listening in. So this is genuinely impressive. This is
Yeah.
genuinely impressive. He's got his mouthpiece in. Looks like he's getting himself psyched up.
Let's go, Jason.
Okay, all right. Jason
Something I
Erwin.
enjoy about Jason is he's always a cheerful guy.
Oh,
When I
yeah.
see him in the gym, he's always smiling, laughing. He'll be dancing between sets. He's
Yeah.
just he's a really chipper dude.
Great dude. He's well coached. Kevin Simmons also coaches James Erwin here, Jason Erwin here. And he looks, he's getting ready. He's getting his smell salts ready to go. Okay.
So what do those smelling salts do?
They make your ancestors touch you from the spirit realm. They wake you up, and I'll tell you what they actually do in a moment here.
Yeah,
But
let's watch this.
Mr. Erwin coming through. Great clean.
Very
That was
smooth
better than the
position.
last one, dude.
Pull forward a little bit. He's got to find the center of the foot. Big drive, push.
He lost that center balance. Can he
He's gonna
recover?
Go for it again.
Oh, just a little too heavy on the day.
Good effort. That
Great
was
attempt,
solid.
Mr. Irwin. Solid
Very
attempt
impressive.
there.
Very impressive performance. That 285 was smooth.
Yeah.
305, just a little too heavy for
Yeah.
today, but that's okay.
So to answer your question in actuality, what does smelling salts do? So what they actually do, it's just ammonia encapsulated in a vacuum-sealed bottle. And for anyone that's ever smelled ammonia before, it's obviously a very pungent, powerful smell, and it's condensed in this particular case. And when you put it in your face in a really masochistic, strange way, it really awakens you to do whatever strange task that you have decided is worth that sort of stimulus.
Yeah.
Maybe you're a trucker driving and you don't want to fall asleep. Maybe you're trying to hit a PR log. Either way, it's good stuff.
Yeah. For the most part, it is a very unpleasant sensation.
Yeah, it's
However, like you said, it can definitely wake you up. It can definitely draw your attention directly to the task.
Yeah. So that being said, while we're switching through to another group of individuals still within the amateur divisions, I want to shout out Cerberus Strength for being one of our primary sponsors here at the Rainier Classic. Cerberus has provided us with these log pads, some of the weights, all the sandbags, a ton of equipment that this show absolutely needed to run smoothly and efficiently, and they make great stuff. So if you're online, you want some good Cerberus equipment, check out CerberusStrength.com. They'll provide you with all the things you need for strongman training.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job manufacturing equipment and also supporting the athletes. We have
A lot of sponsored athletes.
Yeah, they have some of the top athletes in the entire sport from all divisions.
Honestly, damn near half of them, I
Yeah.
would say, are sponsored by Cerberus. Yeah. Cerberus. Why do I keep doing? Why do I keep saying
That's
it?
okay, man.
Cerberus.
That's
You're
okay.
Philly.
Are you staring at my headgear?
Yeah, there. Oh man! All right, so I know for a fact we're gonna have Dylan Lasich in lane number 3 because he's a guy at our gym, and he's also my gym nemesis.
Gym nemesis.
Gym
Tell me
nemesis. Me and
tell
Dylan.
me about this.
Me and Dylan never have competed against each other, but we do talk a lot of crap.
Oh, that's fantastic.
But I
love
am
that.
wishing him the best of luck today on his log.
Oh, excellent.
All right,
Yeah,
so
so Dylan was just clarifying some rules with the coach, with the judge in his lane, Dustin Tubbs.
You run your head judge's time, not me.
He's
okay?
talking about the lockout position. I don't know if he has an elbow issue. It's
I
preventing.
think
a
one of
full
his elbows are a
lockout.
little bendy, a little
okay.
bit bendy. So he's probably notifying his judge of that, who thankfully is another training partner of his at the gym. So I'm sure he's well aware.
Yeah, so you will see some of the athletes with potentially like an elbow injury, and they can't quite fully lock the elbow out. But
So
if they
what
tell the
happens?
judge beforehand, it's respected, it's known. Very smooth rep out of Dylan.
Dylan, great rep here. Lane number 4, great lockout, great rep. Number 2, very successful. And lane number 1, I love the front rack in lane number 1 and a 6 split shirt. Great job, buddy. Big fan of that.
Very nice. And Mr. Ivan Usa waving off in lane 4.
Oh, no, disregard. What is it, Anita? 95. All right, 95.
There we go. So now some of these lanes are starting to fill in.
Oh, yeah. And again, for those watching, this is a max log first event. People are going to pass some weights. People are going to do some weights. The athletes in the amateur division have 3 total attempts. And later in the day, when we feature the pro show, those athletes have unlimited attempts in the max log.
Absolutely. And that would be what's known a last man standing.
Yes,
last
exactly.
woman standing. Slightly different. They can wave off attempts. We have fighting for that
Good
repetition in
finish
lane
there,
4.
though. Lane number 2 with a beautiful clean. And an even better split shirt. Let's go, buddy.
That was smooth. Lane 1 starting to lift. Solid split jerk in lane 1 as well. We see that coming up more and more in the sport.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Zach, what are the benefits? Split jerk, push press, power jerk. Why? Why are we doing these things?
Well, it can basically, in the sport of strongman, the simplest way that I can put it is however you can get it overhead, however you can get the most weight overhead, or the weight overhead the most times is the technique that you want to go with, given that it's moderately safe and scalable. Split jerk is something that's tried and true from the weightlifting world. For the individuals listening that might not be familiar with the term weightlifting, Olympic weightlifting.
Snatch, clean, and jerk, baby. Sport of weightlifting. That's the name.
Yep.
It's not only lifting.
It's weightlifting. And yeah, it provides excellent stability with a fantastic drive, allows individuals to get low underneath be it log, axle, barbell. I've even seen some splits in things like keg pressing.
I've done that.
Yeah, I've seen splits
Dumbbell.
even dumbbell.
Yep.
But allows excellent stability while providing a jerk variation.
So essentially, it's just one of the tools that get used, right?
Absolutely.
That's the cool thing about strongman. Ultimately, you can basically do whatever you want
Oh, yeah.
to achieve the goal, as long as you're not like overtly cheating, of course. But
Yeah.
there's no real strict rules besides sumo. It's a very open sport to creativity, which is
Yeah.
one of my favorite
Boo.
things. Yeah, boo, sumo, not real lift, boo.
No, I'm saying boo the rule. I'm way better
boo the
at sumo.
Never mind.
Yeah, good repetition out of Caleb in lane 3.
Yeah, lane 4 at a great split jerk there, just getting it through with his triceps mid-split. Very challenging. Having to lock out while in the split position, that's tough, brother.
Oh, yeah. But good discipline.
Yeah.
Good discipline.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see athletes try to hit a jerk, and then they stand up before they've locked the elbows
Right.
out. And that
Be
makes
patient.
it-
Just be patient.
Yeah, got to be patient. Got to get that lockout before you try to recover.
Phenomenal first rep here by this gentleman with a great split jerk,
Mr.
whose last
Ivanusa.
name is Ivanusa. Great job, buddy.
I believe it's Pavlov.
Petra. Wasn't it?
Different. Pavlov. Or
Never mind.
Pavlov, sorry.
Pavlov.
Pavlov.
We're doing a great job over here with names.
Sorry,
we love you
bro.
all, guys.
I've known him for years.
I know. Isn't that like your boy? All right.
All right, smooth dip, strong drive. That is the second repetition for him, and that looked super silky smooth.
Yeah, Mr. Murph with a great clean end push press.
Very nice.
Great job.
How come the ladies ain't going, right? So you can see we got a lot of male competitors out there.
Okay, we have our boys lining up here in lanes number 3 and 4.
It's on their time. There's only like 3 lanes over here.
All right, lane 4 is starting up with a clean, smooth clean. Chin is up, strong drive. He's got to get the head through, wait for the down.
Yeah.
Good down call.
That was a good example of someone who seemingly prefers the style of looking at the log a little long as they're push pressing and then getting through. You know, pros and cons to all that.
Absolutely.
That gentleman got his head through a little sooner than most, and he definitely had to hold it.
Great discipline.
Yeah,
he had to
yeah.
hold it. Like, that was
Yeah. Dustin Tubbs was not playing around. Judge.
not playing games, bro.
All right, so Dylan Lasich back in lane number 3. We have our boy in lane number 4 with a beautiful push press. Way to go.
Very solid. Very solid.
All right, Dylan, I believe, is going for a 225 right now. I believe that's what it is. And lane number 3. Yes, it is 225. In lane number 4, we have James Moore with 225. First attempt. I know that because I'm his coach. And he is going to
Dylan
split
going
jerk.
for that press in lane 3.
Not bad. Great discipline out of James. Way to hold that split. Way to go.
Yeah, good reps for James and Dylan, lane 3 and 4.
Yeah, great work, guys.
And we're up to 225 in both these lanes. Looks like lane 4 is going up. Very nice discipline out of lane 2 right there.
And for the men's, for those watching, the women's divisions, they're increasing by 10 pounds per jump if they decide to take the next jump. And for the men's, it's 20.
Yeah. That is good judging out of lane
Yeah.
3. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
So the people at home, they might be wondering, like, he had the log controlled overhead. Why was he not getting a down call quicker? His feet were actually separated. His feet were still in the split. They were staggered, which does not display control. He needs to recover feet back to a square position.
Feet parallel.
Before he's going to get that down call. So that's really good judging.
Yeah, Dustin Tubbs, you're doing a great job of judging, buddy. Lane number 4 here, great one for another 225 attempts. Great push press.
Very
great
nice.
down command.
And we actually got 245 in lane 4 right now.
Oh, pardon me, 245.
No
Cool.
worries. A lot of moving parts.
Yep.
This is a tough one to commentate for.
Yeah, it's fast. It's fast paced.
So that was he had a little sniffy sniff, Mr. Smith in lane 4.
Sniffy
A little sniffy sniff of
Yeah.
that ammonia.
Hopefully just ammonia or not, whatever.
Yeah.
It is America. Do whatever you want.
Here
Lane
we
number
go.
1 with a beautiful clean and hold it. Lane number 1, great job with that split jerk. Just barely cleared her noggin.
Excellent. Smith's taking a little wind
Oh,
up.
he went for a preemptive
I know,
wind
I
up to
saw
his
that,
tip.
right? That was
Fascinating, Smith. Interesting approach.
It's a little forward on the toes. It keeps pulling the log forward. Those heels are coming up.
Yeah,
It's so
the
tough.
weight's pulling him forward. But honestly, a clever technical approach for someone who maybe knew the weight was a little out of their range, like kind of just a way to create because what he's doing is essentially creating momentum through the implement, which you don't get out of a fixed object. With the barbell, you would due to tensile strength and bending. But so that was a creative way to potentially try to replicate that.
Yeah, trying to get a little stretch reflex out of those quads.
All right, lane number 4, brilliant finish there. from your friend Pavlo. Great work here.
All right, I believe this is attempt number 3. In lane
It is. 245 pounds, I believe, on the log.
Yes, sir. And we got a Caleb approaching in lane number 3. He's taking his time with it. Going for the press, resetting on the shoulders. Nice and smooth. It proves to be just a little too much. Caleb Desjardins in lane number 3. Getting the good rep.
Got a beautiful split jerk out of lane number 1 there. Great job, buddy.
And so I think that might have been one of the first times in lane number 4 we saw someone start the repetition more than once. And so they do have 30 entire seconds to start their final attempt.
They do.
And so, you know, you can take an attempt right on the go and then wait till 29 seconds and pick it up, and you can have all the time in the world to try. But I'll tell you what, holding that weight, the time under tension, it starts to grate on you.
Yeah. And they're allowed to pick it up to the 1 second left, I believe, on their attempt. I believe that is the case.
Nice.
Okay, now 245 seems to be a big barrier here for these gentlemen here in lane number 4.
Yeah, and they're pressing over body weight at this point.
Yes. Yeah, this is our 105 division.
Yeah, that's 231 in freedom units.
Okay, great push press.
He's got to hold it. That's a really good call out of the judge.
So we have James Moore coming up in lane number 4. This is 5 pounds under his best log ever. Lane number 4. So this will be a big attempt for him.
Is this attempt number 2 for him?
Attempt number 2. Attempt number 2.
Here we go. Hey, and it's just like we called earlier, just right under current PR.
Yep.
And then go for that PR in attempt number 3. We just want to get good placing points. Push, hit.
And he gets.
Boy. Hold it.
All right, good patience.
Very
good
well
patience
done.
out of
Very
James.
well
Way
done.
to go.
That was a tough one. Nervous system was saying, wow.
Yeah. Now it'll be a good full send on his 3rd attempt.
All right. Lane number 4 getting ready. I don't believe we've seen him up. This might be his first attempt.
I believe it is. This is definitely his first attempt. He's going to fix the log, which is smart. He's taking the time to fix the crash pad just in case it hits the floor. Because if the log does hit the floor, it is a no rep. It cannot touch the floor off of the initial drop. Now, if it hits the pads and bounces off, that's okay. Okay, oh boy.
Could be.
Okay, and we're good. I got a little
Very
worried
nice.
there at that initial
I
dip.
thought I saw some woozy in there, too.
Yeah.
So sometimes people can get a little lightheaded with that log on their chest. What's going on there? Like, we even see people sometimes even pass out.
So it's a couple things that could happen depending on where the athlete rests the log. They could be cutting off the major carotid arteries in the neck. There's 2 of them there, and it can actually press on it. So even though the athletes are breathing, if it's cutting off that blood supply, you're going to go to sleep because your brain needs blood, it turns out. Now, if it's not that, sometimes the athlete is holding their breath a little too long. All that pressure in the noggin starts to build, and they get a little woozy. So it's usually 1 or 2 things that happens there. A good way to mitigate it, at least I think, when athletes go to finish the clean, I tend to tell people to raise those elbows high and to think not only lat spread, but delts up. And that usually creates just enough space for them to be comfortable with the log.
A nice shelf.
Yeah, exactly. A giant shelf. Just like, look at that lat spread, brother. Just like that.
Very nice lift out of Mr. Smith. Or no, that's not. Sorry, who is that?
Hodgson's, I guess. In lane number 4. Hodgson.
We got a Lance in lane 4.
Well, that initial dip really
First
took him
attempt.
forward.
Very smooth, clean.
All right, lane number 4 here. Good front rack. Great press.
He's
Look
got
at that.
pistons in those shoulders.
He does. Yeah, that gentleman's got some strong shoulders.
Very smooth, very smooth. Pablo coming up in lane 4 again. I believe this is his 3rd attempt.
Yeah. We're already up to 165 pounds in lane 2, and that is our 160-pound division.
Pablo, attempt number 3.
Great attempt.
He's got
Oh, no.
If I were him, I would take my time, lift it with a second left, use the rules.
It is so important to wait for your judge's command.
That was smooth. I think he's got this, though. I think he can get it. Oh, that's a tough one. That is a
close
really tough
attempts. But that's the name of the game. You have to listen to the judge. Ultimately, if they do not give you a down, that is not a rep. Even if it was brilliant, even if it was very good.
Yeah, you gotta hold it, and that's part of the game. You know,
Yeah.
you have to have that composure to wait for the down call. It is a display of control and intention.
Absolutely. Okay. Lane number 3 with a brilliant clean there. Lane number 1 as well. Oh, just missed out on the split jerk in lane number 1. Lane number 3, just a miss in the push press. Can we do it in lane 4?
Too heavy.
The dip dragged him forward.
A little bit of a misgroove in lane number 4. He's trying to find the center of that foot. You can see him waving back and forth. He's probably going to take another swing. I think this guy is...
He has the power.
Yeah.
He has the power. He just needs to wait a few moments.
And so that log, like, it is such a tough thing to hold on the chest.
And I know he's well
His
coached.
chin's down a little
He's coached
bit.
by Gabe Pena.
Yeah.
He just...
It just looked to me like he's having trouble finding the center of the foot. I think he is very capable of that weight, actually.
And you know what, too, honestly, depending on the state of the athletes coming on, he might have had a really big water cut going into this 105 division, and he might be feeling it. You know, these things happen. You would know. You've had good cuts, you've had bad cuts.
Oh, yeah.
And it definitely messes with your center of gravity if you happen to have a tougher cut.
Yeah, and so the people that are new to the sport, you know, we're talking about cuts or water cuts. Like, what is that? What is a water cut?
Oh, you would have a way better explanation than I am. But essentially, so a lot of these athletes, depending on the weight class they're competing in, will be cutting down from a heavier weight to a lighter weight to have a bit of a physical advantage over their peers. Generally speaking, it's usually because they're bigger and stronger. Now, if you happen to have a really big water cut or a weight cut, we'll use that terminology, it can affect your performance at the show. So what is the cut, though? So generally speaking, if someone's manipulating water, or if you hear the term called water cut, essentially people will induce themselves with gallons of water about 3 to 5 days out from the competition and then suddenly cut it off the day before. And your body has a reaction to where it starts dispelling all of the weight. That was a great rep at lane number 4. Great job.
We just have to cut in
Hodgson,
real quick.
that was so
Hodgson,
cool.
That was an
Huge PR.
epic repetition.
So cool. Forget water cuts. Hodgson is the real. Lane number 3 as well. Great finish. But yeah, so essentially your body will expel all that water with a lot of vigor, if you will, because you've been inundating it with a ton of it, right? So it's going to expel, and then you end up getting lighter than what you were when you initially started because you dehydrate yourself as a process of that.
Yeah, and then you got to rehydrate, and that's one of the benefits of having a 24-hour weigh-in within this sport. Other sports have 2-hour weigh-ins. Other sports have even more complicated weigh-in procedures. We have Lance in lane number 4. I believe that was a successful...
Letty in lane number 2 just smoked a 165 log. Smoked it.
That was smooth.
That was a great rep.
Lance getting the clean, and you know he's got a strong press. Let's see if he can put it together. He's starting to get pulled forward by that log a little bit.
He's got this, though. He's got the
Dip
power.
drive.
Look at those shoulders.
He's so strong.
Come on,
in the
buddy.
shoulders. So strong in the shoulders.
I do love that his belt says across the back, "We don't give up." Or "We don't quit." We don't quit. I like
That's
that.
awesome. Yeah, taking a second to compose himself. Very good work. Very good work.
Yeah, he's got great performance. I believe he has one more attempt.
He does.
And he's the only gentleman out, so he might have already won.
Yeah, so he's going, taking a second. Weight is going up in lane 4. Looks like we're going up to 305.
What do you got? Is it 165? Is that right? Just making sure.
Okay, so we have some weight changes going on here, guys. And our open men, by the way, still have not hit the floor. We still have a whole series of open men to come.
Ooh, we're going to see some heavy weights from those guys. Oh. So Lance is back out there. He's taking a little bit of extra time, just like we saw with Mr. Irwin earlier. He's given a little bit of extra time because it is very difficult to take a near maximum repetition and then go for potentially something you've never lifted before. That is just a basic courtesy. We see that in other sports as well.
Absolutely. I want to give a little shout out to a Stephen Bradley, who's just off to my right. Stephen Bradley is the 3rd strongest 105 kilo strongman in the world. And he's sitting right over here helping out.
Yeah, just sitting around helping.
Oh, here we go. Lane number 1. I believe we're going for a big PR here.
All right. Here
Crowd's
it is.
going nuts for this athlete here. Let's go. See that clean.
I
Great
believe
clean.
that's Nicole in lane number 1.
Oh, and that
Going for the
split jerk. What a
Holding
great
him
attempt.
down. Great discipline. Excellent discipline. Has a weightlifting and CrossFit background, I believe. And that really came through in holding that, waiting for the down, because in many other sports like weightlifting, you have to wait for the down call.
Absolutely.
But
And
it
if
could
you
also
don't-
bite you in the butt, because in weightlifting you could just drop it
Yeah,
from overhead.
you
That's
can.
perfectly fine.
You
In this
cannot
sport-
do that here.
No. All right, looks like we got a weight change on lane number 1. One of our head organizers, Lucas Hatton, one of the strongest men on the planet, chatting with the judge and
Yeah, he's
scorekeeper in
okay.
lane number 4.
He does okay at strongman, Lucas Hatton, and he's here putting on this show.
Yeah, he's kind of strong.
Yeah,
kind of
he's
strong.
potentially top 4 in the sport, top 3, top 4, depending on who you talk to.
If you talk to me, I say top 3.
He is top 3.
Yeah.
He had a nice little mulligan at Worlds, but besides that, he usually crushes.
That's okay, and that's one of the fun things about strongman.
It's true.
For the people that are, again, just seeing this for the first time, there are over 60 events that could be selected, and within a contest, you typically only have 5 to display your proficiency.
Oh, yeah.
And
Here
so
we
you
go.
have to be good at everything. If you have one weakness, it's going to punish you.
Though, in my opinion, if it's a 5-event show, it's not a real show.
I don't know.
That's my
I
opinion.
think you can set together a good 5-event contest.
I think you'd be a sneaky McGee for 5 events and hide weaknesses.
I think
But
you
it
could.
is fine.
I think you could. Yeah, if we're looking at a true test, I think you need probably at least 10 events.
Okay, we have a big attempt here. This is definitely
Lance coming out.
3rd attempt. This is probably a PR attempt for lane number 4.
You know, he's just got to get past this clean.
It's going to be the clean and the dip and drive. I completely agree. If he can if he can keep center balance, I think he'll get this.
Great posture, chest is back, hips are through. Nice and steady. If he can stay on the center of the foot and drive, he's going to finish this. Here we go. Push. He's holding.
Oh, what a
down.
beautiful
Man,
third
he makes
attempt.
that- He
Way
makes
to
that
go.
press look easy.
Great job.
Oh, my goodness.
Excellent work. And way to finish out his division, huh? It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool to be the last one out for a division. I know
And then
you,
hit it.
especially with overhead. I know you know what that's like a lot. That's usually kind of just what you do.
It feels nice. It feels nice.
Yeah. And what is your best overhead lift, Zach? What would you say is your best one?
Barbell jerk.
Okay.
They're like
what-
barbell overhead press.
And what's your best barbell jerk or overhead?
455.
455. So that's
Yeah.
200 and
7, I believe.
but 207 kilos.
Is it
206.
212?
No, not 212.
Okay,
no,
cool,
but
cool.
207, I believe 206.
Yeah.
Kind of big weight. Oh, we have Nicole still out here with another attempt, potentially I believe her last attempt.
Here we go. Very nice clean, steady dip, strong drive. Oh, and it rolls forward. I would say that her hand position might be slightly off. The reason I say that is as she dipped, you can see it roll really hard forward and kind of crack her wrist forward. She's got to make sure to set those hands in the center of the log, or that's going to be a really difficult task. Couldn't quite get it. She got the clean.
Beautiful
but that
clean,
is not
good
enough
attempts.
for points in this event.
You know, we have and now we are bringing out the IFSA log. This
awesome.
log has been pressed by Zadrunas Savitkas, Misha Koklayev, Raymond Bergmanis, Martins Lisis, Lucas Hatton in the gym. Like, this log has the greatest athletes in the world have pressed on this log. It originally came from Montreal after being developed at a factory in Iceland. The true world title for a number of years was a competition called IFSA, and this is the exact log they used, and we got it here. Shout out to Romark West for watching right now. Hello, Romark. He's texting me and talking a lot of shit. Good to see you, buddy. Now, this is important. This is critical. This is genuine history in the making here, that at a local show and a pro show later in the afternoon, that people are getting to press on some of the most historically significant items in the sport.
Absolutely, yeah. These pieces of equipment are really historic. They are, as you mentioned, Zadrunas Savitkas set world records on this very
He pressed
log.
205 kilos on this log.
Yeah, that is a lot.
Yeah, that's
205
451,
is a
baby. And this log, empty, is 105 kilos, 231.4 pounds on the dot, by the way. It is exactly that weight. And because it was used initially in Europe, so everything's in kilos for this weight. However, we will give you the poundage if I can keep up with it.
I was going to say, we're going to have to do quick math. I think between the two of us,
We'll
we can
be
sort it
okay.
out.
Yeah, we'll have a general idea.
We're both pretty fluent.
Yeah, both pretty okay at weights. Quick shout out to EPH Hay Bales. They are generally the company that gives us a giant truck and hay bales for our background and our banners today. We didn't get it for this year, but they're still sponsoring the show, so we love you over at EPH. Thank you so much for supporting the show for nearly all 5 years, I want to say.
Long time
yeah, I
sponsor.
think the very first sponsor was EPH, the very first one. So thank you so much for being with us the whole dang time. You guys are the best.
Absolutely.
All right, so we have our next divisions coming on out. We have some women's divisions. We have the women's 180. We have some women's open coming. We have some men's open is now starting to rain on through, and you can tell because they're huge.
They are indeed large land mammals. Looks like we have the 265s gathering in lane 3, chatting with the judge in that lane, Dustin Tubbs.
Oh, yeah, we have a bunch of great athletes out here. We have some strong guys. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say something wild today. Now, if the 3 gentlemen that I'm going to talk about specifically, if they came in shape, which I believe they did, I have a very strong suspicion the 3 open men that I'm about to mention in the amateur division will be guys that we watch in the future at World's Strongest Man, the Arnolds, and Rogue. And the biggest shows in the world. 3 in particular in the division today. In the amateur division, I believe if these guys stick with it, they will be some of the best Americans we've ever seen. That's Ty Gilliland, Sturge Anderson, and Weston War. Those 3 in particular. And I believe that's probably going to be our podium. But those 3 in particular young men are genuine world beaters to come. And they're all 23 years or younger. And they're all just children, essentially, who are just unbelievably strong.
Yeah.
Unbelievably and proficient, and they have the genetics.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Just my little speculation, my little tidbit. Oh, we got Ashley.
Got an early prediction. That's awesome.
Getting the crowd going. Now, it's funny. It actually just told me how to say her last name an hour ago, and I already forgot.
Jean Andrea.
Ashley, I believe in you. You're doing so good. Let's go, Jean Andrea. Great,
just
clean.
call her Ashley G, though. You got it now. Nice smooth
Finish.
The press, got to come up and
she
back.
gets
Hold
that
it.
number 1 attempt. Let's
Very
go,
nice.
Ashley.
Very nice.
And I'm not sure if she'll go up from there, and I hope she does, because that was a great attempt. Good for her.
That was good. That was very nice.
Now, these amateur men are already getting to start on the IFSA log. How beautiful is that?
That's awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so we have one good repetition with the 240 on there? Pounds?
So right now they have
105 or
110 on that log, so it's 242.
Okay.
Because those are, I believe, those are 2.5 kilo plates. It's 105 empty. So 110 kilo, 242.
Excellent. And I will say I did get a chance to clean and press that log, and it will be interesting to see how this goes because personally I did not enjoy that log. It's actually kind of a challenging log.
I think I found that the clean is quite challenging.
Oh yeah.
The press I didn't mind so much, but the clean is different.
Yeah.
It's a different clean.
Yeah.
And this is an event where I'd say grip shirts matter for sure.
Absolutely. Oh, so he's gotta have some discipline on that because that was, yeah. So judge actually called it back, said no repetition because he initiated the down before he got the down call. So he's gotta get it up and hold it. He's gotta. Oh boy. Okay, this is a tough one. Hold it. If he keeps it up.
So unfortunately, he missed the down command, so it seems, and that's unfortunate because now his competition's done for the day.
Oh, that is an ouchie. Yeah,
But it happens, man. It looked like he was well for it, but these things can happen.
You gotta. I mean, you can't have those kind of mistakes in the sport where one little slip up like that can ruin that event for you.
Right.
And the press looks so easy. I would say he would be good for several jumps.
I think so too. And we have Josh Bailey here in lane number 4. Josh is one of our local boys, and that was a great first attempt by Josh. Way to go,
Very
buddy.
nice. Very
Great
nice
attempt.
work.
Okay, so basically, anyone that's on the black log over there was starting at 230, under 231, essentially. And everyone that's over here is starting above. So that's a good way to divide if you're watching on the stream. That's Weston War, who just walked away, by the way, that real tall young man. That's one of the gentlemen I was talking about that has genuine world-class potential. Just a nice young boy from the hills of Utah. He's a farmer
Nice.
boy.
Heck yeah.
Hey, so I just did a search just so everybody knows. This log right here.
So we got another weight change.
And
Shout
those
out
are
again
10
to the
kilo
spotters
plates,
and
I believe.
loaders. Sorry, what was that?
So they're going up to what I believe is 105, 110, 115. This should be at 120 kilos. I believe this is 264.
Very nice. we got a second attempt in lane number 4.
424.4 pounds was lifted on that long right here.
Just chatting with the judge, clarifying something real quick, saying, yes, I'm ready. Here we go.
All right.
Gets into the lap, taking a breath. One of the last good places to breathe is the lap.
Exactly. So he's fighting a little bit in this front rack. Hopefully he finds his balance. Oh, he finds the power.
He's got to hold it.
He's got the
gotta
power.
hold it. Very
gets
good
the down.
discipline.
Way to
Very
go,
good
buddy.
discipline. Well done.
Great
Very
press.
well done.
He also has the "Don't Weaken" tattoo across the shin. The old shout out to Thor.
Yeah.
All right, so
they're
right now,
clarifying rules just a little bit right now. There's a
so they're finding the gentleman's name real quick in his scorecard. He's gonna breathe. He's gonna stay ready. And this is his second attempt, so he missed his first attempt. So he actually gets to come back for his last 2. So he's not eliminated, which is nice. So he has an opportunity now to correct himself. However, he had to go up.
I do like it when competitions do that. I don't like the miss and you're out.
Yeah.
I actually much prefer if you have 3 attempts, you get 3 attempts.
I think so too. I think it's great.
And I also think if you're breaking a division or world record of some kind, you should be allowed a 4th.
I think so too.
But we can argue about that with whoever. He's got to hold it.
Oh, no! Again.
He's really having a tough time with that lockout position. I don't know if it's a balance issue.
Oh, so never mind. So he actually doesn't get to compete again. So the head judge, Lucas Hatton, just confirmed with the other judges he missed his first attempt. He's actually out.
Yeah, so
that was a miscommunication there.
Yeah, so sometimes in competition, if you miss a lift, you are totally out. You are not allowed the other repetitions. The other attempts. I personally prefer getting the 3, but it is what
I
it is.
prefer the 3 as well,
Yeah.
but you know what? It's part of the game. You have to strategize better.
And those are the rules. You have to be aware of them.
Wow, lane number 3 rather, with an incredible fight. Way to go. Josh Bailey with a great... Oh, he's got to hold it, Josh. So Josh did not hold his rep at the top there. He needs to take his time. He needs to compose himself. He has the power for this. Great clean. Ashley coming out for a second attempt in lane number 2. Looks like Josh is going to have to walk away from that today.
Very good effort.
Great job, Josh. Great first attempt. All right, Ashley, going for what I believe might be a PR for Ashley.
Okay, here
Come
we go.
on,
Clean
Ashley.
is good. Great position. Chin is all the way up. Smooth dip. And a little bit heavy.
It seems a little heavy off the chest. Her clean is powerful.
Absolutely.
Ashley's another athlete who did a complete body recomposition to get ready for the show. Looks fantastic. Worked really hard on her weight loss. It just seems like that weight today might be a little much.
Very nice. Very nice clean and press out of lane number 4. And War waving off his next attempt, as well as the next couple athletes. We have a 3rd attempt coming up here on lane number 4. Lane number 3, fighting for that rep, holding it
And he
down.
gets it. Way to go. Way to have patience at the top there. He got his head through just enough for our judge, Dustin, to give him the down command. Dustin Tubbs. Shout out to Dustin Tubbs. So we are going up now on this IFSA log.
So lane number 3, that was Andrew Garon. Coming up in lane number 3, looks like a Mr. Hemi. He likes to go by Hemi.
Hammy.
Brian Hemi. Here we go. Nice and smooth. Drive. Hold it. Down. Very nice. Lane number 3 is some strict judging.
Yeah,
That is
Dustin
strict.
Tubbs on top of it.
But that's good. We got to hold everybody to a high standard. The athletes that are competing here, many of them are national level competitors.
And they want to. They're going to be national level competitors, trying to go to nationals and podium, trying to get that pro card, baby. And if that's the case, you genuinely need to have very strict standards. And we have a first athlete out in lane number 1. I believe she's competing in the 82 kilo division, so 180 pounds.
Lane number 4 initiating the lift. He's got 286 on the bar. Lane number 1 is good with 125. And lane number 4 just looking like a little too heavy, shaking off the cobwebs.
So he had 130 kilos on there. It's 286 pounds. It's heavy. It's heavy, you know?
Yeah, looked like he was experiencing a little bit of that lightheadedness with the shaking of the head like that. But he got 2 good attempts in.
He did. He
got
was his third
2 good
attempt.
lifts.
He
That's
got
when
points
you
on the
swing
board.
for the fence.
Points on the board.
Yep. Could be very good points as well.
Nice shot.
All right, so 130 kilos in lane number 4. It looks as though we are also at 130 kilo in lane number 3 as well.
Oh my goodness, his press has gotten a lot better. That was
He's gotten
very
so strong. So
286. Holy cow.
Really good.
Very
Really
well
good.
done.
I remember when he was 105.
Yeah, no, I do too.
He's a thick boy now.
Help him out.
There we go.
286 on lane 4.
Thank you.
Lane 3 going 2.
Okay.
All right, lane number 4 is good.
Great
Good
attempts.
reps. He's
Man,
gotta be
lane 3
Mr.
smoked.
French has got to be careful with that control down. That was hands-on past the chest. It's still good.
Yeah.
But if those hands separate when you drop it down like that, it could be trouble, you know? You got to be careful with that technique.
Yeah.
I believe lane number 3 was good on his attempt.
So what's interesting is we still have a few people who haven't even opened.
Ooh,
We have some heavy hitters coming out
that
here.
makes sense, though. I mean, as you mentioned, we have some potentially over 300 or some potentially over 400-pound repetitions coming in.
That's the goal. Let's see here.
Lane
Great
number 3, that
clean.
was ooh.
So this gentleman here in lane number 4 took 4th place at World's Strongest Firefighter. He is an incredible athlete. And another gentleman that I think will be a pro soon.
strong to move a 286-pound log like that. Lane number 3 struggling a little bit. I believe that's Jason Garon.
Good try. 1.
Sorry, Andrew Garon.
Time's expired. Remember, they have 30 seconds. Once they pick up the log, they got 30 seconds to get a down signal from the judge.
Lane number 4, good with the clean. He's got good position. He's got strong shoulders. He's got to hold it, wait for that down call, and it's good. Good down call, good rep. He's laughing a little bit. He says, yeah, I got that. That's 286 again on lane number 4.
We have Western War here coming on up. Another gentleman with extreme potential. 130 kilos in the log. Lane number 4, Western War. Just 20 years old. Giant of a man.
We got a couple, you know, as you mentioned. Very
Great
nice.
press, Weston.
Great positioning overhead. Hands on the whole way down. Gorgeous. Very good lift from Mr. War in
Yep.
lane number 4.
Also, that's a hell of a name. Western War. That's a great strongman name.
And lane
So if
number
you look on
1
this-
working on this repetition.
So if you look on the screen
is
here
good.
too, you can see where we're at in our logs based on the lanes. Look at that. Lane number 1,
Excellent.
125. Lane 2, 155. Lane 3, 135. Lane 4, 286. And they're going up now at lane number 4. But you can track with us along on the screen here, guys.
So we got Brian Hemme going for 305 in lane number 3.
That's right.
Clean is good. He's got to stabilize and dip and drive.
I know lane number 4's weight has just gone up as well. We'll get that soon enough for you guys. Oh, there it is, 140 kilo. Thank you so much, Noah Bond. Great press.
308
That's-
is good.
Lane number 4's judge is making them hold a long time at the top there. She's really making sure these gentlemen get their head through. Everything's locked. Hips are in positions. Feet are in positions. It's
Yeah,
good
that
stuff.
Yeah, that was a great repetition from Luke Young in lane number 4.
308.
So you have Mr. French here. Christopher French in lane number 4 going for a 140 kilo log. It's 308 pounds on the famous IFSA log.
Oh,
out
just
in
a
front.
little out front. Yep. Oh, that might be hard to tell from the angle of the camera, but when went to press it, had all the power, was just a little out front and fatigued from that attempt.
Now, had he had that same hit on the first one, but the hips back slightly, it would have been a made rep.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Lane number 3 with a very successful 305. Smoked it. Our boy in lane 3 is having a day.
Very well done. Lane number 4, Ty.
Ty Gillian, opening attempt at 140 kilo. Smokes
Nice
it with a
split.
split jerk. Let's go, Ty. Beautiful technique. I love me a good split jerk. I'm so biased. I'm so biased.
It's good.
I've only
It's
coached
good.
a few world records in the overhead. Let me tell you, I love the split jerk.
Let's get behind her here.
Very well done.
145 on the
Okay, so 140 kilos still for lane number 4. We have our boy Justin Zuniga in lane number 4.
Ooh, lane number 1 just had an awesome split jerk.
Got 145 pounds. Nice, phenomenal.
Very, just like really got under that bar. That was really impressive.
Lane 2, the beautiful push press. Justin in lane 4, the beautiful push press.
Yeah, good with 308.
Yes, he does. Absolutely destroys the wall. Holy cow.
All right, so now lane number 4 again, going for that 140 kilo. Beautiful clean. Now, what's interesting, he has a very long beard, and that could take time, which it could also eat it. Oh, he just missed. Close attempt by lane number 4 here at that 140. All right, he's going again. He's going for it. Oh, it's so close. Good attempt out of lane number 4. Just missed the 140 kilo, 308 pounds in the day. Weston War coming on out for a 308-pound log. Weston War, again, that young man that I was mentioning with so much promise and potential. I'm going to be briefly joined here by owner and operator of the primary sponsor of Dungeon Strength, Ryan Terry. Ryan Terry, thanks for joining me so far, buddy.
Yeah,
Good
I just wanted
see
to
you.
come in and sit in and check in on you.
Oh, yeah, Weston
Everything-
War. This 20-year-old young man, I genuinely believe in the future is going to be one of the best in the world on the main stage.
I agree.
Weston
So
War.
We've been watching him for a while, and you are the one that told me a lot about him.
Yep.
And have we talked about Luke, who's going next here after Mr. Hill here? But Luke here has put on about 100 pounds in about 2 years.
He looks incredible.
He looks incredible.
Great push press out of lane 4 here with 140 kilos, 308 pounds. That's brilliant. So now we've condensed all the lanes for those watching in the open men. They're all going to be now on this lane 4. So you can just track the weight at the bottom of the screen there where the 308 is currently listed, and you can keep up with where these open men are at. Now, we still have one gentleman who still hasn't opened in the open division. And that's the Big Sturge.
Yeah,
The Big Sturge is yet to open.
So I've heard through the grapevine that we've got him, and oh wait, his coach is right here.
Oh, hi.
That's got him opening. Are we making that public? On
Yeah,
when he's
yeah,
open?
totally.
350,
Yeah,
right?
380.
380.
Yeah, 385.
Which is, I think that's perfect for Serge. I can't wait to see him press on this today.
And you know what's interesting is the current world record for the juniors is 205 kilos. Sturge might go for 200 kilos today. Who knows? We'll see.
Okay, I would love to see it, and I know he's capable of it. I've seen him in the gym. He's been grinding. He has been extremely consistent. Moved up to the area to train exclusively out of Dungeon.
Yeah, he did.
And with you, and goes with you and Lucas trains. Very proud of him.
All right, our boy Luke here.
All right, here we go, Luke.
Coming on up. Luke Young, who's gained about 100 pounds in 2 years to be a proper open weight athlete. Coming up here at 330 pounds, 150 kilos on the dot. Luke here. Good clean. He's got to get those elbows a little higher.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So he has time. He can pace himself.
Yep.
The dip and drive looked good.
It
I just
did.
think his elbows need to be higher.
They need to be higher, and then he just needs to settle a little bit more.
I
But
completely
also,
agree.
you can tell he's getting used to all that weight on his frame.
Right.
And once
Right.
that settles in, that's good. He's going to be great.
I completely agree.
Yep.
All right.
It was great to see
It was
you.
good seeing
Great
you, buddy.
job. Great
Thanks
to
for
see
stopping by.
everybody. And we're going to let Mr. McCarley come back in. And
Yes,
y'all
sir.
keep going.
Come on by, Mr. McCarley. Again, primary sponsor of the show, Dungeon Strength, Ryan Terry. Thanks again, buddy. All right, Ty Gillian at 150 kilos, 330 pounds, coming up here for his second attempt. My favorite split jerker of the day so far. Beautiful second attempt by Ty Gillian. Again, so Ty is the other young man I was mentioning who I genuinely believe if he makes this pursuit of strength his lifestyle, he'd be one of the best on the planet. I genuinely believe that. And he's very young, too. I believe he's 23. He's just a
know
boy.
He's in his young
He's just a
20s,
boy.
Yeah. He might even be a little younger than that.
He might be.
I recall him doing really well in a competition in a previous Rainier at the age of 19, and he's got a lot of potential.
Oh, yeah.
Lane number 4.
Beautiful push
He's
press.
just so stable in that dip and drive.
His shoulders are just they're pistons, you know what I mean? They're just
Yeah.
so powerful. And for him, the clean gets a little fugazi, if you will. It gets a little challenging finding that balance point. But once he's in the shoulders, he's good. Weston War, third attempt, 150 kilos. Let's go, Weston. I'd imagine this would be a big number for him, maybe even a PR.
Lane number 2 fighting for it.
Lane 2 with
Gets
a
the
brilliant
down.
attempt at
It's a good rep.
175. Let's go, Lane 2.
That was an excellent fight.
Oh, Weston's got to keep those elbows up. He can do this.
He's got to push it out, and I see some of these athletes really struggling with the cut of that log. You can see their chin is hitting
it's
that.
hitting them. And
that IPSA logo
I
right
do believe
there.
Weston just spit out a Zin as he attempted that log. Weston, what are you doing Zins for?
Going to Zinfinity and beyond,
He's
baby.
He's just trying to feel something, brother. All right, so we have another attempt at 150 kilo.
Ain't sinning if it's zinning, baby.
That's what I'm saying. Here we go. Great clean. He's got that old school clean where he rose it to the lap. I appreciate that. Not optimal, but I appreciate it.
And he's got some strong
His
shoulders.
shoulders are so strong. Great attempt. That gray hair. We got a Zaddy press over here. I'm going to call that gentleman Zaddy presser for the rest of the show.
Zaddy?
Zaddy. Z-A-D-D-Y.
What's that mean?
It means he's cool as hell. I got Noah Bond, our sound guy, laughing his butt off over there. Oh, we have a fat guy on screen here named Lucas Hatton. That guy does strong, man. He's pretty cool. All right. So we're going up in weight.
The cleaning
So we're
off
going
that
to
log.
160 kilos. That's 352 pounds on the Dizot.
MF Steel. Let's go. One time.
All right, so Ty Gillen is
Thank you.
going for his third attempt here. 352. I'd imagine this is probably a PR for him. This would be a good weight, good thing for an attempt. And for a split jerk, 2 on a log, I love that.
Absolutely.
Ty Gillen. Beautiful technical clean so far. Love that.
Readjusts on the shoulder. Excellent.
Pro move. He's find that center bounce right there.
He's got to get that back on there. And I can sense you stressing. on
I'm
that.
stressing a
Yep.
little bit. I
He's
have
got to return it to the pad.
I have a
so-
lot of respect
Yep,
and
what
love for
just
this.
happened. Yeah, that's
for
a
the
tough
equipment.
One. That's a tough one.
For the equipment. Any athletes watching and listening in, do not drop this log.
Not like that.
Do not do that.
That was a tricky one, though. You know, the pads had
was.
scooted out. I'm not sure if he was aware exactly how wide that was.
Yeah, that log is older than that kid is, so let's respect it. Some of the best in the world have used it. So the next attempt we got, we're going to 170 kilos coming on up. It'll be 374 pounds if we're going to 170, which I believe is where we're at right now. Did they change the weight or they just tightened it up?
I believe they just tightened it up,
Okay, so
yeah.
we're still at 160 kilos, guys. 352.
Let's stand behind him. Come on.
Shoulders are really strong.
What a beautiful press. What a beautiful press and a
Very
respectful drop. Thank you, sir.
You are twisted.
That got me a little bit. I might step out into the floor and throw some hands later if someone drops this log. It was only $20,000, guys.
Yeah.
Any hoozles.
I believe
Great
that's
attempt
Christopher
there.
Davies adjusting that log.
So now we're going up to 170 kilo. That would be 374 pounds on the dot.
Flipping the plates.
So Sturge Anderson is now going to open at 374. So slightly just under what he initially thought, but that's because the next jump will basically be 400 pounds. So he's going to open at 170 kilo, 374 pounds. For an opener, not bad.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, for a 21-year-old, pretty okay. Pretty okay. All right, Sturge Anderson getting nice and ready.
74 opening attempt. Think about that for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, Sturge.
So for Sturge, key to success here as his coach, he's going to need to make sure he squats his clean. And when he does that, it helps him get to front rack position that's really consistent.
Opening attempt. Let's go, big dog.
All right, Sturge Anderson. Beautiful, clean. Beautiful.
Good discipline. Good
Sturge is
discipline.
ready for a big PR today.
Excellent. Excellent discipline. He's got to make sure to keep those hands on that log. It was just made me nervous.
Yes, he does have to keep his hands. He's doing a great job.
All right. So Lucas is chatting with the crowd real quick.
It's a little coaching moment. What I was just telling Sturge there, during the dip and drive, it's incredibly important that you pull yourself into the bottom of your dip. A lot of athletes passively dip. What ends up happening with that is you end up losing recruitment of your adductor and hamstrings, and you have a far less of a stabilized leg position to then elicit your quad drive out of the bottom. So if you just passively drop, it's just connective tissue holding you there, and then when you go to drive through your quads, you have less stability. So for him, he needs to pull himself down to the dip, and that will allow him to be more consistent with heavier weight. It's kind of
Absolutely.
what it means.
Yeah, keeping a lot of stability and strength in that position.
Right. So Sturge is by himself now. He's already won the event with his opener. They're going to go to 180 kilos next. So that's 396 pounds, just under 400 pounds. And then his real goal is 190, which is 418 pounds. A huge PR for him.
That'll be excellent.
So
It's going to be
Sturge,
fun to watch.
yeah, they're going to give him. We have some adaptive athletes now in lane number 1 and 2. This is beautiful. So we have the adaptive division. That's going to be super fun to watch. I believe they're doing log for reps at 95 pounds for our adaptive athletes.
That's awesome. I believe we have Aaron in lane 1 and Damien in lane 2.
Yes, I believe that is correct. Currently looking for the adaptive roster right now.
Very nice repetition out of lane 2. Lane 1, fighting for it, and it's good.
Oh, he gets it. Great job.
Gets it down. And here we go. They're going to keep working. Lane 2's got the clean up. Big drive, push, head through. Good recovery. Gets the down. They got plenty of time. Just got to breathe. Sorry, it's Dante in lane
Yes,
2.
Dante's in lane 2, and Aaron in lane number 1.
Too many names today.
It's a lot of folks. We're doing our best. Our boys are killing it right now. Great clean Dante. And Dante drew a Viper split press. Let's go, Dante. That was a Viper split press. I love that.
That was fantastic.
That was wonderful work, guys.
I think he's got time for one more if he really wants
Aaron's
it.
giving the high fives.
Awesome
He's giving the
work.
high fives.
Awesome work, Dante.
Great job, guys. The adaptive division
Very
has
well done,
honestly
Aaron.
grown every year at the Rainier, and it's really fun. We have 3 more total athletes competing in the adaptive division coming on up. We have Damon in lane number 1. Damon.
All right, we got some weight shifting around for different weight classes.
So it looks like it might just be. So you have Damon in lane number 1, Chris in lane number 2. Both of these gentlemen are actually absurdly strong.
Yeah,
they're
are.
so
Yeah,
strong.
they're really strong.
I don't know if anyone could row more weight in the gym, and I'm not joking, than Damon. His actual rowing ability is profound. It's really incredible. So they'll both be doing log for reps today at 115 pounds. Damon is quite the showman, so I'm really looking forward to watching him compete, and he loves competing.
He's really soft-spoken, but
Yeah.
articulate.
Yeah, incredibly intelligent, honestly. And here we go. The boys are at it.
Both good for the clean and both good
Easy
for the
money.
press.
Damon's got arms that are a mile long. He's such a tall person.
Chris is good for 2 reps.
Yeah, Chris has got really solid clean fundamentals.
Yeah, he does.
Genuinely
Holy cow.
good.
Yeah.
Damon's got to press to the rafters.
This is a
Lane number
race.
1. Yeah,
Both
yeah,
of them for
they're
3.
killing it right now.
Oh, wow. And Damon slips into the pace lead, we'll say. That's 4 reps, if I'm not mistaken. Here comes number 5 for lane 1. That's Damon. And Chris in lane 2, close behind. It's just a good old-fashioned race.
Yeah, these boys are getting after it right now.
There's 6
And
for
they're just
Damon.
cock strong. It's crazy. So
There's
good.
6 for Chris. And 7. This is exhausting.
Yeah,
when we get
yeah.
to this many repetitions, it is exhausting.
So 8 and 8.
I believe it's 8 and 7 right now.
Oh, 8 and 7, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, I think Chris is just a little bit behind, and there's that gentleman.
Damon's giving the
Very well
crowd
done.
what they want.
Oh,
Let's go,
that's
brother. Phenomenal.
Yes. That's his classic one right there.
Yeah,
man.
he's got the hand together. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Joey the Beast in lane number 2. Love watching Joey compete, and he genuinely loves doing it.
Joey's a lot of fun to watch compete. Also, I got to be on a team with him in a team strongman
did.
competition. Really fun kid. I should say young man. I'm not sure how old he is, but very nice. There's one. He's got a real good number to chase.
Yeah, he does. He's pacing himself. He's got really smooth. He's making sure he's technically proficient.
Joey's good for 2. He's got to wait for that down.
Oh, he got it. He gets it. Joey gets what he wants. He's killing it. Joey's the man.
There's 3.
His next break is going to be us transitioning the floor.
And here's 4. There's 4 repetitions for Joey.
I think he's good for at least 5.
Until he's starting to get a little tired. Again, like 5 repetitions of a log cleaner press is much more tiring than people want to admit.
Oh, especially in 60 seconds. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a lot of time.
Yeah. One of his coaches, Nicole, is yelling for 1 more rep. It's number 6. Very well done, Joey. Awesome, yes.
All right,
like
so
we have
Sturge
Sturge, yep.
Anderson back out in lane number 4. 180 kilos, 396 pounds, his second attempt.
396 pounds.
Here we go. Here we go.
It's all going to come down to that dip and drive for Sturge.
Yep, so he's got 396 on the bar. The screen is a little inaccurate. Do not be fooled.
All right, second attempt here for Sturge.
There we go. Good rack position, smooth drive. He's got to hold it.
Fires through. Great attempt.
Very nice.
Great
Very
attempt.
nice work.
Great attempt.
Excellent. 396. That's heavy. We're getting heavy now. Very smooth. We got 1 more attempt out of Sturge.
So we're kind of in a weird situation. Talking to coach right now if he wants a 3rd, but the show has to go on. So a couple updates. Puget Sound Pizza, one of our longtime sponsors, has a food truck.
Lucas giving a shout out to Puget Sound Pizza. They have a food car here.
Give Sturge a little time. We're going to start transitioning the floor a little bit for event 2. But I think he's going to go for a 3rd.
Nope.
So no 3rd attempts for Sturge today. I think that's a good call, honestly. I wasn't about to say that looked tough, but it looked tough.
Yeah,
it looked tough today.
You were tougher than normal, so you came over to me and said, "Oh, my knee feels a little tweaky." I was like, "Oh, move on." You have 5 other events.
Yeah, no reason to risk it
Nah.
from a point standpoint. You know, he locked up first.
Yeah.
You know, there's no reason to push it, no
And
reason
honestly,
to risk it.
To be perfectly honest, in coaching, and I know you run into this a lot when you're coaching, I'm willing to bet that his knees probably feels the same more than normal, but with the elevated tension of the environment, certain things start to feel more exacerbated than they normally do. And if the athlete even thinks for a moment that something could happen, just move him on. There's no point. You know what I mean?
I completely agree. Keep it safe.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you take a little bit of extra time to recover, you start to notice all the little achy things.
Totally.
You know, like that's when the body's starting to heal. And when you start to heal, you start to recognize, like, my knee hurts, my shoulder, my neck, my back.
My bad, yeah. So, guys, so with that being said, I think we have a little bit of a break here, a little bit of an intermission. I want to quickly shout out Jack Squatch as our primary vitamin and supplement sponsors. Thank you so much, Jack Squatch, for jumping on board. One more shout out to Puget Sound Pizza, because you guys are the best. Another major shout out to Mountain Heating and Cooling. Again, doing raffles all weekends to win free TVs as well. On top of, if you sign up and purchase an item, you get a free TV. They're just handing out TVs.
They're just
It's
passing
pretty
them
cool.
out.
Cerberus Strength, Dungeon Strength, and EPH to finish off the list. Thank you guys for so much for watching. We'll be back in a little bit, probably 10 or so minutes. So stay tuned in for the novice and amateur show that's still happening. Later in the afternoon, we have the pro division, so don't skip out on that. And
Absolutely.
we love you. Thank you.
We'll see you shortly.
Easy, clean.
first of all, that IFSA equipment goes all the way back to my origins, right? Like,
Right.
so when I got to California, Owen was my first mentor in strength. I had found him because I was calling around for competitions to compete in, and I had called him for the LA's strongest. Um, and I told him I want to compete, and I was like 20 years old. And he asked me about my strengths. I told him how strong I am. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're not quite strong enough." I'm like, look, man, I just want to network and find people to train with. And he said, "Oh yeah, why don't you just say so? Just come over to my house and train with me. I'll show up at Owen's house." I didn't know it was Owen Haugen, by the way. Just like he got
Amazing.
an address and went. And then I saw the guy, and I was starstruck because I had been watching him on TV. Like this
Right.
guy
The
in his
Super
mid,
Series.
yeah, in his mid 50s had placed in the top 10 in the world's strongest man. So he's a legend, especially of longevity. And all of it was his garage. It was a 4-car garage, and you know what it was filled with? That IFSA equipment.
That's amazing.
And the first thing I did when I was there was do a 260-pound farmer's run because there was nothing lighter to warm up with.
Yeah, they're 120 kilos empty, so 260.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I had. We had nothing lighter.
Yeah.
And the yoke, when we put that thing together for the yoke, it's also like 600 something pounds.
Yeah.
That was the starting weight. Like all of this stuff is so extreme. You have to have already a certain base level of brute strength just to warm up with it.
So your first go of real proper strongman training, the first day one, you're on the IFSA globes, which is
Yep.
like the hardest farmers to run of all time.
It's brutal, yeah. And
Yeah.
all I did was pick it
Yeah.
for like 3 sets, and then I finally ran with it. But that was, for my first day, I was so proud. I
Yeah.
didn't think I would be able to do that.
That's awesome.
So that equipment is very special to me. I mean, that is what I used to train to get to California's Strongest Man, and I placed third there, which got me my invite to nationals, which then got me second place, and then finally, it eventually allowed me to compete in this pro show because I was doing so good, and then I won his pro show also with the IFSA equipment, which got me to Giants Live and then eventually Worlds.
Yeah.
So all of that equipment got me to where I am today.
That's amazing. And isn't it brilliant that that equipment, it went from being the highest point of the show. If you were using that equipment, it was because you were at IFSA, the World Championships. You were a bad man. You were
Yeah.
competing for the true world title at the time. And then it goes through another wave of like it's up and comers like yourself when you were like just a young amateur. And then it's at a pro show, another local pro show, where it got you access to now Giants, and now it's here at another local pro show where for the
Yeah.
podium at this pro show, you get to go to North America Strongest, an incredible next step. So it seems like this equipment has allowed like a nonstop. It's been like a conduit of a passage of like a rites of passage for like the next wave, guys.
Jeez, I have never really put this much thought into it, but like a Strength Unknown episode needs to be done on just the history of
It
the
should.
IFSA equipment and the craftsmen that made it and
Yeah.
all the legendary hands that have ran with these weights.
Yeah. It's incredible. That's why Lucas, when me and Lucas realized it was for sale, Lucas made the purchase. He owns them now. But I was like, dude, you have to. This equipment is the reason why a whole generation became strongmen. You wouldn't have been where you are without it. Lucas certainly wouldn't have been. Like it's really birthed an idea that, strength is possible.
Yeah.
It's really been this constant little conduit. That's wonderful. And so if I understand correctly, one of the items we're featuring in the show on the women's side only are the blocks, the pressing
So
blocks.
awesome, yeah.
And they're using it we call it the IFSA medley, right? You're doing the IFSA
Sick.
yoke into IFSA farmers, into IFSA shield carry with the IFSA shield.
Oh, awesome.
40 feet, 40 feet, 40 feet. And then for
Yeah.
it's a regular yoke, farmers, and then the IFSA block that they have to run and carry. But they're using the
Awesome.
5 and the 115 kilo block.
Yeah, those blocks are amazing. They're like my favorite part of all
Yeah.
of that equipment.
And if I understand correctly, there's only been, I believe, 5 gentlemen to ever press the 145 kilo block, and you're one of them.
Yeah, I have
But-
indeed pressed it, and I pressed it in competition.
And it wasn't, so what competition had it where you pressed it? Was it Ode's show?
That was old show, and I won that one 4 times, 4 years in a row.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. So if I remember correctly, the only people to press that block are yourself, Jacob Finnerty, Derek Poundstone, Zadrunas, and Lucas Hatton are the only people to press it.
There was one more.
Is there one more? Okay.
Yeah. What was his name? Gosh, I'm blanking right now. I'll come back to you. There
That's
was
okay.
one more guy that pressed it.
You text me about it later if you don't
Yeah.
remember. That's amazing. Okay, good.
I love what you guys are up to, and I'm rooting for the Rainier Classic to be an epic show.
Dude, it's going to be a good time. And I appreciate you taking the time to do this.
Welcome back, guys.
We are back, everyone. Zach, you mind giving me 2 inches to your left a little bit? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so everybody, we are about to get started on our second event of the day, and this is the Bag Drag. Very similar to the Death Medley, as it were, in competing at the official Strongman Games or World's Strongest Man and Women, depending on your division a couple years ago. Today, we have 2 sandbags. You're going to run them down, throw them over a line, grab that chain, and start dragging backwards. What is that weird noise in our headphones that is going on? Okay, all right, we have some real... Oh, that's it. That's you. That's Zach. Zach, you sound so sultry. Oh my goodness, dude, you sound like a sexy demon. You know, you sound like your name is Debo.
My name is Debo.
Yeah, any hoozles. Once Satan leaves here, I'm going to tell you more about the event in and of itself. So the first division coming on up will be the adaptive division. Which will be coming here. I believe we have them listed on our sheet there, and if we don't, we'll talk about them as they go. We have our boys from the gym. The gym sponsors a Special Olympics program, and those athletes will come onto the gym, and they work out with us a couple times a week, and now they've started competing yearly, a couple times a year now, in powerlifting, strongman, and whatnot. So we love having the Special Olympics team here, and we have our boy Damon coming up first. Do you still sound like Beelzebub?
We're going to find out.
Oh, he's back to normal.
Back,
okay. I kind of enjoyed the Beelzebub voice. It's pretty cool.
It was kind of, hey.
At first, I thought it was like interference from different radio stations. It's like, what is happening? Very occult of you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it happens, you know. Yeah. You going to bring the demons out of me?
Yeah, you going to find out, brother. All right, so
I drink, what was it? I drank green tea.
Yeah, drink green tea. All right, so I think first we got Damon and our boy, that other gentleman's name who I'm blanking on. And, of course, we don't have the adaptive athletes listed. That's awesome. Anyway, we have Damon for sure in lane number, what I believe is 2. What are our lanes?
I think you're correct. I don't see the labels, though. So the second closest to the screen.
Second closest to the screen, we're going to call lane number 2. And Damon's in that lane, and we love him. So while we have some time before the event starts, we're going to give another massive shout out to Mountain Heating and Cooling. They will service all your heating and cooling needs, whether it be ACs, heaters, boilers, anything you need, they got it. They're the primary sponsor of this competition. They're sponsoring one of the events. They're giving out free TVs. They're awesome people. Go and check out Mountain Heating and Cooling if you're in the Pacific Northwest area.
All right.
75 seconds. 75 seconds, right? All right, hang on.
So we've got a 75-second event time limit on this. You know, this is a timed event, so the athletes that finish this the most swiftly will receive maximum points. And they have to pick up one sandbag, carry it the 40-foot distance, drop it completely past the other white line, and then run back, grab another sandbag, do the exact same thing, grab the sled, drag it all the way back 40 feet. So that is 3 40-foot trips with 2 40-foot run, well, 1 40-foot run between.
And they are charging ahead. Our boy Damon in lane number 2.
So there's one. You can see both of them drop it all the way past the white line. That's good.
That's right. Damon's hustling right now. Aaron in lane number 1 with a casual stroll. Aaron, I kind of love that chill approach.
That's a good way to take it, honestly. I mean, with this kind of a long event, it is wise to pace yourself effectively.
Oh, yeah.
But I think we will see some athletes really torch this event.
Oh, dude, yeah. We'll see. There's some heavily conditioned. You know, as the sport progresses, cardio becomes something that's actually cool. And there's some really conditioned athletes now. Speaking of which, Damon's out here with a nice drag, leaning back, got his head up.
Good position. Really using the body weight to the advantage. That's just wise. You really want to get a good body angle. Feet forward, hips forward, shoulders and head back. And really get a good angle so you can maximize that tension.
Absolutely. Now, something for you, if you were coaching someone for this event, which I know you have, and yourself, let's say, what are some of the parameters of training that you would maybe address with something that's so multifaceted like this?
You know, I would highly recommend training this exact event, and you can break it into parts and train it in parts, but there is also a component of making sure that you have the ability to just go. 75 seconds is a very difficult time domain because a lot of people will burn up at 40, and you can have. I think we're going to see some times today that are ridiculously fast, and I think in the next couple of heats we should make a estimate. I kind of think Let's just do like an over-under.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
going to say 20 seconds.
You think Stone's going to finish in 20 seconds?
No. Sorry, 25.
Whoa.
I think
In the amateur divisions.
Any
division.
Any one of the divisions. What's the fastest time you think you're going to see?
Oh goodness, 27.
And let's settle on a line, and I'll go.
Okay.
I'll go over or under.
I'm gonna say the absolute fastest we'll see is 27.
27. Oh man, that is really tough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go under. I'll go under.
You're gonna go under? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll be our bet.
You
for
get
the
over?
weekend. I got over. Yes.
Good job, Chris.
Okay. Dante sprinting on down, doing a great job,
Swift.
getting it through.
Chris in lane 2 still working on that first bag. Both of them are good. Yeah. Dante running down to that bag. That was excellent.
Dante with a nice deep pick. He's got to lean back a little bit. He might. Oh, Dante!
He's gonna get
Oh,
the
Dante!
hips forwards. He's probably got to pick that back up and then
might
carry it
have
over
to.
the line. That's a tricky one because you gotta keep it up over the line. You can't just drop it on the line and let it roll. Chris is good on those. He's got to go to the sled drag.
We're getting a little camera working here because the athletes might drag towards it and hit the camera. So we're over here now.
All right, sweet.
Almost there.
And if you haven't noticed, guys, this is a new arena that the Dungeon Crew has rented out in comparison to last year. Last year we had a really nice convention center, and now we have our own full arena. And for those of you that are big dorks of the sport, big fans of the sport, this arena is shockingly similar to the Strongest Man on Earth arena year 1. So for those of you that know, have that reference in the back of your mind, that's kind of what this new space is like. It's really nice.
Yeah, it is very pretty in here, and huge fans in case it gets real hot and steamy.
Yeah, thank goodness for the fans, seriously. It's going to get hot. Now, if anyone deserves the biggest shout out, yes, our sponsors are incredible. Yes, we love them. All of you, Cerberus Strength, Puget Sound Pizza, Jack Squatch, Maverick Sports and Rehab, Dungeon Strength, and EPH. You guys are, without you, this is not possible. However, the biggest shout out, especially for this event, the loaders and spotters. They are having to reset so many items. This event's going to be a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
This is a nightmare.
A lot of footwork.
So thank you so much, guys, for literally volunteering for this.
There you go.
Yeah, so we just got spotters and loaders resetting a couple lanes. Thank goodness for hand trucks.
Dude, for real. Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
Shout out to Face Gains, moving those sandbags over there. We love him, an Oregon boy. So have you, in your career past, have you had any events similar to this for some of the bigger shows that you've done?
So many.
I mean, I imagine a ton, right?
This kind of move into drag is a very classic kind of event. It's a, could be a loading race variation. Sometimes you'd have to like load onto a platform. You can finish with all kinds of different things, but a moving medley where there are several moving components is pretty common. Sandbag and sled are both what I would call staples of the sport, and also, fortunately now, really thanks to CrossFit growing in popularity, they are accessible in many locations for people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, CrossFit has really boomed the accessibility to yokes, farmers, sandbags, and that's awesome. And CrossFit first had an incredible effect on the sport of weightlifting, snatch, clean, jerk, and then now it's strongman, which it's great. Now you have major shows like the Rogue Invitational where CrossFit and strongman share the stage, and that's really because of the CrossFit, and that's really cool.
No, it really is. It is.
Yeah.
I completely agree. And here we go.
I always
Joey's
tell-
up in lane
Come
1.
on, Joey.
135-pound
Great pick. Gotta lean back. A nice little flip there for comfortability's sake.
There's
Great job.
Coach Taylor Lee and Nicole both on the middle of the screen right there.
which is 150 pounds.
Joey's
Two
out here
of his
hustling.
coaches.
Yeah, Joey.
Gonna work on that pick now. Great positioning. Gonna get his hands under that object.
Yep, Taylor to the right of the screen, just coaching him to get those hands under and then really squeeze that sandbag as you go.
Shout out to Coach Taylor and all the work that he does with the Special Olympics team.
Yeah,
we gotta
Nicole
pick it up,
and
buddy.
everybody that helps with that team is fantastic.
Saul Peterson, Nicole Cook.
Yep,
You can do it, Joey. You can do it, buddy. Get that line.
you got it, Joey. Come on. He's resetting. And that's tricky. So you can see he's actually wearing a belt. And what do you think of wearing a belt in an event like this?
So, obviously, like we mentioned before, it kind of all comes down to the athlete's preference. But
Absolutely.
personally, I would encourage an athlete to basically get as minimalistic as possible. I find that the mobility and the free range of motion is far more important than the 20 or 10% brace the belt's going to give you.
I completely agree. I think the really, really strong brace might even hinder a lot of the movement. But Joey finishes it up.
Way to go, Joey. Way to go, buddy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Got that energy.
Front double bye, boy.
Let's go, Joey. But yeah, I agree with you, man. Maybe a soft belt, maybe. And even then, I prefer a soft belt that has a very narrow back gap. That way it doesn't eat up your ability to bend over. But even then, honestly, I think just a t-shirt and some shorts, get after it.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so now we're going to go 4 lanes wide. We're going to go into our novice divisions first, and then we'll go into our open amateur divisions thereafter. So if we're going by the sheet here, I believe we should have coming on
Genesis in lane 2, and then we should have an empty lane in lane 1.
and 3, and in lane 4 we should have Cassius Osborne.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hold on. Lane number 1 is going to be empty. Lane 2 will be Genesis. Lane 3 will be empty. Lane 4 will be Chaos. So we have 2 competitors in this first heat. After that, all 4 lanes.
I did not see Caius earlier. So both Genesis and Caius are from Dungeon Strength.
Lane 4, Chaos.
One of the sponsors of this competition, the strongest gym in America.
That's right. And
I would say in the world.
And that is a
Like,
fact, by the way.
I'd go toe-to-toe with anybody
Dungeon
on
is
that.
the strongest gym in the world.
I'd go
And
toe-to-toe.
It's not an argument. And if you feel like it is, feel free to comment below and we'll let you know why you're wrong. And that's okay. All right, so here we go. We got Genesis in lane 2 and Caius Osborne in lane number 4. Let's go, guys. Both novices.
Very solid. Genesis a little too quick with that pick, a little too aggressive. Let the arms come out. Didn't get a really good grip on the bag. Caius done with one bag. Moving quick.
Caius
Get under 27.
He might do it. He might keep your bet alive. Genesis with a great finish of the first bag. She's going to run back now.
Very nice work from Genesis.
Caius onto that sled.
He's got to move. That's a heavy sled for him. He's got to get his hips through. His feet are slipping. This is a tricky one.
This is a tricky sled.
Oh, but once it gets moving, you get that inertia.
Oh, yeah. He's doing well. He's bending the arms just enough to finish strong.
That's around 35 or something.
I would say so. Genesis
still with the bags. Now she's got to drag.
Way to go, Genesis. Come on. Get that good squat.
Come on.
Too strong.
Too much power.
Too much power.
Let's go. Come
She's
on.
doing great.
She's got plenty of time, if I'm not mistaken. 75 seconds. I would guess we're around 60 right about now. Maybe 65. And she's good for the event. That is time. Very well done.
Work.
Her
Great
first
work,
competition. I believe it's Caius' first competition as well.
And we'll see if we can find Kai's time soon enough for you to confirm that bet. But great stuff so far.
That was a quick run. That was very quick from Caius and very well done from Genesis to finish this up. This kind of event is so taxing because you're working your back, picking the bag up, you're working your legs, and that bag is crushing you while you're trying to breathe. It's crushing your stomach, taking your wind out.
Oh, yeah.
So your legs are toast, your back is getting fatigued, you can't really breathe very well. Yeah. And once you get done with that, you get to go back and do it again.
So you're saying it's hard?
Yeah, and then you get to do a drag, which is just going to absolutely finish those legs off. Just finish them.
Absolutely. All right, so in the next heat here, in lane number 1, we will have Nat Hare and Elise Ramirez, Noah Anderson, and Vincent Liu in lane number 4. So again, Nat Hare, Elise Ramirez in lane 2, Noah Anderson in lane 3, Vincent Liu in lane 4. All right. Now I know for a fact that in lane number 3 here, Noah Anderson is the younger brother of Kayla Anderson, but now our team manager.
Okay.
So shout out to the Andersons.
Okay, heck yeah.
And this is his first competition ever. Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. Very well done. Okay, they're just clarifying a couple things with the judges, making sure they understand the rules.
Yeah, it should be Nat Hare there in lane.
Looks like we're locked and loaded. Athletes, take your position. Judges ready? Athletes ready? Set.
Here we go. All right, see these initial picks. Noah with a really good pick. It's straight into a one-motion run.
And a little too far forward.
Too excited, but a great start, though.
Yeah, very good start.
Good technique, finishing strong.
Great. Yeah, that was dropped perfectly with the timing.
Noah's got
Looks
a
like
really
in lane 4 we got Vincent really trying to get that bag forward. He's picking it up and pulling it back. It might be a little too heavy for him to get it all the way to the lap, but that's one way to do it.
But this is within the rules, and he's doing what he can.
Yep.
Noah Anderson needs to keep that chest up, but his sprinting back is so fast. He's a really good sprinter. See how the sled drag looks.
He's very swift. Yeah, feet are slipping a little bit.
There you
get
go,
those
buddy.
Shoulders back and just move and keep the tension. You can see those handles swaying back and forth.
And he gets it. Way to finish.
Very well done. We got Elise in lane 2 still working on picking up that second bag.
Yeah. And shout out to Vincent for still getting every inch that he can in lane 4.
Yeah.
Lane number 1, we have Nat Hare there inching her way as well. And this is the difficulty. This is the sport, you know.
Yeah, we got 10 seconds left. Nat is up with the bag. Can she finish it? She has time and
she's
just
waddling.
she can't get her hips through. It's just so her back is toast.
Yeah,
her back's toast.
She's cooked. Yeah. But she did really good. Like to do that, you've got to work really hard. Shout out to Vincent. Shout out to Nat. You guys worked the entire way through.
Absolutely. Next up, we're gonna have Diana Estrada in lane 1. Lane 2 is gonna be Keeleen. Lane 3 is gonna be Nolan, and lane 4 is gonna be William.
That's right. So again, we got Diana Estrada, Keeleen Clayton, Nolan Sloan in lane 3, and William Bittner in lane 4.
I saw that name, Nolan Sloan, and I'm like,
Sloan.
whoa, that
Sloan.
that feels like a really hard name to pronounce.
Yeah.
Nolan Sloan.
You're like, I'm gonna avoid that one.
The competitors don't happen to finish all 3. We're taking a measurement of how far they can.
And how are they going to judge this?
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways to judge this event. You know, the top performers are going to be finishing the movement, and if they finish all 3 components of this movement, they're going to get a time.
Mm-hmm.
A time will be any distance measurement. And so what you want is the fastest time, the smallest amount of time taken to complete all 3 components of this movement. The next best thing you're going to get is a distance. And the distance is going to be measured from the start line to the to the front of the implement that is carried. So you want to carry these sandbags as far as you can if you're not going to get to the sled. And if you're on the sled, you want to be able to drag that sled as far as you can. Furthest distance beats a shorter distance, but any time beats any distance.
That's right. All right, here we go, up and ready. We have
everybody is up and rolling. This is very nice.
Very technical heat.
Lane 3 and 4 finish almost in sync with each other.
Yeah.
Everybody's back to that bag number 2.
This is a great heat all across.
This is a great heat, and it's also a really good example of pacing. We're going to see how this sled goes because some of these guys came out really hot.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they can keep moving nice and quick.
Okay, lane number 4 smoking, and he goes for a tumble. Lane number 3 tumbles. Lane number 2 is consistent.
Yep. And lane number 2 is working. Lane 1 with Diana is still going.
On the day. And lane number 1 just finishes. 3 and 4 finish. Wow.
Everybody finished really close to each
almost
other.
An in-sync fall in lane 4 and 3.
And that's tricky because sometimes you're moving and you kind of look at the competitor and you can see how close you two are.
Yep.
And you get a little too much lean and then you just go back.
Happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
3, Pedro Ivanusa.
But it's tricky because at that point their legs are so torched that you're having trouble controlling your legs. And your legs will sometimes just say, nah, I'm out.
Yeah. All right, so in lane number 1, we'll have Natalie Dix. Lane number 2, Brittany Reed. Lane number 3, Petro Evanusa. And Donald Davis in lane 4.
Excellent. So I think this could be a pretty swift heat.
This will be fun. This will be exciting.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised. I mean, we're going to see some really quick runs here.
Absolutely.
Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set. Go.
All right, here we go.
Very smooth, very swift, good
Great
positioning.
runs out of everybody so far.
And everybody's running back. There we go. Ivanusa and Donnell.
Wonderful picks out of Ivanusa. Really
technical. This heat right now.
Natalie Dix getting her second bag.
Go to the sled. Oh, and there was a small misstep on the sled. That could cost Ivanusa.
He falls again.
Really fighting to get this over.
And Davis with the first finish of the heat.
Lane 4 with Davis. Lane 3 with Ivanusa.
Went for it. Natalie Dix now finishing strong, coming on through, finishing the heat strong. No mistakes, just nice and smooth.
Still pumping the feet.
And she's done. Well, this is a great heat. Wonderful heat by this whole crew. Ivan Newsom went for a little bit of a spill here towards the end.
Yeah.
This is great. Great job, Nat.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. You can see, I believe it's his brother.
Okay.
So we have, I think they're brothers. I could be
Yeah, we have
mistaken.
two Ivan Newsons, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have Pavlo in the amateur, and we have Petro in the novice.
Okay, fantastic. So now we're going to have our fourth heat here. Lane 1 will be empty. Lane 2 will be R. Vasily Gallardo.
Also
Then we
known
have
as Yaki.
Yaki, that's right. And then we have Jesse Curley. And then Patrick Carpenter in lane 4. So now we're in our novice. We have some novice. We're still in our novice divisions. We're still keeping the novices. Then our next heat, we'll actually have some masters women coming on through.
I think this could be another moderately quick heat.
Yeah, a nice barn burner. Mm-hmm. Yaki seems like she's well coached. I'm a little biased, so I bet she'll move well.
Yeah, she is very swift.
Judges ready?
Here we go.
Athletes ready? Set, go. Couple now, folks. Come on.
Okay, smooth
they
picks
go.
out of everybody. Here we go. We're
Off
off.
the line first is Yaki, closely behind by Mr. Carpenter.
Yep, Mr. Carpenter. Smooth transitions here. Yaki's on the second bag. Carpenter's on the second bag. Mr. Curley just hit the second bag.
All have a head in the sandbag.
Curley with a nice strong pick off the floor. Carpenter is halfway through. Yaki's just behind.
Both directions with the sled.
Carpenter finishing the bags first onto the sled. We'll see. And he's moving quick. He's moving nice and quick, pumping those legs, getting some movement.
Come on, Jesse.
Yaki's pumping those legs as well,
Come on.
keeping the pressure back.
Jesse, you can finish.
Jesse starting the sled drag.
Okay, Curley halfway through the drag.
gonna
Yaki
be-
just finished.
Yep,
Curley.
Patrick, Yaki,
Come
and
on,
Jesse
Curley. Just
in
finishing
that
strong
order.
here and done. Way to go. That was a great heat. Very
That was
tactical, no mistakes. Nice and smooth.
We got 4 lanes.
And for those of you watching, we are still in our novice divisions. We still have the amateurs to come up soon, and that'll be super fun.
Corey Tilbrook. 3, Steven Schneider.
And you know what's really cool about this room right now?
Conrad.
Looking around the room, I see world champions like yourself. You are a world strongest man winner. You're also a world champion winner in the 105 division, 6-time America's strongest man.
American
105.
Strongest Man, technically 4. The
Is it 4
7
times?
national championships.
Okay, for 7 national championships, 4 America's
Any which
strongest
way
man
you-
winners. No big
yeah.
deal. No big
What
deal.
is what- man.
I look over there.
That's like that. You see a lot in our, at Dungeon
Well, I'm just
Strength.
looking around the room. I look over there. I see the Wolf, Tasha Whalen,
Mm-hmm.
Arnold Pro-Am winner in the 64 kilo division. We have a world's strongest woman to our right.
3 times.
A three-time,
The only, to my knowledge, only 3 times.
Three-time world's strongest woman. Yep.
Yeah,
3-time 73 kilos, 82 kilos, 73 kilos.
Yeah, and I was gonna say Becca Roberts might be. Is she a 3-time?
She is now.
Yeah.
So 3 times, and then we have Lucas Hatton. We have Grant Higa, the truest of OGs. It's looking around this room. It's really intense, and I just love the Pacific Northwest for that reason. Because nowhere else in the country do you have that much international talent.
Just
And
concentration.
and not even talking about Angelica Jardine, who unfortunately I don't think she's here yet. She might be coming this weekend. I don't know.
She should be here tomorrow.
She'll be here tomorrow. So and then we have AJ, an Arnold winner. No big deal. No big deal.
Whatever.
Yeah, two podium at the Arnold's twice. One of the times she won. Incredible. No, three podiums all in UK. Forgot about that one. All right, here we go. We have a great Schneider in lane number 3
that was
doing
a
great.
risky start
It was
from
a risky
Schneider, but he
start.
got it.
He's getting it. Schneider's going after it.
He's a little too far forward on those first couple steps.
Conrad is opening up heat. Conrad might keep your bet alive. We'll see. And then we have Arcelia Gallardo doing a great job as well.
Oh, he's moving quick. These boys are
Oh,
going.
Conrad.
Flying.
Oh, Schneider falls. Conrad falls. Oh, that hit him right in his butt.
But it passed the line. He's good.
It did pass. We're going to have to check Conrad's time. You might have kept your bet alive. We'll have to see.
We might. We still got time.
That hit him right in the butt as soon as he went down there.
All right, lane 2 finishing up just now.
Fantastic work. Yeah. So lane 2, that was Colorado. Fantastic work there. Oh, no, wrong list.
Corey.
Pardon me. That was Corey. Pardon me, Corey. Corey Tilbrook just smoked lane 2. Steven Schneider, lane 3. Benedict Conrad, lane 4. That was a really fun heat. They were fast.
Absolutely. And it looks like next up we're going to have lane 1 empty. Lane 2, Jessica Garon. I wonder if she's married to Andrew or a relative.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, same last name. And then Landon James and Jake.
Higgins.
Sorry, Landon James in lane 3.
Yes.
Lane 4 is Jake Higgins.
Jake Higgins, the owner and operator of Mountain Heating and Cooling, the shout out, main sponsor of our whole competition. Thank you, Jake, and thank you, Mountain Heating and Cooling.
Jessica, Landon, and Jake. All right, we're all squared.
Now, Jake's actually one of those athletes where I actually recommended for him to wear a soft belt, which I normally don't, because the lack of stability that he has without it is actually too much.
Yeah. Soft belts are nice in this kind of event. Oh,
Jake
he
just
adjusted
gripped and
really
ripped.
well. Woo.
He gripped and ripped.
Keep it alive.
Come on, Jake.
Let's go.
Good
Come
technique, Jake.
Ooh, these
Good
two are
technique, Jake.
flying.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
Lane number 2 with a solid finish just now. Jake is about to finish his second bag. He's going to hit that drag hard. Oh, Jake is sprinting. Jake Higgins is about to destroy this event. Jake Higgins wins the heat. Let's go,
Very
Jake.
well done.
All right.
Yep, closely behind with Landon James finishing in lane 3, and then Jessica Garon still working on that second sandbag.
She's got this. You can do it, Jessica. Good pick here. And, let's not forget, that is still a 200-pound bag. That's 200 pounds. That's heavy. That's heavy, dude. None of these weights are easy, even in the novice divisions. That doesn't mean it's not welcoming, but it's just one of those things where you're going to genuinely have to learn a lot of skills associated.
Absolutely.
She's still working over
Starting
here.
to get close to that time limit.
Jessica Garon, pardon me. Good work out of Jessica. She smoked that first bag. A lot of high-quality effort there on that second bag.
We got all 4 lanes ready. Lane 1 will be Vivian.
All right, who do we got in our next heat here? We have Vivian Liao. We have Nicole Kupfer. We have Brian Coe. And then we have Hunter Hargis. Let's see here. Now, lovely Brian Coe. He had a fantastic stumble on Event 1 where he decided to RKO himself with the log. And he's back out here. He's back out here trying to get some points back after that 0. Brian's my friend. I can say that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I did get a chance to chat with him, and he confirmed that he was perfectly okay.
Yeah,
totally
And
fine.
I do love that the back of his shirt does says "Lost AF" in his fitness journey. Lost AF on the fitness journey. Now, for those who don't know, Brian is a really good Olympic weightlifter. He's competed on a national level before. A couple months ago, he ran a marathon, and now he's doing his first strongman show.
Oh, okay.
He just loves fitness. Yeah.
Good, right
So shout
on.
out to Brian. Your log was terrible, but I bet this will be great, Brian. Let's go.
Good effort. Good effort.
I can't wait for him to listen to this later. All right, here we go, guys.
Athletes ready, set, go.
Okay, here we go, everybody. Vivian Lau, Nicole
Nice
Kupfer.
and swift start from Hargis.
Yeah, Hargis killing it. Brian with the sprint back.
Wow, this is
Nicole,
very
super
swift,
fast in that transition.
very swift heat.
Nicole's also a national level weightlifter in lane number 2. Brian needs to keep his chest up, but he's nearly there. Nicole's already onto the sled. Hargis, killing it. Nicole catching up to Hargis.
Holy cow, yeah.
Oh, smokes.
Oh,
Let's
it looks
go.
like Hargis finished just a little
Good
bit
job,
before
Nicole.
with a very swift finish.
That was wonderful. That was a great heat. All of them
Yeah.
nearly finishing exactly the same time.
There's so many things happening that it's hard to speak on exactly
I know,
what's
we're both
happening
just-
'cause-
On top of the fact we both might have, untreated ADHD. It's a lot going on. We're both victims of the American education system, and that's okay.
That's all right.
I'm gonna stretch it. Hey, we
We're going to make it. All right.
on lane 2.
So next up, lanes 1 and 3 are going to be empty. Lane 2 is going to be Maggie Von Gulick, and lane 4 is going to be Juan Velasquez.
Okay. Nailed it.
I got it?
Velasquez, but it's all good.
Oh, okay. Velasquez. Mm-hmm. Okay, I thought that was a wrong way to say it.
Nah. Depends on where you're from.
Okay.
Oh, Aaron Murray, no big deal. One motioning sandbag to shoulder and moving around. Oh, we get it. You're a world's strongest woman. Whatever. Jokes aside, shout out to everybody helping for free this weekend. Thanks again, guys.
Absolutely, yeah. Huge shout out to all the loaders and helpers.
So as of right now, we're seeing on the floor that Lucas Hatton is counting all the plates on each sled to ensure that the athletes are getting exactly the weights that he, intended for them to use. Can't accidentally have some lightweight classes moving to heavyweight weights, for example. So it takes a nice keen eye to make sure that these competitions go on without a hitch. And it will hitch somewhere.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just looking to see if we got some times listed yet.
We do have some times. Which division would you like to see?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to see if we had anything under 27. We got a 30. We got people in the 30s.
So let's check out. We
35,
got 35, 32, 29. Ooh, close. Donnell keeping the dream alive. Now, where
It's
was
going to be tough to go faster than him.
27.15.
Oh, come on,
27.15 for. Oh, we got a 26.42 by Jake. Jake.
Way to go.
Jake was your guy. Jake was your guy. Jake was your guy. Fastest time of the day so far, I believe. Jake Higgins.
I'm so glad we adjusted it because I
thought with 27 I nailed it. I thought I nailed it.
Yeah, that was right, spot on. When you said 27, I was like, which way do I want to go? I don't know. That's going to be a tough one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Let's get behind this young lady.
All right.
Maggie, take your
So again, next up, lane 2 is Maggie Von Gulick, and lane 4 is Juan Velasquez. But I don't see a Juan out there, so it looks like Maggie in lane 2 is going to be going solo right now.
Let's
Bag
go,
is
Maggie.
Up and moving.
Van Gulick, let's see it, buddy.
Great
She has
body
really
position.
long arms. That should really help with that initial bag pick.
Absolutely, nice and swift on the way back. Not too quick.
No.
I mean, you do have to be able to pick it up and carry it. You don't want to make
Beautiful
any
pick.
mistakes.
That bag weighs 175 pounds, well over her body weight. Fantastic finish here, and here's that drag. Let's see how she goes about it.
Yeah, and this is the 160-pound class, so like you mentioned, that is at least 15 pounds over body weight.
Yeah, if not more.
And this drag is flying. She's going to finish up with a nice, swift time.
Maggie Van Gulick. Fantastic finish. That was really good.
Awesome. Next up in lane 1, we're going to have, is this Callie Hess?
Callie, yes,
Callie?
looks like that. We'll call Callie.
Okay, lane 2 is going to be Amanda Gates Allen. Lane 3 is going to be Brian Morcade. Lane 4 is going to be Tom Schrum.
Let's see it, guys. Now I'm really looking forward to Brian Morcade because this is an event historically that wouldn't be up in his favor. He's a larger guy, but I know he's been working really hard on it, and I believe he's 100 pounds down in body weight. So, like, Brian's been killing it.
Yeah, he's been improving dramatically, and that push jerk was like,
It was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was pretty.
I did get a chance to chat with him.
Did you?
And he laid like a serious compliment down on me. He was like, yeah, well, I was just watching videos, and I watched a lot of your videos, push jerking.
nice.
I was like,
That's
oh,
nice.
damn, bro.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, here we go.
Brian
Drinks.
Morcade. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, Callie drops her back in lane 1. Brian Morcade was a brilliant pick. We have our gentleman, where are we at here? Gentleman Tom going barefoot in lane number 4. He might find that the grip is better for his feet. Callie's making that swift return. In lane number 2, we have Amanda smoking this. Honestly,
Amanda's flying. Oh,
I
you
don't-
see her
I
face.
did.
She almost fell, but she was like, no, not today.
Amanda might have the biggest quads out on the field right now. Goodness.
Yeah, very
Another
swift.
Amanda Letty, that's her name. Yep.
Brian's good.
Brian finishes the bags. That would have been the hardest component for him.
Yep.
This will be it now. Let's call on Brian.
Callie's about to finish this up. She's got to keep pumping those legs. Callie finishes up. Looks like Tom is going to edge out Brian. Tom is done. Brian's leading it up.
And done. Fantastic.
Everybody
Great.
finishes.
That was a great heat.
Yeah.
Everyone finished. Good stuff.
Very smooth.
I'm really impressed with Morcade's bags. Amanda on the drag was so fast. Amanda Letty.
Lucas, we're moving to the 180-pound amateur women, FYI. No weight change.
So interesting enough, this is Amanda Letty here. Gates Allen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just noticing that with the. I don't know why it's reading like that, but
All
yeah,
good.
it is
Whatever.
what it is.
Whatever. So our next heat, we should have an Erica Toth, maybe? We have an Allison, Kosnovitsky. Let's call it that, I suppose. And we got Sam Henderson and a Stefan Medina. Medina, yep. Big Sam.
Yeah,
Big
Allison.
Sam Henderson.
And say, Allison, that is a tough last name.
Allison, I'm so sorry. I know you're from the Sweaty Pig, and that is our sister gym. We love you very much, but your last name gave me an aneurysm. So here we go.
Kolzinski?
Kolzinski, possibly? But a name like
All right,
that,
here we
you know
go.
she's strong.
Yep.
we
Allison's
go.
off the line real quick, as
course
well
she
as
is.
Medina.
Toth in lane number 1, smoking it.
It's Kolchinsky.
Cool. Kolchinsky. All right,
Yep.
Allison.
It's Allison Kolchinsky. And she's in the lead right now for this heat.
She is. She's smoking this
Flying
right now.
through it. Quick to the sled.
Big
Not
Sam
wasting any
working on
time.
that bag. Oh, she's going. She's cooking. She's cooking.
And she's done.
Fantastic.
Very swift. Very nice.
Way to go, Allison. Smoked
Very
it.
well done. Flying. She's not even breathing hard. What's going on here?
Well, she's just better than us. That's fine. Big Sam's here working on that second bag still. He's getting after it. He's just trying to get some distance.
Yeah, Steven.
Erica Toth with a great finish in lane number 1.
Sorry, Stefan Medina finished up.
Nope. So Big Sam here in lane 3. He's still getting after it. Just ran out of time.
Going to get a distance on that. Pretty sure. Yep, so he was able to clear. I wasn't able to see if he was able to pick it up, but it does look like he's getting a distance measurement. So the judge deemed that it was a distance. Again, any time completed is going to beat any distance measurement, but you want to get as far as you can if you're not going to complete.
Absolutely. Yeah, literally that 1 inch could potentially gain him 2 or 3 points.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you know, if you're able to get the bag over the line without touching the ground, you are going to get some points. But if you can't do that, you're going to zero, and that's going to really punish your points in the end.
Right.
It's going to damage your placing in the competition.
You really don't want to zero.
Yeah,
that is the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah, so that's something that we didn't actually mention in the stream
Yeah,
yet.
how do the points work?
Yeah, well, we talked a little bit about the points, but like, if in some events, if you do not complete a minimum standard, you get 0 points. And in that circumstance, that really hurts your points placing, which will hurt your overall placing. So again, if you take first in the event, you get the number of points that there are competitors in your division. So we'll take 10 competitors, for example. If you take first, you get 10. If you take second, you get 9, and so on and so forth, -1 for each lower placing. At the end of the competition, we add up all the points. The highest points wins. And again, sometimes you get a 0. That's a big ouchie, especially in the overall score.
Right.
And you just want to really avoid those if you can.
That's right. So in this heat going up next, we have Ashley,
Gianandrea.
Gianandrea. We have Andrea Licari. We have Jason Irwin, and we have a Joseph Nielsen.
Excellent.
All right. You know, she literally pulled me aside. It's like, it's Gianandrea. I was like, oh, God, I won't forget. And I was like,
It's a tough one.
Gianandrea?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. It's a little unfair because I actually...
You went to high school with her, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to high school with her, and I played a couple sports with her brother.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah.
So, again, Ashley, Gianandrea in lane number 1, and Andrea Liakari in lane number 2. We have Jason Irwin in lane number 3. And in lane number 4, we have Joseph Nielsen. Who Joseph Nielsen, by the way, is in the Masters Men.
Athletes take your positions. Judges ready.
All right, here we go.
Athletes ready. Set. Go.
Okay, let's see some runs.
Oh, man, Irwin's going to go fast.
Irwin is,
He's like,
he's got to keep his chest up.
Oh, he's got those lifters on. Dude.
He
Okay,
does.
so let's talk about footwear for a second. Huh?
Personally, I think that was a huge mistake.
I
Leaving
think that
lifters
was
on.
a big no-no. So, you know, you're allowed to wear what kind of footwear you want. A lot of people for overhead pressing will wear this particular kind of lifting shoe that has a raised heel to augment your dorsiflexion, which is your ability for your ankle to flex forward. In an event like this, you really probably want to avoid those because it's going to pitch you forward. It's also going to place a bunch of undue strain on the knee. And lane 2, she is fighting
Andrea,
for this.
every inch fighting. We have Ashley still in that second bag. Ashley can do this. She's got to get a few inches.
She'll take it,
But here we go, Andrea Licari. Come on, buddy. There you go. There you go. Nice.
good.
Move
It's
it an
good.
inch.
It's
Move it
all
an
the
inch,
way-
Andrea.
Yep.
Just move it. You get some points.
Yep.
There she goes.
She got 30 seconds. There's plenty of time to
She
finish
can
this.
finish.
Just keep moving.
Andrea Licari with a phenomenal. And sorry to interrupt your shoe speech there, but
That's quite all right.
Andrea is just at the finish, right on the nick of time. Great job.
Very well done.
Ashley, unfortunately, could not get that second bag past the line.
But she got points. She got
did.
a 40-foot, so she'll be
did.
credited with a 40-foot distance on the first sandbag, and that's going to be good enough for points.
Yeah, and she won 0.
Yep.
So you were saying, obviously, that elevated heel for overhead events helps with the dorsiflexion of the foot, more ankle range of motion. Now,
Yep.
why would that not be beneficial here? Because personally, I don't think it was either.
Yeah, so it's going to pitch you forward. It's also going to raise the heel. So as you're trying to walk forward, you're not going to get a normal gait, a normal foot movement pattern. The way that your foot is moving across the ground is called your gait, and that's Gait. If you want to look it up. But you don't want to do that with a really severely raised heel, especially when you have a load on the front, because you're going to place a ton of undue pressure on the patella, and it's just a no-no.
Right.
So, I mean, if it works for you, then good, but I would say 9 out of 10 times, you're going to want a flat shoe.
I would completely agree. All right. So now we're going down just to lanes 3 and 4. We should have Richard Brocker in lane 1 and Quinn Rose in lane 4. All right, here we go. Got Brocker's in lane 3, pardon me.
He is swift.
And Rose in lane 4.
Very nice.
Brocker is great with his transitions.
Yeah, straight back to it. Moving in lane 3. Brocker's going to finish this up. I'm going to say 32 seconds.
Oh, he's getting close.
Yeah.
Funny enough, Brocker was in the pro show rules meeting asking a lot of questions, yet he's here in the 200-pound weight class, amateur. I think he was just there and didn't realize he probably shouldn't have been.
Well, actually, I'll tell you what he was doing, because I actually happen to know what he was doing.
Okay.
He works with several athletes, and very nice. We have Quinn Rose finishing up. Very well done, Quinn.
Great heat.
Quinn's actually been around for a while, and as well as Brocker, both of them have been around a good while. But back to the question, he's working with Nathan, who is in the heavyweight pro division.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's probably
Maybe
asking
they're
those
representing
questions.
for him. Okay.
Yeah, asking those questions to clarify some rules for one of the athletes that he's
I
working
thought that
with.
would have been hilarious.
That would have been
for
funny.
no
That
reason.
would have been funny. Yeah.
What a move.
Stranger things have happened in strongman.
It's true. All right, so next on up in our 200-pound weight class men's, we have Dylan Lasich in lane 3 and Derek Waters in lane number 4.
Excellent.
This should be a good heat. Dylan moves fast.
Oh, yeah. He's quick. Nice. Straight to it. Yep. He needs to keep that bag over his, nice.
Both of these
There we go.
boys cooking.
I was a little worried he was going to pitch forward.
Yeah.
He's moving fast. Here we go. Straight to it. These guys are neck and neck. This is going to be a very quick one. Who's going to transition to the sled faster?
One gentleman picked facing the bag, one picked sideways for technical advantage. That was very smart.
And are they going to...
Oh, Dylan.
And that's a very
Dylan's going to catch
costly-
him on the sled.
Yeah, that's a very costly mistake. Dylan ends up being out Derek for that one. Very swift from both of them. Very fast.
So technical. But it just goes to show you, man, one little slip anywhere in a medley like this, and it's going to cost you. Because Derek Waters was killing that medley. He was doing phenomenal. And he still finished
He
with
was
a great
leading
time.
the whole time on that one.
And he still finished with a phenomenal time. But, one little slip up, and Dylan caught him. So our last heat for the men's 200-pound weight class would be Caleb Desjardins. Yep. And Travis Erickson. All right, cool. So again, we have Desjardins.
Desjardins? A little bit. There's a D in it.
Oh, okay,
There's a
pardon
slight
me.
misprint.
A little
That's
misprint
okay.
over there.
He gets another one.
Yeah, he's doing great. Caleb in lane 3, Travis in lane 4.
All right. Caleb should be moving swift on this. I think he's going to put up a tremendous time, and he's just a little too far forward. He's got to pace it.
And he really got to pay attention on those bag picks.
Yep.
He's so quick, he's just slipping. He's so fast.
He's very swift and very strong, too. That's a 250-pound bag he just plucked right up.
Yeah, and clearly both of these guys are well practiced. Just a minor slip there.
Yep. And so he's got to move quick, and he needs to make sure he's smooth and doesn't overclock on this.
Oh,
a
he goes
little
a little bit of a
overclock. That's
tumble.
okay. He's got to keep pulling.
Oh, and he does.
He's good.
He lays
That
down
is-
in high pulls. Good for him.
Yeah, and so a couple little things to clean up, but that's okay. We learn.
Yeah.
It's a very swift time regardless.
Yeah, that's an athlete that has all the horsepower in the world. Just like, it's kind of like a Ferrari engine and a Model T car. You know what I mean? That Model T engine. Hey, buddy, we gotta tighten up the hatches a little bit. You're going to fall apart if you go too fast.
Just needs a little more temperance in the output, but that's okay. If I'm not mistaken, he's still quite young in the sport, and he's got a lot of time and a lot of potential.
Yeah,
his
absolutely.
movement patterns are fantastic. Actually,
Yeah,
his
he's really
overhead
good.
was gorgeous.
Yeah, it was very pretty.
Yeah, Travis winning that heat, both of them in the 200-pound division. That finishes up our 200-pound amateur division for the men. So those two were the first and second place finishers from the previous event.
Right.
So we'll see where they fall within the next event. Next up, we're going to have lane 3 empty and lane 4 with Jacob Matheson.
Awesome. So again, just Jacob Matheson out by himself here in the men's 231-pound weight class, the amateur division, coming up next. And our weights are going to go up. Our weights will go up for this. Let's see here.
Okay. No worries.
Get it, bro. Get it.
So looking at the points here, points are a little scrambled, but that's okay. We'll find out who won. So the person who won the bag drag was Dylan Lasich with a very just technical run.
Oh,
With a
what was the time on that?
25-3.
Tell me the time.
25-3. 25-3. He nailed it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was 25-3 seconds.
That is flying,
So
dude.
fast.
Flying.
So fast.
Holy cow.
And then coming in second place in that event would have been Travis Erickson with 27:01.
Dude, you nailed that 27. Just
I
FYI,
thought that was the one.
Dude, we had two people, with at least two people within a second, and I think it was actually three people within a second of that, and one outlier that was Dylan.
Yeah.
So that was like flying.
Let's get behind it, folks.
Here we go. Here we
Speed
go.
and strength.
Our
Okay,
boy's
yep.
going.
Jacob Matheson in lane 4 going solo in this heat. Nice swift run.
Yeah. Quick return. It looks like he's getting his breath about him on that return because some folks
That's
might have
smart.
had that cardio to keep sprinting.
Yeah, and if you're, if that bag is really heavy for you, if that second bag is really heavy for you, it would be wise to even consider just walking back and
Right.
making sure that you can
Totally.
pick it once and finish the carry. He's getting a little forward with it right now,
Can
but he
finish?
recovers.
Oh, he does.
Very nice. Now he's just going to finish up this drag. I don't think the sled is going to be an issue for people. I think the question of the sled is going to be, can you finish both bags with
Right.
enough time to just keep moving your feet?
Exactly.
The sled looks like it's a portion of this that everybody's going to finish if they get to it with about 20 seconds left.
And potentially, until we get to the pro divisions, that might not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The pros might be a little squirrely.
Yeah. And sled drags are so tough because you have different surfaces. If they were dragging this on rubber, it would be a different animal than concrete. And
different
this
game.
This is a textured concrete that they're dragging this on. If it were smooth concrete, it'd be a different animal. If it were, turf, it'd be a different animal. If it were carpet, it'd be a different thing.
Yeah. So coming up here, we've got Mac Murphy in lane 3 and Emmett Smith in lane 4. These boys are about to get ready to go.
Better take a position.
All right, here we go. Mac Murph, lane 1. Emmett Smith in lane 2.
Set, go.
I actually got a chance to chat with Emmett Smith. He told me something I was not expecting.
What's that?
So he's a plumber by trade, and he ran into a friend of mine, Joseph Myers, that I haven't seen in probably 15 years. And he was
Wow.
like, hey, I did some work for this guy. He said he knew you. And I was like, oh, man.
Amazing.
It was just like really small world.
That's awesome.
It was like a really, really, it was a happy story.
Yeah.
I'm
Mac
glad to
Murphy,
hear
by
they're
the way,
doing
just
good.
destroyed these first
He's
2 bags.
flying,
He's
man.
about to crush this sled here. Way to go. Murphy with a finish now.
And
Way
that
to
was
go.
an interesting method for control. So, like, one of the things in this sled that I'm seeing that I think we're going to see this afternoon as well is once that sled, to get the sled moving, it's kind of tough. But once the sled gets moving, you got to keep up.
Yeah.
What he did, and if any of the pros are listening, I would take a note of this, is he's actually creasing his hips and letting the shoulders come forward to control and modulate the speed of his body and the sled so he can keep up and not fall over. Because if he kept the shoulders way back, he would
Right.
just fall straight over because it's going too quick.
Yeah, it's one of the few times I would say being more vertical in a drag is optimal. In that particular case, when you know you have enough force production through the legs
Yeah.
to keep it flying without having to super lean back.
Yeah, that was
Technical. Beautiful.
it was like I'm a little speechless because I'm like, damn, that was really good. That's really smart, fantastic body awareness and situational awareness.
Absolutely. Who do we got here in our third heat of the 105 men's 230-pound weight class amateurs? Kevin Beast and James Moore. James Moore is my client, so if he makes a mistake, you can have him. No,
we go.
both these guys have been training really hard for this show, and I think we're seeing an awesome competition.
Yeah, both these guys are going to be fun to watch here. And I will say, Beast looks strong.
jacked.
Is he kind of big?
Yeah.
He looks large.
So he
looks,
told me he cut down from 271
okay,
to
that's a big
231.
cut.
That's a big
cut.
boy.
That's a 40-pound cut?
Yeah,
He
and
did
James-
a 40-pound cut?
And James walks at 225.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, here we go.
Great picks by both
Nice
boys.
and swift.
James, just run. James attempting to shoulder the bag.
Very nice.
Did not go quite his way. He needs to start running.
And and swift by Beast. Getting there first. He's to the lap. He's got to make sure he keeps good body position.
Grab stand. Go.
Yeah, he's going to finish this up. Those hands are a little low, starting to roll on him, but he's all good.
He's
Finishes
good.
that
Great
up.
finish.
He's going to
James
get that
just
sled moving.
finishing.
Both these guys are moving at a good pace, and that second bag, if I'm not mistaken, is 300 pounds. That is not a light bag. Very well done by Beast, finishing up this heat
Phenomenal finish. And James finishing up just about now. Way to go, fellas.
Awesome.
Kevin Beast killed that. Great run by Kevin. And James, great technical switch from shouldering bags to just carrying it, because clearly he didn't have the energy to keep the shouldering going.
Absolutely. Next up, we're going to have Matt Milson in lane 3 and Pavlo Ivanusa in lane 4.
Absolutely.
Get ready. You will finish the 231
All right.
amateur men.
Let's see here. So far, the fastest time is Mac Murphy, but I'm still waiting for other scores to be updated. Mac Murphy got a 37.05.
I think Kevin might have the fastest time.
Kevin probably does, yeah.
At least in this division. We're in the 231 men. That's the 105 kilo.
34.11.
These guys are off again in lane 3. We have Matt Milstead in lane 4. We have Pavlo Ivanusa. Both of them are back to the 300-pound bag pretty swiftly. Let's see how this one goes for them. Ivanusa's up in lane 4. He's moving. I think that's wise to
Ivanusa's a gamer.
pick it. Yeah, he picks it up and he just starts moving.
Yeah,
but
he's not wasting
under
time.
control. Yeah, under control and making sure that he's in good position. Yeah.
Great technical pull on that sled.
Yeah, very good technical pull, modulating the speed with his body angle. Very wise. Milstead's starting to get a little out of control with the drag, and he's also wearing lifters. Again, you know, those lifters are going to punish some people. It's going to make it a little tougher to walk, a little tougher to drag.
231 here. I think we have a weight change after, FYI.
Yeah, so we still have one more heat with the 231s. And actually, I'm realizing that story I told about Emmett Smith. That was actually Colton.
Okay. It's all good.
My
Shout
bad,
out Colton.
my bad, bro.
So we have one more heat going on. Colton Hodgson's and Lance Cromkin? Cool. Cormican. That's the one.
Yeah, no worries. This is a tough name. Some tough names in here. Here we go. I think Lance is going to put up a pretty good time here. Let's see how quick they go.
Well, Lance
Very swift off the line, both these guys.
Lance is
Very
the one that had the
nice.
killer overhead.
Yeah,
However,
very powerful, very powerful. Nice and
Brian
swift.
smoking.
Very good wiggle from Lance right there. And Colton moving, flying, man. Colton is off
his
and
drag
going.
technique to initiate was
And
perfect.
he's got to keep
but
that body
he just
angle.
leaned back too much.
And is that
leaving
going to
a door.
punish him? Lance has got to control that speed. Think of the placing.
Oh,
so that's fast
wow.
by both those guys. That
These
might be
boys
our
came
1
to
and
play.
2. Or top
they're in
three.
the top three,
yeah.
I guaranteed.
I was going to say Beast was very fast.
Yeah, we'll find out shortly as well, but that was utterly incredible. Again, super technical, at least on the start of the drag. A little midway through, I'd say he leaned back too much, but both guys kept that consistency there.
Yeah, very swift from that heat. Both those guys were flying. So that wraps up our 231 men. Next up, we're going to be seeing the 265-pound class. We're doing a little weight change here. In lane 3, we're going to see Colt, and in lane 4, we're going to see Andrew Garon. Lane 3 is Colt Lippincott.
Yep, I think that's correct.
Lippincott?
Yeah.
There we go.
Now you can't even see the peg on that sled because they added more weights to that.
All right.
We're going to get more and more bold with saying these last names incorrectly.
Yeah, it just is what it is. So the bags are heavier now. We're going up to I know we're going to a 325 bag, I want to say.
And Aaron on lane 4, please.
I believe. Could be wrong.
All right, guys, take your positions.
So that, by the way, that last heat of those 105s, that was 1 and 2.
That was 1 and 2.
That was 1 and 2.
Wow. Yeah, no, they were flying. Good composure from both of them.
Yeah, here we go. Great first heat of our 120 kilo weight class, the 265-pound weight class.
Yeah, Andrew Garon in lane 4, and we have Colt Lippincott in lane 3. That's
Rolling.
heavy. Colt gets it up to the lap. He's positioning the bag just as he likes it, making sure he has a strong grip on it.
Great.
And here he goes. He's just got to stay
He needs
up.
to lean back, though. He needs to lean back. He's doing
gotta
great.
Keep going. He's just got to get this over
And
the line.
Garin also getting the bag. Way to go, guys.
Very well done. These guys are putting up a good display for the rest of the 265 field.
Come on, Andrew.
Yeah, Lippincott is moving, and Garon's starting to catch up to him. He better speed up or he's not going to get this one. Yeah, Lippincott finishes in lane 3, and then Garon in lane 4 finishes up about a second behind him. So very well done from both these guys. Great display of strength. Next up in lane 1, we're going to have a Brian Himmiker, also known as Himmy. And then lane 4, we're going to have Cameron. I'm just going to say Cameron for now.
Where you at,
say that
Cameron?
one?
Wow, that's a cool name. Anyway, Cameron, you're going to do so good.
Veglunsness. Veglunsness.
Lucas.
All right, we got the loaders repositioning these bags. This will wrap up the 265-pound men's class. After that, we'll be going directly over to the open amateur men, which is no weight cap. We're going to see some big boys.
All right, guys.
All right, these guys are lining up. Again, this is Brian in lane 3 and Cameron in lane 4.
Athletes ready.
Brian's pretty quick. I think both these guys are pretty quick. They're both, wow, that was very quick out of Cameron. Very good pick. Very quick over the line. Quick back to the second bag. We're going to see how this goes.
Yeah, Cameron's a fantastic athlete out of Salt Lake City, Utah, training out of the Sweaty Pig. We love you, Cameron.
Wow, you see that?
Cameron's
He's moving
bullying
really well.
these weights.
And he's just going to be able to just drag this sucker in. He doesn't even really need a rush to take the time in this class because he's doing a great job. Brian went to pick and kind of gave the cut. I hope his body's doing okay.
Yeah, I hope so too. But Cameron, way to finish that strong.
Yeah, Cameron
we still
finished
got
up
lane number
nice
3
and
here
quick.
working hard.
Very impressive. Brian's working to get that last bag.
It's a
little
hard
too
bag.
heavy. Yep.
Bag's somewhat loose. It makes for a different challenge when picking off the floor.
Yeah, he's waving at his back, waving no. I hope he's doing all right. He's walking like he's okay. He's just saying, back's kind of bothering me. So that's gonna hurt the placing a little bit though.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we just saw first place in lane 4 for that division with Cameron, and then Colt in second place, Andrew in third place, and Brian in fourth place for the 265 men for
Definitely
that
seems that way.
event. So the positions are very likely going to change up a little bit. Next up for them is going to be the deadlift, as with all the athletes completing this.
Cameron also won the first event as well.
Oh wow! Okay, so he should have at least a good 2-point lead.
Yep.
Coming into the deadlift. And so next up in lane 3, we're going to have an empty lane. And in lane 4, we're going to have Parker Murray.
Just like that. That's how easy you do it.
That's how you do it. Lucas Hatton showing us all how to shoulder a 275 bag to one motion.
Just like
Easy
nothing. Just
peasy.
whatever, you know. It's just like, you know, some of the strongest man in the world shit.
Yeah, you know, no big deal. NBD.
NBD, bro.
So glad now we have a little bit of break here. Nice, another quick little shout out to some of our sponsors, Puget Sound Pizza, who's providing us all with wonderful pizza, great sponsorship. They've been here since the beginning. We love Puget Sound Pizza. Thank you so much, guys, for sponsoring this event. Jack Squatch Supplements, again, a massive sponsor. They jumped on board with us, I want to say, a year ago, or 2 years ago even, and they've been super helpful in providing the athletes with supplements as they compete. Maverick Sports and Rehab, Dr. John quite literally keeping us all alive. Thank you
here
so
from
much.
the start as
From
well.
the very start,
Yeah.
OG member of Dungeon. We love Dr. John. Cerberus Strength providing us with all these bags. But that said, we'll get to these other sponsors later. We have the Open Amateur Heavyweight Men coming up next.
Yeah, we will have a Mr. Parker Murray
In lane
in
4.
lane 4. How you going now?
Nice. Good reference. Good reference. All right, Parker. There he is. There's our boy Parker. Now, Parker, unfortunately, was the gentleman who zeroed the log in the first event. He had plenty of power. He just happened to miss the judge's down call. So hopefully it's a great event here.
Yeah, and that was I would say that is just a awareness mistake. It wasn't a lack of strength or anything. He pressed that log several times. He just could not hold the overhead position long enough to get the down. Very tough. But this bag is a different story. He did a good job getting that over. It looked like it was pulling him forward just a tiny bit. This next bag, if I'm not mistaken, is 350. Is that correct?
It is, in fact, a 3...
Is it 350?
I think it's about 350.
About
I think
350?
it's about 350. I think they're going 325, 330.
That is...
That's heavy as hell.
That's
heavy
heavy.
as hell.
So he's going to try to get that bag over the line, I think is the is the goal here, just picking it up and scooting it. Because again, he's going to get distance. If he clears the ground, he's going to get a distance from the front of the implement. Oh, and he was able to get some air under it, but it was behind the line. And so that's a really tough one.
If he just gets 1 inch, oh,
yeah, and this is just such a grueling test because you are completely over. I would say he should get a distance for that, honestly.
I think he should get exactly 1 inch. Because he got distance. There you go.
That's distance.
It's something. That's distance.
He definitely
That's
got
distance.
He got air under it about 3 times. And so we'll see. Yep, they're taking a distance measurement, which I think is good.
Good for him. All right, a non-zero. Did not zero.
Yep, and he did finish the first bag, so that'll be credited with probably, I'd say about like 41.5 feet or something like that. Maybe 42.
These are the boys that walk out of the gym, and every time I got
So our next heat coming on up, the gentleman who will be getting ready is Josh Bailey in lane number 3 and Chance Dolahate in lane number 2. Both gentlemen.
Well done. That was a good. Yeah, you
both
just nailed that last name, I think.
I tried. Both gentlemen train out of Dungeon, both Dungeon boys, and we're both really excited for them to be here. So we have our one of our loaders and adjusters over here is a 3rd strongest man in the world in the 105 kilo weight class. That's pretty cool. Named Stephen Bradley. We have some other great athletes who are also just loaders and helpers today.
Absolutely. Some monstrously strong people out here, not just on the field, but also helping out.
Yeah.
take your positions.
All right, here we go. Josh in lane 3.
Here we go.
Chance
Josh
in
Bailey
lane
and
4.
Chance number 4. Here we go. Josh with
is
a
off the line
phenomenal pick.
first. Yep.
Way to go, Josh. Way to go, Chance here.
Chance closely behind.
All right, Josh.
But you know, this
transitioning
first bag is just like the buy-in.
Right.
The second bag is going to separate people.
Yep. And it looks like Josh here is taking his time with this bag. He might know
wise.
this is a heavier one for him. So he's going to make sure he hits these positions.
I saw him just plucked out off the ground just now, though. Like, he is.
He's
this
strong,
looks like
young
he
man.
needs to positionally make sure that he's in a good spot. Chance is up to the lap. Wow. Chance has got to make sure he keeps good posture, getting his hips slightly forward, shoulders back. It looks like he's going to finish that.
I think he is. And Josh just needs to get his right hand under. He's good to go. He can do this. Josh can do this.
Yep. I think he needs to widen those feet a little bit. He's dragging on those shins really bad. Like, it's really hindering his ability to pick it up. Chance is about to wrap this thing up for the first time for the heavyweights, and he's good.
Chance, way to go. First athlete to finish the medley.
Yep.
Chance Dolahate. Fantastic finish there. Josh is just running out of time. He might be able to get a few inches in distance.
Yeah, so a quick correction. It does look like the first bag is 300, second bag is 325.
Awesome. Good catch there.
But that is heavy. 325 is heavy.
It's real heavy.
It is heavier than the vast majority of these heavyweight athletes.
All right, so our next heat, we're going to have Dave Watson and Christopher French coming up in our third heat of open heavyweight men.
Heck yeah, here we go.
Dave Watson, longtime competitor. Been to the Rainier tons of times. Great guy.
Yep. Yeah, for the people that have been watching from the start with the live stream, you'll definitely recognize him. Christopher French lining up on the lane 4 sandbag.
All right. And one thing something that people might see on these athletes' hands. Obviously, athletes use chalk, but sometimes athletes will use liquid chalk. What do you prefer?
I actually much prefer normal chalk.
Okay.
I much prefer normal chalk, although there has been some controversy in the past. We don't really got to go into it. But
just read rules,
Yeah, it is what it is.
It's really that simple.
Yeah, I don't.
Personally, I actually love liquid chalk. Ironically,
I hate it. Actually,
do you really? That's funny.
Yeah, I don't. I like normal chalk better. I actually think that liquid chalk is not my jam. But
Watson and French, by the way,
wow,
really crushing this so far.
Yep, both of them moving.
French is about to finish that 325. Watson finally gets it off the ground, and he's running now. He might be able to catch up to French. We'll see.
There we go.
He's on it.
Very nice.
He's on it.
French is moving. He just has to keep upright and keep moving. Mr. Watson in lane 3.
And French with a phenomenal
finish this up as well.
Great stuff. Watson
It'll be
just
interesting
about
to
there.
see where they rank. I think French won that, but I think Dave Watson in lane 3 will be pretty close to Chance from the previous heat.
Right.
So it'd be interesting to see where they fall. But regardless, next up we're gonna have your boy Weston War
Now,
in
Weston
lane 3,
War.
and then Luke Young in lane 4.
Now, this is where War shines. War is a moving event guy.
I was gonna say,
He loves moving.
I was gonna say, you guys better keep your eyes open because if you blink, you might miss this. Both these guys are really strong, like especially strong in picking and loading and then dragging. They're both tall. They have excellent leverage on the sled. I think this is going to be a fastest heat potentially of this.
Here we go.
This,
And wow,
class.
and War is already off. He's already off. And a fantastic pick by Young.
That was swift.
West is already on the 325. He doesn't hesitate.
Holy cow.
He grabs it. He picks it. He's moving.
Yeah.
War is a mover.
A little slip up from Young, but that's okay. War is going to finish this up real quick. I am very confident he's going to be
this is top
in
3
first
maybe.
place currently.
Amazing finish by Weston War. Great stuff, buddy.
He did a really good job to pull that sled all the way through. Honestly, I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
That was very well done. We have Luke Young in lane 4, finishing up this 325-pound bag. I got a chance to chat with him, and he was a little concerned about that 325. He's concerned about getting it up over the knees into the lap. He needs to get those shoulders and head back just a little bit.
Well, he smoked the bag. You don't have to worry one bit.
Yeah, but he's moving now. He's got some inertia, and he finishes up as well.
Great finish by Luke Young and Weston War. What a heat, guys. What a heat.
Yeah, that is, and again, this is a tough event, not just muscularly, but conditioning-wise as well.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. So our next heat will be Justin Zungia and Ty Gilland. Now, Ty is also a phenomenal mover, and Justin is just a fantastic athlete. So I'm actually really excited to watch this heat in particular.
I was going to say, this is going to be a really fun matchup.
Yeah.
Both of them, they have very different body style, like very different, we'll say, like proportions. But
we have a short,
both
thick
of them,
boy and a tall, long boy.
Yeah, but both of them are just strong as hell.
Strong as hell. Here we go.
Athletes ready, set, go. Let's go. Dance.
Here we go. Ty's up first. And he's moving. He's got to keep good body
Justin's
position.
also doing great. Ty finishes first, just barely. Sprinting back. Look at these resprints. He lost a shoe. Goodness gracious.
That's gonna be tricky for the drag.
This is going to be hard.
Yep. You got to lace it up.
But Justin doesn't care. He's still
going.
going. He does not care.
That is fantastic. Ty finishes the sandbags
He
first.
does. He said shoes are for nerds. He's getting to the drag with one shoe. That's going to be a deficit. That's going to be hard.
And he goes anyway. Oh, that is awesome.
And Ty Gilland about to finish, and he does now.
And both of them put up a fantastic time here.
Great work by both of these guys. My man
out of his
lost
shoe.
He lost a tire
while he was carrying
He lost
that.
a
Is that
tire.
right?
Didn't care.
Or no, he was running back.
He was.
He was running back when he
I
came
don't
up.
know, but it was cool.
He just kept going. That was awesome. That's fantastic. So next up, we're gonna have James Hill in lane 3 and Sturgeon Anderson in lane 4.
That's right. Yep, we have James Hill lane 3 and Sturge Anderson lane 4.
Last two of the big boys here.
All right, so this will be, these gentlemen obviously went 1 and 2 in the previous event. Sturge is probably going to shoulder this first bag if I had to guess, and then he's going to front carry the second.
Judges ready.
Here we go.
Ready, set, go.
Here we go. Here we
Hill
go.
is done with the bag, the first bag, but the second bag is separating people. So we'll see how these guys go on the
Sturge
second
will
bag.
full lap this one.
Hill is quick to the lap.
Hill is a
really
mover.
Fast. He's a contender for first in this event.
Hill's a mover.
But
Sturge
War
leaning
was so
back,
fast,
getting it
too.
done.
Yeah, Sturge is working
Here we
along.
go.
And Sturge is putting up a good time, too. Hill finishes up. But Sturge is going pretty quick. It's just Hill was so
Hill's
fast.
a sprinter. Yeah, here we go, Sturge. Sturge running fast now.
There we go. Very nice.
And he
he's
finishes.
done.
Good
Very
job,
nice.
Sturgeon. Way to go. Good
Very well
stuff. Good stuff by both these gentlemen. Hill, phenomenal time there. Way to
Fantastic.
finish.
Yeah, and that wraps up our second event.
It does. Second event done for the day. All the amateur and novice divisions are done. And we're going to transition now into our next event. That being said, a quick little another shout out to our sponsors, Puget Sound Pizza, EPH. All of you guys have been phenomenal in helping us out. and sponsoring the show. Thank you so much, Cerberus Strength, Dungeon Strength, and Mountain Heating and Cooling. Thank you for tuning in, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Peace. And we're back with the Rainier Classic right here. How are you, Zach?
I'm good. How are you, Alex?
I'm doing so good because now we get to watch the Special Olympics division come out here and pull on these really cool apparati.
I think you nailed it. I think you got it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right
first
now,
up, we're going to have Joey.
Joey the Beast.
Joey the Beast.
Smoking
There's
that
one.
first pull. And for those watching at home, in this particular case, we're just doing deadlift for reps. And then every rep, they're going to add weight to the bar on the apparatus. It's going to be really cool.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit more of a unique event for strongman even, because there are going to be a lot of ties. But we'll get into the points and the way that they'll be divided and earned here in a second in some of the transitions. Joey's on his third repetition. Good for 3. Here comes 4. Every time the athlete lifts the weight, it gets heavier. They throw on some weight. So some of the divisions will have 20 pounds added. Some of them will have 50 pounds added. I believe we're adding 10 pounds every repetition for this one for Joey.
And look at the bend in that bar, Zach. What would that do to the mechanics of the pull when it gets really bendy?
Oh, yeah. It does change the mechanics of the pull quite a bit. People that get pulled forward in their deadlift are going to get punished on this movement. It's going to be really important to be able to take the tension and wedge into position while maintaining posture and then finishing the pull. Joey's taking a little second to celebrate that last repetition. That might be a PR for him, but here we go. Another rep.
Oh, let's go, Joey.
Hit another one, and that's it. So excellent job, Joey. One of the unique things about this particular event, it's very similar to a silver dollar deadlift, but for those people that are familiar with the movements, but for this one, it's going to be an ascending deadlift. So we're going to have 5 weight jumps. They're going to pull the weight empty, and then they'll have 5 more repetitions after that. Each repetition will get heavier and heavier, and if you finish all of the repetitions, all 6 repetitions, you will be credited with a full credit. Anyone who ties in that repetition number will split points. They'll combine their placing points and then split them. And so we are not taking split times on this one, so we're going to see a lot of kind of traffic jams in points, but it will be a lot of the weights are going to separate the athletes considerably as we see throughout the day. We have Aaron right here. Looks like he's on. Yeah, looks like he's on his 4th pull.
Yes, he is.
And that one just came forward a little bit. You can see this pulling him forward. One of his coaches, Taylor Lee, advising him to scoot forward a little bit before that last repetition. Aaron completes most of it. I think he was 1 away from finishing all of the weights on that one. Very good job, Aaron. And here's Dante getting ready to come up and deadlift. These, I believe, kegs are loaded on this one. Just a little bit.
There we go. There, we're adjusting. Dante smoking that first rep. We're adding 5 pounds aside, so 10 in total for these jumps. And Dante's opting to go with a mixed grip technique. He's deciding not to use his straps, and that's probably because he's got really strong hands, honestly.
Yeah, and a lot of the athletes that come to strongman have done other sports before. I know, in particular, most of our adaptive athletes have actually done a lot of powerlifting, and so he may feel a lot more comfortable with that mixed grip because in powerlifting and competition, you're not allowed to use straps. You can use a double overhand. You can use a double overhand with a hook grip. You can use an alternating or mixed grip, but a lot of people elect to use a mixed grip. And so that's what we saw from Dante right there. Very good job, Dante. We got Chris up next.
All right, Chris walking quite regal. He looks confident, and he's so strong. All right, here we go. Chris also opting to go without the straps with a nice wider stance as well. I love that frog stance pull. I love that.
Yeah, I believe they're allowing the adaptive athletes to go sumo.
Yes. Yes, Chris gets to do that. I believe, conventionally speaking, his back tends to hurt a little bit. In the sumo, it doesn't. So I believe that's why Chris opts to pull sumo.
Yeah, and in the amateur and pro division, sumo will not be allowed.
And the novice as well.
Yeah, and the novice. Sumo will not be allowed, but in this circumstance, you can see him grabbing between the knees, more narrow than the knees. That's what's considered a sumo pull. So the other pulling style, hands outside of the knees, is called a conventional deadlift. And there's a lot of contention on the internet for the people that are not aware. A lot of people
Well, the thing
like
is,
to,
sumo is easier.
Yeah,
So.
you know, I mean, for the people that can do it.
For the people that can do it, that's true. That's very true.
All right, next.
Our boy Damon coming out here to crush some weights.
And he's a strong puller. I think he's
His-
going to just blister this thing.
He has an incredible deadlift, and his grip is nasty. Mm-hmm. Real big
That's
hands,
true.
big, powerful kid. I believe Damon is down 150 pounds in
Holy
total
cow.
weight loss.
Yeah.
Like something incredible like that.
Wow. And he's just cranking them out. He's like, when are you going to put on more weight, guys?
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. Damon's worked really hard with the Special Olympics team, and it's showing. It's showing. His pulls are clean.
So get this show on the road. So repping it out at the end.
Let's go. Help him out, Brianna.
Did I
Damon.
misspeak? Is there a repetitions at the end for the novice and amateur?
I believe for the novice, so the novice are just doing deadlift for reps. It might go. I believe it does go up, but for the amateur, it goes up, and it's whoever gets it done fastest.
Okay.
So there's not an AMRAP at the end. I don't believe.
Okay. And he is just cranking these things out. Damien just.
David, the showman,
Excellent.
forever a showman,
Yep.
forever letting the people know.
Very well done. High fives all around.
Oh, one more round of applause for Damon. I love the kid. All right, now that was fantastic work. Our adaptive class is finished. Now, coming up first, I believe we should have our lightweight women novice and our lightweight men novice division coming on in.
My wife said all the time, hey, stop.
Is this our new shoot?
That is the one from the last one.
Okay.
I believe we have the next one coming up here shortly.
Awesome.
All right, I gotta get a whiz too.
Yeah, so it looks like we will have the novice lightweight women on the left and the masters men on the right.
Awesome. Fantastic.
So I think we need to do a little bit.
A little bit of weight adjusting, I believe. Some platform
Yeah.
adjusting coming up here. We have our head judge to the left there, Aaron Murray, judging the men's. And then we have, oh goodness, I'm forgetting her name for lane one. Help me out here. Who's our lane one judge?
Anna.
Anna's our
Anna
lane
Birdseye.
one. Anna Birdseye for lane one. And Aaron judging lane two.
Yeah, and that's cute to see that out there because that's husband and wife over there with Anna.
Yeah,
and
it is
Scott
husband and
Birdseye
wife,
right there.
isn't it?
I was in my own little world. Okay.
Change this.
Looks like we're just getting a couple.
Looks like the boys
score
are getting
sheets
ready.
shifted around.
All right, hey, Lucas. So that's all ready to go, just making sure.
All right. And one of the interesting things about this event is going to be I know we mentioned it before, but the slack in this bar is going to throw a lot of people off. And also the swing and the sway of this bar. A lot of the weight is below the actual center of the barbell itself. So you see a lot of swinging in the actual weight itself. The athletes are going to have to control that, get it to lock out and stabilize before they get the down signal. What are going to be, what are the lift standards for a good lockout? What's the judge looking for?
Great question. So as you just mentioned, because this particular apparatus is particularly challenging in terms of stability, the judges are really going to be on them looking for one, shoulder blades in line with the hips in line with the knees entirely locked out, a nice straight line. You actually don't have to lean back. It's kind of a bit of a misconception. You just need to be perfectly upright, hips locked out, standing upright. You can't have your shoulders collapsed. You can't have your shoulders collapsed in front of you like this, pinching forward. It just needs to be neutral. Essentially, everything must be neutral and consistent. That being said, you can use basically any technique you want to pick it up off the ground besides sumo. You could hitch it, you could ramp it, you could walk it up if you really want to. You could hook grip, you could strap in. You have literally whatever you want, basically. No figure eights today. That's the only caveat.
Yeah, no figure eights,
and
no
that's-
suits, no
suits,
briefs.
no briefs. That's right. And that's only because this show on the pro side of things qualifies for North America's Strongest Man and Woman. And if the individual were to qualify for that, those are the rules at the higher level show. So we're honoring that throughout the contest here.
Absolutely. And again, this is one of the higher level contests in America. And we're looking to prepare these athletes for the next level of competition, that being nationals or world level competition, international, whatever it may be. But even just competing here is a very stiff competition.
This is the highest level amateur show in the country, and in terms of pro show quality, it's the best pro-am in the country as well. I could easily make that argument for that. And then it's the only pro show that qualifies for shows internationally speaking, right? So the level, even from the novice division, is high. Like every level within this show is just high because of the type of athletes that it attracts. And honestly, it's really fun. Now, does that mean you have to be very, very good to do the show? No. Sign up, have fun. You don't need to be a world beater, but because of the status and the athletes surrounding the show and the people who put it on, it tends to be a very high level show. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And maybe one day we'll get you to do the heavyweight pro men's division to qualify for North America's Strongest Man.
That would be fun.
As our reigning 105 national champion.
Yeah. That would be fun.
Yeah. I think you could do it.
I think it would be interesting with this field. There are some ass kickers just even in the amateur division here. And now, speaking about this afternoon session, we're going to be seeing the Pro-Am division where we have guys duking it out for that North American Championship qualifying position.
Right.
Is it the top 3 this year?
Top 3.
So top three will be qualifying for that. Where is that held this year?
So every year it's going to be in Victoriaville, Quebec, which is just northeast of Montreal. That is where the North American title is always fought for. It's in this outdoor arena. About 3,000 to 5,000 fans live every year come to watch it. It is a massive show in Canada. It's huge. People love it. It's always 8 grueling events, and now it features women as well, which is something that we've been working on.
I have to ask.
Yeah.
Is there poutine?
There's lots of poutine. Oh, yeah. It's French poutine as well. Not even Western poutine. It's French poutine.
France.
That means there's duck on it and cool stuff, like pâtés and whatever.
Yeah.
I know. But yeah, so that is the big prize for the guys and girls later on competing. And for these guys and gals here competing, maybe they're trying to do their first amateur show, go to the first novice show, then go to their amateur later on. It's probably going to end up being this show next year, right? And or for those in the amateur, they're trying to go to nationals. They want to see what they're made of. And a lot of the people here who podium here tend to do incredibly well at nationals. So very much looking forward to that.
Excellent. And so we have the spotters and loaders. Huge shout out to you guys. Thank you again. They're adjusting these implements back one lane. That's what's going on the field right now, making sure everything is all squared away.
Yeah. And while we have a little bit of time, I want to give another shout out to EPH Hale Bale and Company, providing us with all, essentially the first and real sponsorship this competition's ever had. Thank you so much, EPH. I wanted to give another shout out to Cerberus Strength for an incredible amount of equipment and tools that we use on the floor, off the floor, in the gym, at home. Cerberus has really been one of the primary and paramount sponsors of this competition since its inauguration 5 years ago. It won last to Mountain Heating and Cooling, giving me the biggest sponsorship of the competition, of this whole competition this year. Mountain Heating and Cooling is giving away free televisions via raffle here at the actual competition. If you also were to purchase one of their heating and cooling systems, you also have you also just get a free television, flat screen television. So they're doing a whole lot for this competition, and they're responsible for this literal event in building this apparatus for us. And they donated these giant AC units worth, frankly, thousands of dollars to us for this competition, in which they knew we were going to destroy them. And what they're going to do as well, shout out to Jake Higgins, who owns Mountain Heating and Cooling. After the show, they're going to fix up these units and then donate them to a cause that needs it.
Right on.
Yeah.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah, Mountain Heating and Cooling is just cool across the board.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so that's going to be very exciting. And, with a pool like this, Zach, would you mind describing, because when people see this, they're seeing a power bar, which is normally associated with a stiffness.
Yeah.
But they're seeing it on this sort of apparatus. Do you think the power bar is going to operate like it normally does? Will it still be a stiff pull because of this? And if not, why?
We are going to see, the reason why is we are going to see some tremendously heavy deadlifts today. That's really what it is. It's like the bar is going to be loaded gradually. There's a ton of leverage on the bar because those AC units are really far on the end of the collars, like outside the collars even, for the center of mass on those AC units. So I believe the beginning weight for the larger AC units is going to be about 560 pounds, and I believe the starting weight for the lighter ones is 325, if I'm not mistaken. But essentially the weight is so much further out that it creates a much larger, I believe it's moment arm on the center of the barbell, causing it to flex tremendously. So that flex is going to cause a lot of whip, it's going to cause a lot of sway, it's going to cause all kinds of instability, and those stiff bars can very swiftly be turned into pretty flexy bars when that happens. Like when we have this kind of leverage on the bar.
Of the Rainier Classic.
All right. So we have some people just getting ready for this. Judges are communicating a couple things to the spotters and loaders. And we have our first athlete up, Elise Ramirez in lane 1. Lane 2 is empty. Elise is just clarifying a couple of things with the judge, getting ready for the go. So we have Elise Ramirez in lane number 1.
So I want to say that their bar starts at 205 and climbs in 10-pound increments.
Nice. I agree. That's what it looks like to me as well.
And Elise is a phenomenal puller in specifically the elevated position. She has these incredibly short femurs, so it allows her to ramp almost immediately and get way more weight than she typically would from the floor. It's pretty cool.
Excellent.
Yeah, having short femurs helps sometimes. Great for squatting, great for elevated pulls.
You got it. Let's go.
Yeah, so body proportion is the body proportions play a large role in what the individual is inclined to excel at what that particular body will just be advantaged in. And you know, as we're talking about short femur length versus long femur length, what would you say long femur length is advantaged to?
It's a great question. So, generally speaking, if individuals have long femurs, they don't tend to do the best from elevated pulls. Like not that it's bad, but generally speaking, their squats are a little harder. But what they're really good at is deadlifts from the floor. Interestingly enough, longer femurs, like someone like JF Caron, very long femurs. Most people don't realize that. One of the best deadlifters to ever live, right? Half-Lord Julius Bjornsson, he's 6'9". He doesn't have short femurs. Also an incredible puller. Even someone like Mitchell Hooper, his femurs are slightly more proportional than not, but still slightly longer than the average, I would say. And it just tends to be great for deadlifting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And some individuals are just like strong all around, like Hopthor in particular, 1,000-pound squatter.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter what he does.
Yeah, like you said, long femurs typically disadvantage the squat, but he's an incredible squatter and an insane deadlifter, so it's just ridiculous. Okay, next up in lane 1 we have Nat Hare. In lane 2 we have Sam Henderson.
Big Sam, as his shirt says.
And again, this event, if I'm not mistaken, is not for it is a set number of repetitions, and it is not timed. So the question is, can you get all the work done?
Can you get all the work done, and then who does it the fastest?
Yeah, and we may see a couple people get waved off and said, you're done. If that is the case, there's a caveat in the rules that says once the judge says the weight is ready to lift and it is loaded by the loaders, you will have 10 seconds to initiate the next lift. If you exceed that 10 seconds between repetitions, you are done.
And look at the dogfight out of lane 1. Nat making it her business to finish that lift. She's walking backward. She's got to stay steady. And she does. Wow. Yeah, way to stabilize Nat.
Looks like Big Sam had several good repetitions. Didn't quite finish all of the repetitions available, though. So lane 1, we're going to have Genesis. In lane 2, we're going to have Brian Morcade.
All right. And these are both Dungeon Strength members. We love them both. They're doing fast. We love all of you, but these two in particular. This is fantastic. So Genesis Cans, and Brian Morcade.
All right. I'm excited to see these guys lift. This is Genesis's first competition. And Brian has a couple under the belt. Wow, that was really fast repetition from Genesis. She's going to finish this up.
This is another phenomenal puller due to her limb lengths. She smokes. She gets her hips, her shoulders back, and she just leans into it, and it basically just starts flying. Morcade here, killing the pulls.
Mechanically, she's very efficient, too.
On point.
Yeah, she's doing a great job of keeping tension, pressuring the hips into the bar as soon as she can.
Brian is doing a wonderful job as well of getting the slack out of the bar and then truly committing to that hitch. doing a great
Absolutely.
job. Fully locks out right there. Should get the down, and he does.
And that's a great example of how much the bar not only is flexing, but swaying back and forth. You can see that it's moving a lot on him, which is taxing.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like a standard deadlift where you get to pull it up and you have greater control over the bar.
Yeah.
It is much more finicky, much more difficult to control, and that's going to be taxing on these athletes. So we have the weights getting changed around. Next up in lane 1, we're going to have Natalie Dix. In lane 2, we're going to have Jason Irwin.
So I don't think Natalie Dix is in this heat, because that is not Natalie over there. Let's take a quick gander here. Where's our list here, sir?
Oh, yeah, my bad. So
We have
in lane
Deanna
1,
Estrada.
yes, and then in lane 2, we have Tom Schrum.
There it is. Elena and Tom.
Thank you for that correction.
Oh, it's all good.
We got Tom Schrum on lane 2. Competitors.
All right, Diana's first competition. I'm not so sure about Tom, but we should get a good show out of both of these athletes.
Something tells me that the individual in lane 1, Diana, is built well to pull.
And there's one for both of the athletes. And
look.
2, it looks like they're going insane.
Yeah, it really does.
It's like a good rhythm.
Super shout out to our loaders with a very succinct loading. Very
Yeah.
timely.
Absolutely. Nice and swift to the load.
Yeah, Diana, great pulls. Mr. Schrum getting his first hitch in, and he's getting a big pull. Good for you, Tom. Great job, Tom. He's got to be careful not to fall, but that was a very good pull. I think he might be done. Diana's still getting after it.
I think this might be the last pull for Diana.
I think so, too.
Needs to finish it.
Yeah, Diana smoked this whole thing.
Very well done, and
Well
that is
done.
full points. So,
Yeah.
again, they only have to finish 6 repetitions. And once they're at the maximum weight and they complete that weight for 1 repetition, then they're done.
That's right.
And that
And it'd be
receives
for
maximum
time.
points. Yep,
Yeah.
it will be. The points will be combined and then divided amongst the equal placing by repetition. There is no time split in this one.
There will be time split for the finishers. Whoever did it the fastest.
For these ones?
Whoever did it the fastest, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Then I stand corrected.
We have Natalie Dix in lane number 1, and we have our boy Jason Irwin in lane number 2. He's having a great day, Jason. And Natalie, frankly.
Oh, yeah. I think Jason's going to do a really good job here.
Athletes ready.
Natalie's strong.
Now, I know Natalie, the deadlift is not her favorite pull, but that first rep was really good.
Mountain heating coin.
Mr. Irwin, great pull here as well.
Jason taking a small step back before that repetition, just making sure he feels all set, getting those wraps nice and tight. Something we didn't mention is there is a rule in this particular event where you need to maintain contact with the bar.
That's right.
With the thumb. If you use the straps to slide too far down and lose contact with the thumb on the bar, it will be considered no repetition.
Yeah, and
So-
Natalie so far has pulled 3 pulls past her current PR.
Wow.
So
very
far.
well done.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I'm going to go ahead and say the peak went well, and she's done. Way to go.
Excellent.
She decided to stop just before the last, save her body a little bit. So good.
And Steven Medina.
Little celebration with Connor over there, if I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken.
yeah. Connor's one of my coaches, and he's
Excellent.
helping Coach Natalie for me. So shout out to Team RP11 gang. Everyone's doing really good. And Mr. Irwin, by the way, had a really good showing on those pulls.
Excellent. Next up, we're going to have Keeleen Clayton on lane 1, and then lane 2 is going to be Stefan Medina.
All right, let's see it.
Athletes are getting set.
Kayleen Clayton and Stefan Medina. Now, for those watching, these athletes are standing on an incredibly large wooden box that Lucas hadn't built for this actual pull. The box actually gets them to a standard height pull, which is about 8.9 inches, just under 9 inches is the standard height for a deadlift pull.
Is this one at standard height, or
It
is
is.
it 12?
It is 9 inches. At least I've been told it was 9.
Okay.
So last I was informed that the box gets them to 9 inches. Actually, right, because the box needs to be 12 inches in height in order to get them to 9, right? Isn't that correct? I don't remember.
Regardless,
The box is really cool.
and the weight is really heavy.
And the weight's really heavy. Now, the box is pretty huge. They're 4x4, just in case people start stumbling around. They need to have enough room for safety's sake.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about that standard height is it is high enough for someone to typically fit underneath the bar before the barbell, the weighted barbell hurts them.
Yeah,
So,
just about everyone could fit.
yeah, just about everybody. Probably many exceptions in this sport, but that's okay.
Yeah, in this
That's
sport in
okay.
particular.
Yeah. Something not a lot of people seem to recognize, it seems, but that is by design, and it's probably established back in like the 20s or 30s, maybe even
and
earlier.
it was just the circumference of the plates that they used.
Yeah.
That's how they found it. Like, this is good enough, and just stuck with it.
Safe enough, good
Yeah.
enough.
Of the standard Olympic lifting plate specifically. All right, so now we're in our open divisions. Well, we have a Masters division in lane number 2. Let's see here. Oh no, we're not in Masters. Where are we?
So this is last
We have
heat
Brittany
for
Reed.
last heat for the lightweight novice women in lane 1, and lane 2 Masters men. Last heat Joseph Nielsen.
Joseph Nielsen, that's right.
Holding the weight in your hands. Let's go. There you go, Joseph.
2 reps for each of these athletes. Very solid.
She is crushing that. Out girl.
Very smooth. And Brittany Reed is just cranking these out. She's like,
Great pull. And she has a pretty long torso, which generally speaking isn't the most advantageous for long pulls, but she's doing a great job of wedging her hips towards the bar as close as she can and continues to pull. That's great.
We have a weight change.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm actually a little surprised. Brittany Reed's a novice. She competes well. She looks like she's very strong. Good for her.
yeah,
Maybe she's new to strong woman as a whole.
could be new to strong woman. Also, could very well be her last novice competition.
Oh, right, yeah. And I hope it is, because you look strong, Brittany. It's time to go to the amateurs.
Yeah, next up, it looks like we're going to have the 125-pound amateur women in lane 1 with Yaki, and then lane 2, we're going to have the first of the 231-pound men with Emmett Smith.
That's right. Playing a little Rob Zombie out here today, getting the people going. Now, the last time you had a pretty interesting pull variation, at least that I saw, was America's Strongest 2 years ago. You had a Ukrainian deadlift, which is basically you getting to do sumo,
Yes.
and you loved it. Yeah. Have you ever had? How do you fare, and how do you like pulling on elevated pulls like this that are incredibly bendy?
I like it quite a bit.
Yeah.
I personally, I've worked on my deadlift a lot recently. I've been getting better and better and better, and I would say, certain individuals are advantaged in certain styles of pulling. My particular body doesn't like standard conventional pulling, but it is what it is, And in strongman, you work with what you're given, and just like as in life, and you do your best with what you have.
Yeah.
And work towards improving it. Yaki's getting ready in lane 1. I don't see oh, no. Here we go. Emmett Smith in lane 2.
That's right.
First of the 231s. Athletes are just getting strapped in, getting all ready. And I have a feeling Yaki's going to just blister this.
Yeah.
She's a very strong puller.
She seems like she might be good at this. I'm hoping we get some great pulls out of Mr. Smith as well. All right, here we go, guys. All right, Smith wedging in pretty good. Ooh, immediately into the ramp. Oh, and he gets it. Good for him.
Very nice.
And he gets this down command. Great pull out of Smith. Yaki's out here just smoke showing it.
Absolutely. Yaki is from a powerlifting background, so she's very comfortable with this movement. You can see her posture and position is spectacular with this movement, honestly.
I hope we get to see Yaki this year at Amateur Nationals, because that'd be a fun weight class, see how competitive she is amongst the other 125ers, because there's quite a few of them at Nationals.
Absolutely. It looks like Emmett Smith reached his limit on that event. Very well done. Very good effort. And that one looked a little tough from Yaki in lane 1. This is her last weight that she has to hit. We'll see if she gets maximum
Come on,
points
Yaki.
here.
You got this, bud. She's wedging in. She's wedging in. Oh, just not today. Seemed a little heavy. Okay, she looks like she's opting to stop.
Yeah, and just a little heavy. That's all right. One away. It gives you something to shoot for,
Yeah, good for her. Great pulls out of Yaki. I'm sure that was somewhere in there was a PR.
Yeah, positioning was fantastic, I would say. Just about perfect.
And now we have Laura Lund, who will be coming out. Laura Lund's right in the alley over there. And we have James Moore on lane 2.
Excellent. This is Masters Women in lane 1 and 231 Amateur Men in lane 2. And we have a weight change coming in for the Masters Women. This is, I believe we'll be moving the bar to 325 as a starting weight.
Lucas.
With the smaller AC units, getting those kegs exchanged out.
Okay, just making sure.
Got to get
All right,
them all
and James
strapped
Moore's
in
going to
and
start
secured.
his. James. All right, so it looks like they're waiting to start James once they fix up and switch up the AC units. Now, looks like it's getting nice, a little tight. They're probably adding some ratchet straps to it, if I had to guess.
Yeah, just making sure it's nice and secure.
Yeah,
it's
last
got
thing
to
you
last. It's got to last through some athletes, you
Right.
know?
Yeah, last thing you want is a piece of apparatus breaking during someone's pull. However, James Moore has just been standing up on this box now for a while.
He's just taking it in.
He's just taking in the lovely environment.
Yeah,
One
taking
thing
it in.
I'm genuinely pleased about, if we look around, the crowd here, there's quite a few people here. It's definitely
Absolutely.
grown. Like all the stands are seemingly full. We have all the chairs almost full in the front. This is great.
Especially behind the camera and to the left of where the camera is stationed currently. It's
a whole lot of people
quite
up
filled
here.
out.
Now, this is a great moment for someone like James, who's in a position to where maybe he was called out a little early by the competition. It's a great time as an athlete to have mental fortitude and not letting the environment affect you. Because some people might be bothered standing up there for too long, or some people might let it get to their head. Not James. He's progressing through his head here. He's staying in the zone. And that's something that's really important when you're in a situation like this. Like, you never know what's going to happen, so just be okay with basically anything.
Absolutely. It's the mindset is so important. The mind can break before the body, you know. And if your mind is right, then you can get everything that is possible out of your body.
I agree. So it looks like we're getting ready to go. We have Laura Lund in lane 1 and our boy James Moore in lane 2. Everyone's strapping on in. We'll be told to get ready soon.
Judges ready?
All right, here we go.
Set, lift.
Excellent. Laura Lund in lane 1 and James Moore in lane 2. Here we go.
Super proud of that. Now, James is a huge fan of the Derek Poundstone hitch. He told me he's going to whip that out pretty soon.
Good. Excellent.
He loves him a good hitch. And besides the fact he's the biggest headache on my team, I do love him. He's doing great, James. He's not really the biggest headache, I joke. All right. First
Very
moderately
nice.
difficult pull for the both of them. We might see someone like James now elicit a super hitch, maybe even a full the super hitch. Let's take a look here.
The super
The
hitch.
super. So there he
There's the
goes.
super hitch.
He's going for it. He's hitching at him. He's shaking his legs. He gets the lockout. Good for him.
Nice. Excellent.
And he's done. He's deciding to stop. And that was the second to last one, so good for him. That's great
Very
pulls.
well done,
Heavy
yeah.
pulls.
Looked like he got everything that he could out of that. Very well done.
He's coming on over. Give me a high five. Good job, buddy. Oh, that's good. He said he might have gone to the bathroom to himself. So now he's going to go fix
He
that.
looked happy any which way.
He was pretty happy.
He was
So
very
good job,
pleased.
James Moore. Idiot.
Excellent. Okay, next up, it looks like we are going to have a Corey Tilbrook
Yep.
in lane 1 and then a Jacob Matheson, or is that Jacob or?
It
yeah,
says
it's
lockup,
Jacob.
but
It's
we're gonna
Jacob.
call that person Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob Matheson.
No.
And lane 2.
All right. Corey Tilbrook. She had an incredibly patient sandbag run. She really stuck with it as it was slowing down. I was really impressed with that. Let's see. Hopefully, get some good pulls out of Corey.
All right.
And Jacob here getting strapped on in. Should be just about ready.
Judges ready? Athletes ready? Set, lift.
Here we go. We're off.
Strong first pull from Jacob.
Okay, Corey smoking that first pull as well. Jacob getting in his reps.
Strong pulls here.
Looks strong, but the hips seem up and back, and I think that might punish him as we start to get heavier and heavier.
Yeah, you ultimately want to wedge them in, especially with an elevated pull like this. If they stay back and especially up, it's going to be quite difficult because then you're just using your lumbar spine to finish the pull.
Absolutely. It's going to make it much harder. Not like through the whole midline, really, because you see it starting to swing back and forth. If you can't keep a very straight line of progression with the barbell, it's going to just start whipping you all around.
And then loading at that point, what would be the weakest parts of your body because they're not braced, right?
Absolutely.
It's kind of a double trouble recipe there.
Yeah, but it looks like he put out a fantastic effort. Got several repetitions, points on the board.
Mm-hmm.
The loaders are stripping some of these off, tightening down the straps, making sure that these are all set. That concludes our Masters women in lane 1. Next up is going to be the 140-pound amateur women in lane 1. First there is going to be Jessica Guerin. And then lane 2 is going to continue the 231 amateur men with Matt Milstead.
All right. Jessica in our 140s and Matt in our 231s.
I'm sorry, black Santa Cruz. So in total, red Toyota RAV4, blue Honda Fit, silver Honda.
All right, a little bit of a delay right now, giving us some announcements on the screen. And again, we still have a 231-pound man out there, Matt Milstead and Jessica Guerin in the 140 class.
All right, here we go. Lane 1 should be just Ron, and we have Matt Milstead. Let's go ahead and take your grip, competitors.
Okay, looks like we're about to get ready here. Everyone's strapping on in.
Is ready.
Our 140-pound women's class, and Jessica Guerin and Matt Milstead in 231-pound weight class.
Very nice. Both good for 1 repetition. And Matt good for 2. Jessica working on her second, gets it. That's it. 3's halfway.
Oh, yeah. He's doing it. And for someone who's he's a little bit more back dominant in his pulling, he really does a great job of getting the slack out of the bar and still driving pretty well through the feet.
Yeah, I usually save the more technical details for the evening, but I think that's a really good example. It looks like he has kind of long femurs, and it also looks like he has a bit of a short torso. How do you think that would impact the deadlift?
So having the shorter torso is ultimately going to help keep the weight in his legs a bit more. If it was longer, the bar he would be more out in front of the bar, tends to load the lower back a little bit more. So he's not worse or off than anyone else, but it puts him in a position to where he actually could have his hips way higher than probably we would say is advantageous. But because the torso length is so short, he's still able just to wedge in from a higher position. It's a little unique to him. It's unique. So it's actually, and his pull is fast. He finished really quickly.
Yeah, no, very strong, very strong.
So coming up in this heat here, we have we got here Vivian Liao, pardon me, and Mac Murphy. So again, Vivian in lane 1 and Mac in lane 2. Vivian's in the 140-pound weight class, and Mac is in the 231-pound weight class.
I believe Vivian is from Lake Washington CrossFit, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. Yeah,
and
I think you're right.
Mac is from the Dungeon Strength RX, the strongest gym in America.
In the world.
In the world.
In the world.
These guys are just cranking out repetitions.
Yeah. All right. Vivian taking a brief pause. Got herself psyched up for that rep there. Mac is out here destroying. Mac with the harder pulls coming in strong here. This is his last one. Can he do it? Oh, yeah, what a great lockout, and gets that down and almost slips. Good
you can
for
see
him.
that. You can see it starting to work its way backwards. That's why we got those big boxes, like you were saying.
You have to, otherwise you'd be too dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree, especially with all that sway back and forth that they drop it and it's swinging back, then it's going to start to creep back further and further. Vivian working on this repetition right here.
Vivian finishing up strong.
Very well done.
Let's go, Viv. Hit him with the double flex, Vivian. Let's go. Good for you, Vivian. Great pull.
Awesome.
I'm assuming that was a PR, so good for her.
Yeah, very well done.
So we have a weight change now. We have a weight change at least for lane number 1, because now we're going into the 160 division, 160-pound women's amateur division.
Yeah.
And the first athlete out there will be Callie Hess. And our next athlete out for our lane 2 will be Kevin Beese.
It looks like we have a mistake in the person coming out.
We do. That's not Callie.
They might just
That's
run
Nicole.
it.
Yeah, so never mind. So we're still in the 140s. They shouldn't have changed the weight. That's Nicole Kupfer. They should not have changed the weight. They need to go back down.
Did they flip plates or did they not?
Oh boy.
I don't see additional weight added to the
so we're
implement,
good?
so I
All
think
right.
we're good.
All right, good. So Nicole is out there still in the 140-pound women's class, and that's Kevin Beese in lane number 2.
Let's see how he gets on with this.
Now, I know
He's
Kevin.
a hoss.
What was that?
He's a hoss.
He is a hoss. And I know Kevin is coached by Gabe Pena, so he should have some good pulling pedigree. And Nicole is an Olympic lifter, and pulling heavy from the floor is not their cup of tea. However, she just got a very good second rep.
I was going to say, she's starting, she's getting some good rhythm in there.
She's pulling through. Nicole's pulling through, hitting the hitch. Oh, Nicole with a great third rep. That was obviously something very challenging for her, and she really stuck with it. That was fantastic.
Absolutely, yeah. It looks like this might actually be her 5th repetition that she's going for. She has it past the knees.
Okay. And great pulling out of both Nicole Kupfer and our boy Kevin Beast. Great stuff, guys.
Yeah, very well done. It is interesting to look at athletes' backgrounds and see how it carries over. I completely agree with you. The weightlifters, individuals with the weightlifting background tend to struggle with more of the static movements like deadlifting.
Yeah, specifically the deadlift, I'd say. Yeah. Totally.
Positioning is so different, and someone that is new to the exposure of either of the sports or any of the sports, be it like weightlifting, powerlifting, strongman, deadlifting and cleans are so different, but the movement, like the bar path, almost seems similar to the untrained eye.
It does.
But it is very different, right?
Completely different mechanics of pull, completely different pressure or what muscles you want firing. It is a very different thing. But in our next heat here, we have, where are we at here? We are right Callie
here.
Hess and our boy Pavlo Evanusa. Ivanusa, cool.
Here we go.
Callie and Pavlo.
They're both good for 1 repetition. It looked like it was a little bit tough off the ground for Callie, but then she just comes through with those hips.
Fires
so
through,
strong.
yeah. Yeah, now she's caught her groove now. And Callie's an athlete out of the Sweaty Pig over in Salt Lake City, Utah. A fantastic gym with some incredibly strong people. Jordan Larson comes out of there, the only American to press 450 and deadlift 1,000. Kevin Cavaris trains out of there. Great place.
So I'm curious. So in the rules meeting, we did see we did hear that they're not supposed to drop these, and we're starting to get into a little bit of a race to finish these repetitions. Some of the athletes are dropping them pretty hard. I saw a screw pop off of that one near us.
Oh, good.
And it's a little bit of weight, but we'll see if it makes a difference.
That might be important. Oh, boy. Well, these things happen, guys. Welcome to Strongman.
Yep. No, that's true. That's true. So long as everyone is being judged by the same standards, it's all good.
And the next athlete we'll have out is Maggie Van Gogh. That's a hell of a name. And Lance Cormican.
Correct. Here we go. It'll be awesome to see these two go. I actually work with a couple of these athletes. Lance is one of my athletes, and so I'm excited to see this particular event for him because he's really worked on his positioning. So if he can keep everything crowded, nice and tight, I think that he could do some pretty good work on this event.
The screws on the floor right there fell out of something.
Athletes ready, set, lift.
All right, here we go. Great pull out of lane 1. That was fantastic for Maggie.
Excellent. And Lance is keeping pretty good positioning.
So Lance did not get that first pull. He had to do it again.
Let's go.
Gotta wait for those down. Gotta wait for the down calls.
Yes.
Good discipline on that one, though.
Yep.
He changed up the tempo. He said, hey, I'm waiting for the down.
Yep.
Very good intention here.
The judging's good. There's a standard that has to be held. Everyone's got the exact same standard, especially within the class that they're in. That's really what's super important.
Nice. And Lance is doing a good job crowding those hips to the bar.
Yep. Maggie just missed her first attempt, or one of her 4th attempts there, but deciding to walk away. Lance is smoking these pulls.
Absolutely. And he's doing a fantastic job maintaining position. It's actually something that we've been working on quite a bit. And he was able to finish that from maximum points. That's fantastic.
That is fantastic. Is Lance one of yours?
Yep.
Nice.
I do work with Lance, and that's something that he struggled with, is maintaining position throughout the pull, and he did fantastic work there. Just crowded the bar the entire time.
Oh, good. We have a souvenir from the apparatus. It's a screw. That's for you. Yeah, as one does. So next up in lane number 1, we have Amanda Gates Allen, and then we have lane number 2, Colton Hodgson.
Excellent.
Athletes ready, set, lift.
good discipline from Colton, waiting for the down, waiting for the approval to start lifting the next repetition, very intentionally looking at the judge.
Yeah. His judge, Aaron Murray, for those who are listening in, probably the most experienced athlete in the room in terms of pedigree. Mm-hmm. And she knows what she's looking for when she wants us in terms of walkout.
Absolutely.
Lane one is smoking these pulls. I love the fact that she's getting a nice tug out of it. She's getting the tension out of the bar and forces her hips in. That was
Colton's
fantastic
still in
work.
this. He's still working.
Yeah, Amanda Letty, phenomenal work. And Colton, smooth finish. He just has the lockout now. Oh, his judge is being strict. Aaron's being strict today, boys. He's going to make some enemies in the pro show today. He got enough time for one more.
He's got to start the pull.
Oh,
he's got
it.
in.
He's got it. He's hitching hard.
Yeah,
Can he stand?
Good effort. Good effort.
Great effort. That was phenomenal work from our boy Colton here.
And he's smiling. That last repetition that he did complete, that is taxing. When you feel like you're at lockout position, you're looking for the call, and they're saying, hey, your shoulders aren't back quite enough. I'm not pleased with your position. You have to, again, initiate finishing the position. It's very taxing. So good on him for making another attempt on that very last pull. Next up, we
should have Erica Toth in lane number 1, our 180-pound division athlete, and Brian Hemmicker should be coming on out here pretty soon.
Hemi.
Where you at, buddy?
So Hemi will be starting us off for the 265-pound men. It looks like they're just adjusting some weights real quick.
Yeah, they're going from the 231 class to the 265, so they're upping the starting weight. Here we go.
All right, competitors, take your grip, please.
All right. So again, we have Ashley, pardon me. We have Erica Toth in lane 1 and Brian Hemmicker in lane 2. Brian got a really good wedge on that first attempt. Great pull.
Nice work. Yep.
Toth
Great
finishing well.
Start.
Now, Toth is an example of an athlete with a long torso and long femurs. Can be problematic for the deadlift, but she's doing a good job of wedging the hips to the best of her ability. And here's her first hard pull. She's getting it in, she's hitching, and she gets it. Good for her. And that's when those dimensions and proportions really come into play here.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see the difference in positioning and how challenging it is on the back position. That's where it's important to be able to crowd the hips as much as possible. We see, again, we're going to get into it this afternoon. So if you're interested in technical stuff, tune in for the afternoon stream. But, that's where we start to get into a little bit of thoracic flexion, allowing the shoulders to kind of come forward.
Right.
And bending the upper back, not the lower back. You bend the lower back.
You could have some problems.
That could be like a permanent ouchie.
Yeah. And when you say crowd the bar, what you're saying is athletes getting their hips as close to the bar as soon as they can once they're initiating pressure. That's what you mean when you say crowd the bar, right?
Correct.
All right, who do we have next here, Zach? It looks like in our 265-pound weight class, we should have an Andrew Gordon in lane number 2, and Allison, Eastern European name, in lane number 1.
Koczynski.
Another athlete out of Salt Lake City, Utah. Sweaty pig athlete.
And I believe it's Andrew Garon. There's just a little typo.
Okay. Now, hopefully, whereas Allison has really long arms, and that should help quite a bit in the pull, and she also has long femurs. But her torso is proportionate, so these pulls look incredibly smooth, and she's able to get a perfect angle on which she can wedge her hips just like that.
Absolutely. So, man, we talked about 3 different things that can impact the difficulty or we'll say the aptitude for someone's body towards a deadlift. We talked about femur length, we talked about torso length, and now we're talking about arm length.
Yep.
What's beneficial in a deadlift?
Short torso, long arms, long femurs. You want that one.
Okay, we want
That's the one you want.
Yeah.
That's the one you want.
Is there anywhere else in strongman that long arms could hurt you?
No. People will oftentimes say the press, but I think their dip and drive is usually ass. and I think they just need to work on technique. So, no, I don't subscribe to that at all. So, no, the answer is no.
I would actually butt heads with you on it. I do think short arms help. Pressing.
Nope. Flag in the hill. Not moving.
It's okay. We could disagree and still laugh about it. It's a superpower.
Yeah. Nope, long arms have never hurt anything.
Okay, so.
I'd say as the 5'6" man.
All right, next up, Ashley. How do you say that name again?
Oh, Grenada. Yeah.
Ashley, G, and Andrea leading us off for the open women in lane 1, and then in lane 2 we have Colt Lippincott for the 265.
Mr. Lippincott. That sounds like you know what? I'm gonna hold that to myself. Anyway, Ashley's in lane number 1.
For some reason, I'm having a hard time saying Lippincott.
It's a combination of vowels that just oftentimes don't go together.
Yeah.
At least I think.
So I got Ashley and Colt.
All right, Ashley, number 1. Ashley, another dungeon strength athlete. We love her to bits. Longtime member of the gym. As she likes to say on the internet, she always wears the pinkest things possible so her family can find her on the live stream.
And the sparkly belt.
The sparkly. And if you look at the live stream, she's standing out. We know that's Ashley.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, competitors, please take your grip.
Get it,
All right, Mr. Lippincott in lane 2 and Ashley in lane 1. Here we go. Ashley is the first athlete in the amateur open women's division. Lippincott is another 265-pound man.
Here they go. Ashley wedging in really well.
Yeah.
That was a really good
Yeah.
initiation to the pole. Going a little bit further back with the hips. Both athletes look good for 2 repetitions so far. Here's number 3 from Colt.
Oh, Lippincott just lost it forward. The foot pressure on that pole dragged him forward. I think he has the strength, though. Now he has to hitch and sit back. He's got he's done. He dropped.
He was
He's
hook
done.
gripping that.
Was he really?
I think he was hook gripping that. I just saw it
Whoa.
come out of his hands, and I thought to myself, maybe the strap broke. But I'm pretty sure I saw both of his hands double overhand.
Lippincott's got them mittens.
He might have been hook
Let's
gripping
go,
that.
brother.
Oh, that's awesome.
Good for you. It looks like we have Lucas Hatton inspecting our apparatus, making sure things are not... Okay. Hold on. Yeah, well, looks like we're good for maybe one more heat, but I fully intend on... At this point, I think we're going to end up ratchet strapping the apparatus together at some point.
We might need to.
So the next athletes out, we have Andrea Licari in lane number 1 in our open class division, and we have Cameron Veblongenesene in lane number 2. He's my friend, so I can say that. I don't know how to say his name.
Get it, bro.
Andrew Veb. Let's go, Veb.
Ready, set, lift.
All right, here we go.
Wow, that was a really strong pull from Cameron.
Cameron smoked that. Another sweaty pig athlete out of Salt Lake City, Utah. Very strong.
And strong pulls from both of these athletes,
Yeah, Amanda's
actually.
doing a great job.
Yeah,
Andrea, pardon me. Andrea's doing a phenomenal job. Andrea Licari in lane number 1.
Both of them pulling very powerfully.
Yeah.
And both of these athletes leading their divisions. Andrea leading the open amateur women.
That's right.
And Cameron leading the 265-pound men currently.
I think he's won every event so far.
Wow, that is a strong showing. If both these athletes can finish this out, they will maintain their first place position.
And Andrew just finished. Cameron just finished.
Looks
Great
like Andrea. Looks like Andrea's on her last pull.
one.
If
Come
she
on.
can finish this one, she maintains.
I think she still won the event, though. So I think
Okay,
she's
well, there we
okay.
go. There we
Yeah,
go.
I'm fairly certain she still won. So good job, Andrea, and good job, Cameron, guys. Way to close out your divisions.
Very well done. Next up, we're going to have novice lightweight men in lane 1 with Vincent Liu. And in lane 2, we're going to have Josh Bailey for the open amateur heavyweight men.
Okay, anyone here competing in the Pro-Am? Anyone competing in the Pro-Am? We're running a little bit behind. We're going to plan on first lift at 2 o'clock for the 73 kilo
All
Pro-Am.
right.
2 o'clock, first lift. 2 o'clock, first lift.
All right. So for the people that are looking to tune in to the afternoon live stream, we're actually going to be initiating that a little bit late. It sounds like we're going to start lifting at 2. So make sure that you are back in that stream by 2 if you want to catch the Pro-Am. But with that being said, we're just getting some weights turned over, getting the lightweight men weight established for lane 1, and then the open amateur heavyweight men for lane 2.
Noah and Parker, get ready. You're next.
So here we go. Vincent in lane 1, Josh in lane 2. Athletes are getting set, strapping in, and getting ready to pull. This is the last event for these athletes today, so they're really going to leave it all on the platform.
All right, here we go.
And they're off. Good lift from each athlete. That's Vincent in lane 1, Josh in lane 2. Vincent's good for 2 reps. Josh is working on rep 2. A little bit of a hitch right there. He's got to hold it. Good discipline. Very good discipline from Josh in that repetition.
Control it so it hopefully lands in the same positioning so I can lift the heavier weight. Because if you notice, it's kind of jumping all around. See a little more distance happening over there. Come on, Vincent, let's go. Good job, Josh.
And I heard Josh yell PR.
Yeah,
so
Josh hit a good
fantastic.
PR. Way to go, Josh Bailey.
Well done.
And hitting that PR.
And sometimes for competition, it's not about winning the event or winning the competition. It's about coming out here and it's open season on PRs.
And Josh Bailey last year competed in his first novice competition and he won. So now he's in the amateur, giving everything he's got. And that's what you have to do. Once you go for novice, you have to do amateur. You don't really know how you're going to do when you need a big step up. But good for Josh coming out here, hitting PR so far, and I think almost every event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to mention that I know that the heavyweight men are changing the jump, and I think the lightweight novice are changing the jump as well. I think they're taking 20-pound jumps. I think the heavyweight men are taking 50-pound jumps right now. And again, the starting weight is 560, so the final weight that they do will be really heavy.
Yeah.
Very near, would that be just over 8?
Yeah. Yep.
Or
At the
just
very
under?
end. The very end. I think they're barely just over 8.
Nice. I think we're going to see some people pull. I know we're going to see some people pull that. Never mind. I was saying I think. I know we're going to see some of the guys pull that.
Oh, yeah. So who do we have now? We should have, taking a look at this list here, we should have Noah Anderson in lane 1 and Parker Murray in the open men in lane 2.
Mister, how you doing now? Or how you going now?
Which gentleman? Which gentleman?
Murray.
Parker Murray. Murray.
Murray.
Lots of Murrays in strongman.
Is that how you going now, or how you? I'm trying to remember how he goes. I'm tired, bro.
Me too, man.
We need another energy drink. Good lift from Murray. Very nice lift from Mr. Anderson over there. I'm just feeling like all the references right now. Mr.
Dude, you're
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. You're doing a great job. Noah with the pull of his life.
Man.
Noah with the pull of his life. He got it. He's standing
Hold
tall.
it.
Oh
Wow.
my God, Noah Anderson.
That
What
was a spectacular
pull. Please
effort.
help him down. Don't let him go by himself. That was so good. By no stretch of imagination should he have gotten that pull.
That was
pure heart and will.
Absolutely. That was spectacular.
Way to go, Noah Anderson. Way to pull.
That was awesome.
Goodness gracious.
All right, awesome. Next up, we are going to have Nolan Sloan
That's the
in
one.
lane 1 and Chance Doliate.
Doliate, all right. Chance, another Dungeon Strength member. Longtime member, actually, at this point. We love us a good Chance.
All right, competitors, please take.
There you go.
Share this one. Here.
No, I'm
Want
okay.
first
I'm
sippies?
going to grab it now. No,
You
I'm
want to
good.
share cooties?
No, we shared cooties already, bro.
True.
Here we go. So again, lane 1, Nolan. Lane 2, Chance. And getting ready.
All right. Now, Chance is one of those athletes that has long everything. Femurs, the femur, arms, like everything on Chance is long. Former professional football player, Chance. Lane 1 getting in some reps is good. Chance getting in that first good rep. Way to go, Chance.
Keep pulling to the slide.
All right.
Good job, Noah. Come
Lane
on.
1 is moving.
Gotcha.
There you go. Good repetition. He's towards the front of the platform, or he's starting to creep towards the front of the platform,
He
and
is
Chance
a
is
little
starting to
bit.
creep towards the back.
Way to go. We need to be very careful, these boys. We have a lot of spotters here just in case, but we need to be careful.
Good job.
And Chance is saying, that's what I got today.
Way to go, Chance. Wise decision. Chance
Yep.
got the reps he needed.
Very well done. Very well done from both Nolan from lane 1 and Chance from lane 2. Next up, looks like we're going to have a William Bittner in lane 1 and Luke Young in lane 2.
Mr. Young, who has done the opposite of what some folks tried to do, in that he's gained 100 pounds to try to be a much bigger strongman. He was a very small man. Oh, I shouldn't say small man. He was just smaller man
He's
a couple
lighter.
years ago. He's
He's-
lighter. Yeah, there it is.
Do you know what he is? He's like 6'6", 6'7".
He's so tall.
He's a
He's
very
giant.
So he's got to pull this a long way. Do you think that that's an advantage, disadvantage?
I think it comes down to the femurs, or not femurs. It comes down to the limb lengths again. Because I think it's, I mean, yeah, the taller you are, obviously it's traveling further. But if you have proportionate body parts, it doesn't. I don't think it would feel any different.
And his position is gorgeous.
Really good. I think he's actually going to get that because his positions are perfect. Look at that.
He's
he
struggling.
just doesn't have the strength. You know what? It wasn't a position thing. It wasn't a technique thing. Just didn't have the power.
Yeah, no, it's true. It
was a great pull, though.
He's still building.
Yeah, it was a really good pull.
He has a ton of potential.
Yeah.
And lane 1 is still moving.
My man's still getting reps.
That's William Bittner in lane 1 for the novice men. Should say novice lightweight men.
Novice lightweight men. Great spotting there by our spotter Harley, making sure he was creeping back and Harley had his hands on him.
Yep.
Making sure he was good. While we have a little bit of break, I'm going to shout out Puget Sound Pizza, keeping us all fed. Thank you, Puget Sound Pizza.
I'm hungry.
You're the best. You hungry? Get some Puget Sound Pizza, brother.
That's where I should go.
Puget Sound Pizza.
Pizza
and then you
sounds
go
good.
home, you turn on your AC from Mountain Heating and Cooling, and you have a good time. And then when it's time for bed, you take your melatonin from Jack Squad Supplements, baby. Let's go.
I got my day planned now.
Here it is.
All right, Caius in lane 1. I believe this is his first competition. And then in lane 2, we have Dave Watson. No stranger to the deadlift, no stranger to the Rainier.
Watson's experienced.
Judges ready, athletes ready, set, lift.
All right. Mr. Osborne in lane 1, Watson in lane 2. Great pulls out of both gentlemen.
Yeah, Dave Watson in lane 1. His positioning is really good.
So good.
That is really good positioning. And I love are those jorts?
They're definitely jorts.
Gorgeous. I love it.
It's a power move.
The power.
It's a power move.
Power jorts. Good discipline. Very good discipline from Dave. That was a little bit of a tough one. Made him hold it for another second or two. He's starting to get pulled forward a little bit. It could just be fatigue. I mean, when we're talking about many repetitions like this, it's not just about the actual power output of one repetition. It's the accumulated fatigue and ability to maintain a brace, maintain position. And some of those muscles that are involved could fatigue a little bit earlier than other muscles. So that's where we see some of this positioning start to fall out, positioning start to compromise. And then poor positioning leads to poor outcome.
Yep. So coming up next, we should have Petro and Vanessa in lane number 1 for our novice lightweight men. In lane number 2, we should have Christopher French for our open division amateur men.
I believe this is Christopher French's first showing here at the Rainier.
It is, and he's doing great.
I got a chance to chat with him in the back really briefly. Really nice guy.
He's doing a great job. I love how he's wedging his hips quite well on this pull. I would encourage him to get his chest up a little bit more on the pull, but you know what? It's working for him.
And Mr. Ivanusa in lane 1 is just busting these out. Holy cow.
Yeah, Ivanusa knows how to pull. He knows how to pull.
Holy cow.
Super long arms.
Just flying.
Shorter torso. It's perfect. That's it. He smoked it. He smoked it.
He's like, did we start yet?
Yeah. Yeah, that boy's built to pull. Look how short his torso is. Like, he's built to pull.
That's fantastic. That's awesome.
That is not a diss, by the way. It's a compliment. Don't get mad at me. So in our next heat, we should have, coming on here, where are we at here?
Next up, we're going to have Donnell Davis, who's the current leader in the novice lightweight men. And he will be the last lightweight man in lane 1. And then lane 2, we have ya boy Sturgeon Anderson. You probably remember Sturgeon from the 400-pound log press he did not too long ago.
It was pretty cool.
All right, they're getting all set up, strapping in, and getting ready to pull. I think we're going to see some good numbers here.
Sturgeon, who's in second place throughout the show right now. So let's see. All right, Sturgeon.
Very strong pull from both athletes.
Plates on.
Donnell's moving. Sturgeon just
needs to go. Just needs to go.
He's taking his time. He's really strong there, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Is he just pacing himself?
I think he's following the plan a little too much.
Oh, gotcha. Donnell's just blistering these.
Donnell also doing an incredible job.
He's just cranking them out. And pick it up. Starting to fatigue from Donnell. His hips are kind of up and back a little further than we'd like to see. Sturgeon just
great hitch.
Nice and steady. Readjusting the feet a little bit. Very wise. And very well done from Donnell. He finishes it up. He finished all the deadlifts. He gets maximum points. Sturgeon's still working.
Great pull out of Sturge. We're on the second to last pull here. This would be huge for him. This is going to be a dividing wall, I think, for his class. Oh, he decides to give it a go. That's okay. Good move
effort.
for Sturge. He probably knew it wasn't going to get past the knee.
Yeah, very good effort by Sturge right there. And again, Donnell from lane 1, full points. Next up, we're going to have a little switch over. We're having the novice heavyweight men in lane 1. We're going to start with Jesse Curley. And then in lane 2, we're continuing the open amateur heavyweight men with Justin Zuniga.
All right, here we go. Justin Zuniga, a phenomenal puller. He is more than likely going to win this event. Justin was
strong. He was
stout,
bro.
For this particular pull. I think he won this event at World's Strongest Fireman. They had a Humber tire pull. I think he trained it once and pulled like 1,000 pounds on their apparatus or something ridiculous.
Wow.
So he's just built for this type of pull.
He's going to kill it. He's going to be good.
He's going to do just fine. He's going to smoke this.
Lucas, we got novice heavyweight man on lane 1.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So they should continue the show going. It's just going to come down to one lane now.
So Jesse Curley is coming out.
Well,
are we detaching? I don't think we are. I think it's...
So the novice men will be pulling on this apparatus, I believe. Unless they ultimately decide, they're changing it up.
Okay.
They're going to change that up. They're actually going to load up the first lane. So the first lane initially was not going to be loaded, but now it is.
Well, that's strongman, you know? I mean,
That's what it is,
sometimes
yeah.
we change it on the fly.
Yeah, totally fine.
I always like to tell athletes that I'm working with, the rules are not completely set until the first athlete in your class is gone.
Exactly.
Because that is when that's when it's truly established. Things can change. Events can sometimes be adjusted. Lengths can change.
It doesn't
weights
even
can
matter what
change.
level of show you're at, too. I mean, I've
matter.
coached at World's Strongest Man, the Rogue Invitational. I've seen events change right then and there.
Yeah,
we're doing this
on
now.
The fly. Yeah. Yeah. So long as someone hasn't performed a full event in that event, the event can still change up a little bit. And in this circumstance, the pull's going to be a little bit different because the weight will be loaded closer to the center of the bar. It is a power bar in lane 1 and in lane 2. But the weight is going to be closer to the center, so we're going to see less flex than they were anticipating. It'll be interesting to see how the athletes adjust for this.
Yeah, and I think they'll be fine. Here we go. Now, if we're correct, that gentleman should be Jesse Curley on lane number 1.
Yeah, and I
we have
believe that is right.
Justin Zungia on lane number 2. Justin's going to destroy. He's going to destroy this. I'm excited to watch Justin. Here we go, guys. Competitors getting their straps on. Mr. Curley needs to hurry up and do that.
Yeah.
Judges ready.
And here we go.
Athletes ready. Set. Lift.
Yep, smooth
Both
pulls.
athletes, nice pull. Jesse a little forward on that pull, but still making it look moderately easy.
Yeah. It's a good job wedging. Being patient, too. It's amazing.
Justin just cranking that bar.
Yeah. And it's amazing how much flex is on these AC units, how much they bounce. That's a really part of the challenge of the event is the stability, being able to hold the thing.
But you can see with Justin, especially in lane 2, the bar is basically only flexing up and down.
Right.
It lends itself to tremendous stability in comparison to swaying back and forth. Bending up and down, not so bad. Swaying back and forth, really rough.
And here we go. Zungia on his last pull. Will he win the event? Will he finish?
He's got to log it out. Ooh. And he's just got
not today.
Now he got bumped forward.
He still has the lead in the event because no one has pulled the rep prior. So he's still doing fantastic.
We have some tough guys coming up though. Ty is coming up
Strong
next.
as hell, I think is the technical term.
Yeah. So in lane 1 we have Patrick Carpenter.
Yep.
Novice heavyweight man, and then in lane 2 we have Ty Gillian with the open heavyweight men. Ty comes from a powerlifting background.
Yep.
I want to say he's like raised in the gym.
Yeah, his father was, I believe, a huge fan of Westside Barbell and other lifting. So his father was competing in powerlifting for decades. His uncle as well. So he was quite literally raised around near professional level powerlifters, and then he himself, as a young man, fancied some strongman and a Division I track and field athlete for shot put.
I was unaware. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
Makes sense,
sounds
right?
kind of track and field background sounds kind of similar to one of the best strongmen in the world right now.
His
And
coach, actually, Lucas
Mr.
Hatton.
Mr. Lucas. Oh man, what a great!
Yeah.
That's like a perfect transition.
It really
Holy
is.
cow!
It really is. Great first pull out of both gentlemen.
Mr.
Ty and
Carpenter
Carpenter.
hitting lane 2, or sorry, hitting a second repetition in lane 1. Ty busting these out. These are 50-pound jumps in lane 2, so those are
Big weights.
yeah, those are separating some people out. Both athletes are still in it. Patrick fighting for this repetition in lane 1. Can he get it?
Oh, he's fighting
gets
hard.
it.
He's fighting hard. He
gets
can
as
do
much
it.
time as
He
he
can
needs
do it.
if it's off the ground, and it's back down. Yep. So
Great work
out
out of both guys.
Yeah, they both gave it all they had right there. We got 2 more heats on lane 2, and then we'll all be in lane 1. Next up, we're gonna have Steven Schneider in lane 1, and then in lane 2, we're gonna have James Hill. Again, heavyweight novice in lane 1, and then the heavyweight men in lane 2.
That's right.
That's the amateurs. This afternoon, we'll be seeing the Pro-Am division with some professional strongmen and strong women. Athletes are getting set, and we see something that we maybe haven't seen so far
What's
with
that, buddy?
Mr. Hill. And we have
Belt around the midsection.
yeah, belt a little higher than most of the athletes are wearing it. What's going on there?
So generally speaking, most folks feel comfortable wearing the belt in the lower abdominal region / lumbar spine, right? That's generally speaking where most folks want that compression. Because what it ultimately does is it provides circumferential kinesthetic awareness for the athlete to push out and increase their abdominal pressure, which would then increase their ability to move load, right? Some people, however, aren't weak in the lower back. Their lower back might actually be the strongest portion of their back, which is like cool. Being God's favorite's nice. But so some folks put their belt higher on their midsection, sometimes even as high as their T-spine or just under, because the middle of their back, which is really their lower trap, tends to be weaker than the rest of their body. So it's essentially providing the exact same tool, just in a different location, different focal point.
Excellent. Increasing intra-abdominal pressure.
Yeah, dude. Circumferential, baby.
Circumferential.
And like the analogy I like to use for people is like if you have a soda can, kind of like this Rain can, which is totally not our sponsor, but let's pretend it says Sasquatch or something or Jack Squatch. If you have a can, this can's your torso, and you were to fill it with air, it would be pressure everywhere, right? The can isn't opened yet in this analogy. However, if you add a little dent to it, and then you try putting pressure, and the pressure's going this way, a can's going to crumble and tilt. Right?
Yep.
The belt and better bracing technique provides that circumferential pressure in all directions that you need.
I don't understand. I want to see a demonstration.
Sure.
Okay. So we're still waiting on the
Yeah, looks
athletes
like we're
to get all
modifying
set.
some weight, checking on some scores.
Yeah.
In the meantime, who's your favorite strongman of all time, and why is it me?
Favorite strongman, man. That is a tough one. I think it has to be John Paul Sigmarsson.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah, he just like
It's
he
the
changed
personality,
he
it's
changed
the
the sport.
strength,
Yeah,
you
it was
know?
a showmanship. He's fantastic. 4-time world's strongest man. I mean, for the people that are more aware, there's one of those championships. It's a little questionable,
A little weird, but
Yeah,
whatever.
it's a little weird.
Is what it is.
But one of the greats, undoubtedly.
Yeah.
And probably, I would say not the best strongman to ever do it, but at the time, potentially the best to ever do it.
Totally.
And
For his era.
he changed the sport permanently with his showmanship.
Oh, yeah.
So he brought it a much more mainstream eye to it. But these guys are getting ready to go.
Here we go. Mr. Schneider in lane 1 and James Hill in lane 2. Hill with a nasty good pull. Let's see.
Both of those athletes just popped that right up.
Yeah. Great pulling out of these boys. Nice, smooth, and consistent. No one's rushing right now, which I appreciate.
Yep.
Keeping their
Taking the
technique
time.
good.
Yeah, not a lot of sway back and forth with either athlete. Nice and controlled. And less
All right.
swaying forward and backward is going to lead to more ability to output effort to the actual deadlift instead of just stabilizing.
Absolutely, dude.
Lifting some AC units with additional weight. Come
And Hill's starting to struggle with this repetition. He has time for just a little more pull, and he's done. So, very good effort by both athletes. I did not see if Steven finished his series, but regardless, he got some very good repetitions in.
He did.
Oh, excellent work, Steven.
So our last athlete out for the Open Amateur Men, at least in lane 2, will be Weston War, and then in lane 1 for the novice heavyweight men will be Landon James. Landon, if you lose him on the video stream, just look for the guy with the incredibly long dreads.
There we go.
Yeah. Those dreads have to weigh at least 5 kilos. That's at least 5 kilos.
But maybe it's like a counterweight for the deadlift?
Sure, I just imagine cutting weight would suck, but I guess he's a heavyweight, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's a super cool dude. He and I have chatted a couple times. He's very chill.
He better be cool with hair like that. It can't not be cool.
All right, here we go. Landon in lane 1 and Mr. War.
It's a hell of a name.
In lane 2. Wow, okay, that was a nice...
Yeah, Weston's not playing. Weston's not playing. He's out for blood.
Very nice work from both athletes. Landon's cranking repetitions out. Weston War is cranking repetitions out. And the bar is starting to creep forward in lane 2. He's got to make sure to
I would encourage Weston to slow down.
Yeah.
He needs to pace a little better here. Because he's starting to run out of gas. But can he finish this with an extreme hitch? He's got this. If he gets his hips in, sit down again. Sit down again, Wes.
Yeah.
Oh, you silly goose. That's okay. It's okay. These things happen.
Or just a bunch of strong, silly gooses.
Yeah. I'm his grand coach. So oh, shit. All right, well, an apparatus went forward, and sometimes these things happen, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Everyone's okay.
Like no one's hurt.
There we go. It's cool. It's strongman, baby.
Strongman, baby.
It's good times. I think what happened is the athlete went down with some passion, some vigor as you put it down, and I think it tilted forward.
Yeah, a little top heavy with the adjustment that had to occur.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes sometimes, you know?
Sometimes sports be like that.
It'd be like that.
And what's really cool about this event, it's almost over. So if we need to, we can put them in one lane.
It's true, yeah. We still do have 2 athletes in that heavyweight novice division with Bennett Conrad and Jake Higgins.
Yeah.
But then we'll be moving on to the 175-pound amateur men, and then the 200-pound amateur men.
Yeah. And honestly, you just put down with some love, and that's okay. These things happen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. Sports. Hold on. You want to take a photo together? Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
You don't see that every day, ladies and gentlemen.
Photos taken.
Bingo.
We did have our banner just hit, though. Someone just hit our banner. It's fine. It's fine. I'll yell at Harley later.
How dare they?
So what they're going to do is they're going to fix up that apparatus. Again, it just tipped over a little bit. They're going to reset it up. It looks like it's structurally sound. They'll probably be able to use it just fine. It's all good.
Just restrapping everything, getting everything all set.
So that being said, there's got to be a time in your competing years where maybe an apparatus broke or something delayed the show. How'd you, generally speaking, handle it?
Oh, yeah. Strongman, you got to roll with the punches. Like, you have to, it will benefit you massively to just maintain your composure at all times and stay very chill. The only effort that matters for a day like today is about 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Right.
You know,
Total effort time.
Yeah, and you can put all of your effort into that. The rest of the day, do what you need to do to perform your best in that 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Be it drinking enough water, getting enough electrolytes, enough carbohydrates, some protein, and more complex food to make sure that your gut doesn't feel like it just rotted inside of you because you just ate sugary crap all day.
Right.
It changes a little bit for 1 day and 2 day competitions, but realistically, you want to take care of your body, because if you're not taking care of your body, it's not going to take care of you. You know?
Wise words from the Zach McCarley. Synthesize down. Take care of your shit.
Yeah.
My version. But it looks like we're just about ready to go again. They're setting it all up here. We were removing one of the deadlift platforms, boxes, apparatus, whatever you want to call it, because they're done. Those lanes are done. We have just a few more athletes maintaining in the competition for the novice heavyweight men that are still come to pull. We have Bennett Conrad and Jake Higgins coming on up, which means hopefully those guys maybe did an additional pull in the back to keep themselves warm because they obviously didn't anticipate having to rest this long. And that's something that happens in competition. You have to be aware of as an athlete and as a coach, maybe as a coach listening out there. Be prepared to have your athletes do an additional last warm-up, probably something incredibly sub-maximal if things are delayed, and just focus on maybe a speed component of it. Or honestly, I used to just do power cleans if I knew the deadlift event was going a little slow because I just want to be fast. I don't need to worry about pulling again. So I would do something along those lines.
Yeah, I definitely think, mindset and physical readiness, both very important. And we still have the loaders and spotters and judges getting everything all ready with that lane 1. Lane 2 is already broken down. Mm-hmm. And again, we have a separate live stream for the Pro-Am, which would be same events. Yeah, do you better. Which would be the same events, but performed by professional athletes and a couple amateurs looking to contend for not only a couple pro cards, but an actual invite to North America's Strongest Man in Quebec. What is the actual? Is it Victorville?
Victoriaville. And in Quebec, northeast of Montreal, you get to compete in it's the North American Pro Circuit that is run by JF Caron. Circuit de Home Forts is the circuit, which is just strength circuit in French. Mm-hmm. But ultimately speaking, that competition then also, if let's say you would qualify, let's say you were a Rainier Classic Open heavyweight man, you come here, you qualify, you get your flights taken care of, you get your hotel taken care of, you go to compete at an international show, and let's say you win that international show. Well, guess what, Playboy? You get to compete at Strongest Man on Earth the following year. Boom. So this show is the portal to the best strongman show in the world and finding out who actually is the strongest man in the world. Not the fastest, not the coolest, not the most English. Ooh, I went there. But the strongest.
Shots fired.
Pew, 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 pew. No, I joke. Everything's cool. We all love big sports. But that being said, it genuinely is a nice pathway for all you American pros out there that might be tuning in who are like, I don't really know what to do. Because there's a bit of a no man's land where you're stuck between I got a pro card, but what do I do? This is what you do. This is how you get to that next step if this is something that you're interested in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they're calling out some of the athletes. It looks like we're going to have our next athlete up.
Let's go, our boy Conrad, looking ready, looking strong.
So Bennett Conrad up next.
Oh, Bennett's being told to wait just a moment. He's giving some details on the poll, basically on what not to do. Because basically, based on the lessons we had just learned with the previous poll, there's probably a couple pointers that Lucas Hatton, the head judge and organizer of this show, is giving him to ensure safety for everybody involved. I've also noticed that our judges have backed up a considerable amount of feet from the previous heat.
I think that's very wise.
I think so too.
Got to adapt.
You got to adapt, baby. Yeah. Strong man.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Mr. Conrad getting ready to pull Bennett Conrad. That's a very, very English name. Let's go, Bennett.
All right, he's getting strapped in.
Or Conrad, not Conrad. Oh, I'm an idiot. Conrad. Is it Conrad or Conrad? Conrad.
Conrad.
Conrad. It is Conrad. All right.
Yeah, Bennett Conrad.
Come on, Benny.
Ready? Bennett, are you ready? Set, lift.
And we're off.
Here we go.
Very straight T-spine. Holy cow.
Oh, my man is technical.
Holy cow,
Bennett is technical. Staying in the legs, keeping his core embraced. I would say almost maybe a little too much extension of the upper back, but it is beautiful pull. It is a beautiful pull.
I would absolutely agree with you. I would say from that posture, it seems like he probably has some kind of weightlifting background.
Yeah, exactly, right? He definitely is used to arching a bit, which I would make the argument even in weightlifting that's not optimal, but whatever. It's a different conversation.
Yeah, we want rigid stability, and with deadlifting, a lot of times, like I mentioned earlier, we want a little bit of thoracic spine, bending or flexion forward. But
so close to that pull. He does a great job of staying in his legs. He's just straight quad, hips at the top. It's genuinely good.
Absolutely, crowding as much as possible with the spinal position, I should say.
Absolutely.
Next up, it looks like we're going to have Jake Higgins. He will wrap up the novice heavyweight men.
Jake Higgins, again, the owner and operator of Mountain Heating and Cooling, baby. They're the ones that made this event possible through the monetary support and literally giving us these giant HVAC units to ensure chaos and fun. That being said, all these units will be then donated to a charitable cause by Jake himself. It's really kind of him.
After some repair.
And hopefully, and let's
tumble.
see if the man himself could lift his own equipment. Let's see, when was the last time Jake was out on the field? Let's see.
Absolutely. I wish the implement would scoot back on the platform just a little bit.
I do too, but something tells me he's going to end up going backwards anyway.
Yeah.
Jake smoked that first pull. Here we go, being patient. So Jake is a bit more of a lower back dominant puller. He kind of just snaps into it. He doesn't get his shoulders back too much on the bar. Blessings and curses when it comes to that style of pull.
Absolutely, but he's pulling strong, and these are 50-pound jumps.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Jake is pulling hard. He needs to hitch a little harder, though.
You can see it starting to tilt a little bit. The weight is starting to tilt.
Especially
so I think it might be a little top heavy.
Yeah, especially on this next rep. He has to hitch hard. He has to hitch it. Oh, he said, nope, I'm going to stiff leg it. Forget it.
And it's going to climb back. It's going to crawl back. Yep.
And he did it.
Very well done.
Phenomenal way to finish by Jake Higgins. And that is it for our deadlift. That was really fun and super scary. Yeah. So that was very enjoyable
they
for
go
all
hand
of us.
in hand.
That's true. That's very true. That being said, I want to give a quick little shout out to Cerberus Strength for all the equipment they're giving us to help run this show and sponsor us for many, many years. Dr. John over at Maverick Sports and Rehab, keeping the athletes safe and healthy, and Dungeon Strength. And Dungeon Strength for helping us out.
Absolutely.
That being said, this event's done.
We actually have a couple more classes.
What are you talking about?
Psych.
What are you talking about?
Psych.
Oh, we do. We have the 175-pound men and the 200-pound men, and they're still going to use that apparatus. That's only slightly terrifying.
Yeah, but I will say with the 175-pound men and the 200-pound men in the amateur classes, I don't think they'll be making 50-pound jumps, so I don't think it'll be quite so tilty.
Probably 10 kilos at a time if I had to guess. 20-pound jumps.
Yeah, I would wager it's 20-pound jumps for these guys, but we're going to find out here shortly. Looks like they're just adjusting weights and getting things all set over in lane 1. And our first athlete up is going to be Brian Coe. Second athlete up is going to be Hunter Hargis.
Let's go, gentlemen. Let's go, Brian Coe. Brian is our Olympic weightlifting athlete that competes at a dungeon, coached by the Kevin Simmons, one of the best weightlifting coaches literally in the world. And that is not an exaggeration, as he's coached at this point basically 2 Olympians. Kevin's the real. Brian's one of his athletes, great at weightlifting, great at moving events. That being said, he did take a log to the face in event 1, and I will never let him forget it.
That happens.
First strongman show.
I will say a quick thing about Kevin. He is, Brian's coach, of course, but he is also a CrossFit Games athlete.
Oh, yeah.
And
yes, he is.
Wildly strong himself.
Yeah.
Like, ridiculously strong.
Here we go, Brian Coe. Here we go, Brian. Now, Brian's been really working hard on his deadlifting. Again, the weightlifters, generally speaking, don't have the strongest pulls, but he's been working his butt off, and it's starting to show here.
Yeah, and it does look like we're making 20-pound jumps for these athletes.
Great pull, great position, and getting the shoulders back, driving the knees and hips in. He's wearing some really smart footwear that's incredibly flat and minimal, but has enough grip to maintain on that platform. I like that a lot. If you don't like going barefoot, I would say the shoes that he's wearing is the best option.
And for his lifting background, I really love his pull.
It's very technical, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's even allowing a little bit of upper back, thoracic flexion. I don't want to get too technical with the terminology for our audience, but he did a fantastic job getting into position, keeping the hips nice and close, and keeping pressure in the legs.
Yeah, exactly.
The spotters and loaders adjusting everything, getting it all set for our next athlete, which will be a Hunter Hargis.
Let's go, Hargis. This is our men's 80 kilo or 175-pound weight class division. Technically, this is 79.5 kilo, but who's counting? It's fine.
These two are duking it out. I want to say they might be in a tie right now.
I think they are. I think they're tied.
Ready? Hunter, are you ready?
All right. Here we go.
All right, Hunter. Let's see it, buddy.
That was a quick pull.
Strong pull by Hunter.
Very comfortable.
Has a slightly wider stance. Zach, what do you think about stance width when it comes to deadlifting?
I think it is so variable. for the athlete. I think, we can't necessarily take a super wide stance or else the hands have to come out really far. We have seen some athletes make some incredible pulls with a wide stance and wide grip because in strongman you're not allowed to sumo. But, I think you called it. He has a bit of a wider stance, which forces his hands to be a little bit wider. I personally like a little bit more narrow, but realistically, it actually does come down to it comes down to body proportion. It comes down to like pelvis anatomy, and it comes down to where the athlete is strongest, most stable, and most comfortable.
Yeah, I'd agree. Generally speaking, whenever I want to find someone's deadlift stance, I tell them, all right, jump as high as you possibly can. What stance do you generally take when you want to do that? Cool. Let's deadlift there.
That is a fantastic starting point.
All right, so after Mr. Hunter there, we have Quinn Rose coming up. And Quinn is the first athlete of our 200-pound weight class. In this case, it would be 91 kilo.
So the weight loaders are just getting things all set, conferring with the judges on exactly where the bar needs to be, what weights need to be on, as we are making a class change from the 175-pound men to the 200-pound men.
That's right.
Internationally, that's the 80-kilo class up to the 90-kilo class.
Yeah, in America, the 90-kilo guys get a nice advantage because it's really 91 they have to do. And the 80-kilo guys are kind of screwed because they have to do 89.5. Because 175 is not 80 kilo. 176.4, I believe, is 80 kilo.
Yeah, and it looks like the loaders are actually throwing a couple plates underneath the air conditioning units, which is a very wise move from a stability standpoint.
Yes, gravity, baby.
Yeah,
it certainly helps.
Keeping that center of mass nice and low.
Yeah.
No tilty business here.
No. That was pretty funny.
Anymore.
That was pretty funny.
Hey, it happens,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right. Just getting it all ratcheted down. We got Quinn Rose waiting for his chance to pull this bar.
Now, don't you wish when you were a young and up-and-coming guy in the Pacific Northwest competing, the Rainier existed? How psyched would you have been?
That would have been pretty cool.
That would have been pretty neat.
Yeah, that would have been
Instead,
pretty
you
awesome.
had to work out with Grant Higgins, some Apple competition that no one even talks about
Some
anymore.
warehouse somewhere.
Stupid, dude. That's back when Grant was only 60, right? He was only 60 years old back then.
160.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't wait for him to listen to this.
Yeah, no, I myself am 170.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Neat.
Lucas, we got a quick question, bud. Sorry.
And right now, we're just making some slight adjustments. Hopefully, things are pretty normal. Let's see here. Oh, that works really well.
Nice. We got one of the strong spotters and loaders
Yeah.
kind of giving it a pull, seeing if it is really nice and stable, making sure that it is safe before the athletes take it on. And so, what do you think? What do you think is going to be the difference between this morning's events and this afternoon's events? Are they going to be doing the exact same events, or are there going to be some changes? Do they have a different event selection, like something new for the people to see that
For
are
the
watching?
pros?
Yeah.
Nope, all the same, boring. No, that joking, guys. Joking. So the pro show, we're going to feature slightly different events, and the events that we're going to feature are going to feature different items, which is really cool. And we'll get into that in just a few moments. And guess what? Guess what? Rose is about to pull, and we want to see Quinn Rose. Come on, Quinn. And we will get into those details later, guys. Don't you worry.
So here he goes, giving it a pull. It's up past the knees.
Cash
hits the
money,
glute, gets the
baby.
down. Very nice.
Shout out to Nick Wortham watching on the stream. I see you, baby.
So he's really pushing those knees out. It looks like he really likes a wide
Yeah.
stance. Doesn't like crowding those feet in. He's good for one repetition.
Yep, he got one rep.
And that gets him points.
Yeah, that's all he really needed. He probably knew that the pull is not his best event. Let's just not zero, right? Let's get some points on the board.
Absolutely. Next up's going to be Caleb Desjardins. And I think if he maintains position, he's going to put up a pretty good performance here.
Okay.
Caleb's actually an athlete I work with.
Oh, you trained Desjardins as well?
Yeah. And so he's been working on position. He came in with a really good deadlift, like good, excellent push jerk, like Oh, man, that was flying.
That was pretty cool, Desjardins.
He's probably going to finish this up, I think.
What's
if he
with
can
you and
maintain
athletes named
position.
Jardine? Why do you got a bunch of those?
I know, man. They come to me.
the Jardines.
It's 3.
They're fans of the McCarley.
All right, there's repetition number 4. Very smooth, very easy. Just focusing on staying in position, staying in the legs. I love his finishing position. It's very upright. It's not bowed back too far. And that's not something we got to mention, but it's actually not advantageous to get the shoulders way back behind the hips. It exposes the spine to some damage that could occur. We don't want to see that. You want to stand straight up if possible. Caleb finished up that series in short order, maximum points for him.
For those watching on the stream as well, be sure to tune into the Pro Show, which will be starting at roughly, what time does the Pro start this afternoon?
About 2. So the stream was supposed to start at 1 originally, but now it looks like we're going to be starting at 2.
Yeah, let's call it 2:30 just in case.
Yeah.
The Pro Show will be starting right around 2:30. It's 2:11 right now.
Oh, well, there we go. It's going to start when it starts.
Yeah, the Pacific Standard Time for those tuning in.
Yeah, pretty shortly after this one. Pretty shortly after this stream ends, we will start the next stream.
All right, here we go. We have coming up here, we have Caleb. No, we have Richard Brocker. Let's go, Richard.
Wow, that was a really strong pull. He looks
Fantastic.
very comfortable.
Fantastic by Richard Brocker.
He's going to clean that thing if he moves any quicker.
Yeah, for real. They need to actually be careful with that. He needs to be careful in dropping that apparatus down. It has to be with more control.
And we have spotters on the side pushing the plates back in. We just can't stack enough weight on this for these strong boys.
It's so funny. It's fascinating. Oh, he forgot he had one more. He let go a little too early.
Yeah,
Come on,
he's gotta
Brocker.
strap in.
That was a mistake, buddy. There you go. Way to still get it, though.
Very well done.
It's one of our Whitby Island boys.
Oh, yeah.
Out here from the island, causing chaos.
Very well done. Next up, it looks like we're going to be seeing Mr. Derek Waters.
Let's go, Dirk.
3 more lifters in total.
Yeah, this AC unit is where it's by heartstrings hanging on.
It is fighting.
This apparatus is super cool, just also scary. All right, Mr. Waters, I believe, right? Derek Waters. Now, Derek was one of those athletes that was blisteringly fast during the medley. Just made some technical mistakes here and there.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how he does with the deadlift.
Anyway, someone...
That is Mr. Pete Markov off to the side right there.
Okay.
He actually taught me how to load stones.
Oh, would you look at that?
An OG in the strongman scene.
Awesome. Well, hello, Pete. That being said, Mr. Waters here is crushing this deadlift. He got I love that start position. The elbow is in line. The middle of the shoulder is in line with the elbow. Elbow's in line with the middle of the knee. Knees in line with the middle of the foot. Makes for like the most perfect position to drive into the earth.
That is a mechanically very good
It's
position.
perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Derek's had a phenomenal pull. Look at that. Keeping his head up, chest. I love it. That's a technical pull. And he's driving his chest up, but he isn't arching from the lower rib. It's still being tucked down to support the circumferential pressure that we talked about earlier. That's money. That's a money pull.
Absolutely. And it looks like he finished the series. Very well done. Maximum
Brilliant.
points. I
Brilliant.
believe he'll be sharing that with Mr. Richard Brocker and Caleb Desjardins.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 3 athletes tied in this event for maximum points.
We still have at
if
least
I'm not
one
mistaken.
more.
I don't know if we are doing time splits for this or not.
I don't know either. We'll find out. But as of right now, it's being listed as a tie.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I believe I clarified if there was a time split, and there was no time split, but regardless, we have 2 more athletes up. Right now, we have a Travis Erickson on the bar and ready to pull. He's strapping in. And we'll see how wide that stance is.
Yeah.
'Cause it looks like he's setting
Oh,
up nice and
wow.
wide.
He
wide
does.
hands.
He likes a really wide stance. Now, what's interesting about having a wide stance like this, it does cut the total length of the pull, which is advantageous for certain situations. However, one thing that athletes have to be mindful of when doing that is they can't let their knees continue to drive back as they apply pressure down to the ground. If it goes backwards the entire time, you'll end up locking out your legs too early, and then you have to finish the lift with just your lumbar spine. This is something you oftentimes see with like Jerry Pritchard or even Victoria Long when things get a little too heavy. And because of that, that's when athletes, generally speaking, start to have hamstring issues. That being said, he did great. He got stopped. He got a no lift because he's a silly goose.
That's a tough one. I think he
he
was
lost
fully
control.
capable of finishing that.
Yeah,
It's
he
just a little slip up and potentially some fatigue accumulating.
Yeah. Well, he lost control, so they stopped him.
Yeah.
He dropped it a little too early.
Yeah.
With the hands coming off, so and these things happen. And we have one more athlete, just one more, on this rickety piece of equipment that, frankly, is really cool. In Dylan Lasich, my gym nemesis. Love you, Dylan.
Gym nemesis.
And by the way, it's for like no reason at all either. I just decided one day. Here we go. Come on, Dylan.
And he's off.
Great pull.
There's one.
Dylan has one of the strongest hands just in the room, hard stop.
Oh, yeah.
His grip is incredible for those that don't know Dylan's training. He runs a lot of grip training seminars and events with Zach McCarley here. 'Cause they enjoy grip because they're both dorks, but that's okay. It's really cool. We like them anyway.
We love it, baby. We love it. Strong hand, strong body. Very nice. Looks like he's coming into the very second to last repetition.
Looks like it.
Very nice. And this last one will be a big pull for him, but I think he could do it if he sets everything perfectly.
Yeah, he's got this. Come on,
get a
Dylan.
strong breath.
Keep pulling.
and
Keep driving. Keep driving, Dylan.
Keep going.
Come on.
It's a great effort. One repetition away from full points.
So there's 3 athletes with full points so far in his division.
Yeah, and it looks like 3 with full and 3 outside of full points. So
he's not going to lose too many points.
Yeah, it's
Won't lose too many.
It's going to be a little bit of an ouchie in the gap between the 3-way tie for first and then into second. But I think that wraps it up for this morning session.
It does. We're going to take a quick break, guys, because the Pro Show is starting soon. And that being said, we love you guys for tuning in. Please go to the next live stream. It's a different link than the one that you're on now. You'll see it in the YouTube page. That's where the Pro Show is. So the Pro Show will start on the other live stream that's coming soon. I'll say it one more time. Not this stream.
Yep.
The other one on the same account.
And if you're not sure where it's at, Google or go to YouTube and then search Dungeon Strength RX.
It'll pop right up.
Yeah, it should pop right up. If it's not popped right up, go to the live tab. It'll be right there.
Bro, just
Day
DM me.
1 Pro-Am.
Love you guys. Bye.
Toodles.